why I think. If I
Yes.
think, that would be in my opinion.
Well, uh, so that's not negative to think things. I mean, we don't know everything, so it's okay for us to think.
Like it's
Imagine.
okay. It's like if we're artists, we can think of things and make come up with our own ideas and manifest it and create art, create a lot of things. But certain things is just what it is. We can't change it. We can't change. We can't rewrite the laws of nature. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
All right,
I,
so
Yeah.
let's
fair.
hear why you think it's flat.
Oh, why I think it's flat? Why you think it's not flat? We're gonna get into it, but I'm getting warmed up right now. Because once I get going, I know it's going to
Okay.
be a heated discussion. But you can go ahead and tell me why you think it's not
No,
flat.
it's
Because I got
uh,
to roll me a joint up in the meantime.
okay. You can roll one for me, Frank, and Gizmo too, if while you're at it.
You need
No,
to
I
roll
don't
one for
look at it.
yourself
It
so you
doesn't
can
need to
have
be heated.
logical and critical understanding.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be heated though. We're just wondering. This is a new topic to our forum here,
No,
so
we
we want
want
to
it to
test the
be
waters.
heated. We want it to be heated and fiery. You know what I'm saying? Respectful at the same time, but with
I got.
opinions and facts clashing.
I like it. Like it's a sport. That's right. So we're good.
And we all learning as we go ahead. What's your location?
Earth, round Earth.
Well, that's an illusion, so I don't know what to say. That doesn't exist.
Okay. Well, we'll find it out.
Yeah, but yeah, it's flat. Earth is flat, and all the all the previous like documents and maps before they said it was round, like said it was flat. It's documented, like all the maps before the rise of the Christian church and the Catholicism, like, and even before, like even in Egypt, like the Hebrews map is they got flat Earth, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a fact. The Hebrews they got flat Earth. Uh, but why do we care if it's flat or it's round? What difference does it make?
Well, there's a
Is
lot of
right, one is
implications
wrong.
for. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Silver. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry for cutting you off. One
Oh no,
is
go ahead.
one is factually right, while the other one is factually wrong. There's a
Go again.
reason why we talk about things. It's because there is options, and sometimes in those options, one is factually right, the other one is factually wrong.
Wow.
But until people debate it, just in case the facts are wrong. I'm a believer that the world is round just because if you go to a certain area, like a high mountain, and you look, you can see the horizon curve. You don't need to write or read something for it to tell you it is. You just need to get your ass up and look. I'm sorry for cursing.
We welcome it.
I'm sorry. You just need to get up, go outside, and look
Get your
around.
ass.
Get your
Get your
ass
ass.
up, boy.
Get your ass to Mars.
Sit up from that chair.
Well, there's real world implications, right? Whether it's just one example is there's some calculations built into how NASA launches space shuttles, and they use the Earth's spin. If you're going to tell me we have a flat Earth spinning, okay, I'd like to hear more about that.
That would just be a disc, though.
Well, no, it's spinning
And
on
then they
its
cycle when it exists.
it's spinning
though.
on its radius, not its axes.
Yeah, that's fair, though. Sorry.
Yeah, I think to have this discussion, we got to be open minded and just to be able to process the logics and the facts of it. We can't have a preconceived notion. Yes, I know. I was taught in school. toward prejudice. That's what I'm saying. So we can have
No, don't worry.
like
We
you feel
get
me?
that.
Yeah, I'm open to facts. I'll just say that kind of curious as to how we would build in calculations to get a shuttle into space using Earth's rotation.
And the rotation is not real.
Yeah, there's specific calculations to calculate how much of the Earth's rotation will affect the launch, and that's the only way they could get the shuttle into space. So, gonna have to figure out how Earth is rotating.
Sorry.
Okay, so the question, like if the Earth is flat or if it's round, what difference does it make being flat or round?
Literally every physical thing that surrounds us. Do you know
believe
about?
in one second?
No,
Do you
go
believe
ahead.
in
Go ahead.
magnetism? Like, does a compass work for you, Dilo?
Go ahead, I'm listening.
I'm asking you a question. Do you think a compass works correctly, and it's actually magnetism that makes it work?
Yes, I think the compass works well. I think the compass works well. Yes, but however, I do think that like, are you a musician? You know how to sing or anything like that?
I dabbled in the guitar a little bit.
Okay, all right. So when with music, everything is harmony and frequency, and like the slight little mistake, you can be off time. You can be off time, and to somebody else, it's okay, but to you, it's not okay because you're aware of that because you're inclined to music. You say the same thing as you mentioned with the compass and whatever. If you should do the calculation yourself, like if you know math and like geography with degrees and all that, you can actually calculate time using the compass or the geometry set. You can calculate time by
You're
drawing
cutting out.
a circle. If you think the degrees, as in how many degrees in the days, how many like working, like if you can like calculate the time for yourself, like by drawing a circle using the compass and calculating every degree, how many minutes, hours in the day, how many months in the year, just by forgetting about what you've been taught and calculating for yourself the way they calculate it and see what you will come up with. I guarantee you will come up with 9 months in the year and some other information that's not correctly right now. And first of all, the reason why all this information is like not true that we get in the way we live, like and under all this doctrine, it's a reason for all of that. You know what I'm saying? It's a reason. It's not for no reason, you know. But I'm not here to actually preach or say this or that to nobody. Like with my opinion, like we can debate, but it's up to you guys to actually take it and then go elaborate, doing more research, and just to come back and prove me wrong or say, hey, you know that I looked into this and I actually think you were correct because I did this. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, and before I just for a second, I'll keep managing the stage, but I do have one experiment for you, and that would be if you do have access to a compass and a map, just draw a triangle on a map and then try to walk a straight line using a compass to 3 different cities about 300 miles apart and see if you can complete the triangle using only the compass and the straight lines on the map. And I'll turn it over to the next.
Who?
All right, ZZ. You're up, ZZ.
Okay then.
All right, we're getting some more to the stage here. If anybody's got some
Hey,
points to bring up.
hello. Anyone here?
Yes,
Yes?
Scully.
Hi.
Okay. I am here to. I just came here and I saw the theme, Flat Earth, and it's round. If you don't see that, you're a fucking Nazi. Thank you.
Okay, well, you can
Thank
talk
you
to
for
Dilo because he disagrees. You guys talk it out.
Who is Dilo?
He's in there, Dilo.
Yes, I'm a flat
ZZ, we
earther.
do not need to hear your music. Can you please mute yourself?
Okay, is
That's
Dilo
me.
gonna speak?
Yes, I'm a flat earther.
Why?
Show me proof of the curvature.
Get
I
your
give you proof.
ass up, go to a mountain, and look
I
around. You will
I get.
see that the horizon is curved.
Okay. So here's the thing. I guess you're all from the USA, right? Right?
I'm
Are you
in
from the
Miami.
USA?
I'm in
Yeah,
Miami,
you're in
Florida.
Miami. Yeah, you're from the US. Right? And you're not known to have like a very wide perspective of viewing stuff, right? I'm coming from Norway, you know. I come all the way from north, yes? You know?
You're almost at the edge of the earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, where you could like
You
look off the
we
edge.
like we own half of Antarctica, and some flat earthers don't even believe in Antarctica.
Well, do you know NASA have guards that's guarding people at the end of the earth? There was one guy that fell off. You know that, right? And fell over. You know that, right?
Hold on. Let me go back on something. You just said Norway owns half of Antarctica.
Yes.
That's a bold-faced lie right there. Norway does not own half of Antarctica.
I think it's like really 35% or
No.
something.
Conversation
No.
bait.
You don't believe me?
Norway does not own half of Antarctica.
Maybe not half, but we own a big chunk.
No, there was a treaty signed a long time ago. No country actually owns any part of Antarctica. There's a treaty
Norway
that
does.
no, that's not ownership.
We were the first to get to the South Pole, and therefore we claimed our lands.
Well, that's fine. Well, there was an international treaty that made it so no country can own land in Antarctica. It's not
Yes,
owned.
they can.
It's under international agreement. You have claims to use that territory. It's not recognized as owned land. No country will recognize Norway owning it.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Boys, this is not a debate about who owns Antarctica.
No, it's public
Is it
information. It's
about-
public information.
I get that, but if you
So
want to talk
gotta be
about
no
it
debate
more,
Yo, can I ask a question
like
about
a
flat Earth?
Yeah.
The Earth is indeed flat.
Can I ask a question
No,
about
you
flat
know
Earth?
the
please?
asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs? The one in
Yeah,
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 you're
bro.
funny. Yes, haha, yes.
What are
Dinos
you
flew
talking
into
about?
space and drifted off, and meteors are just dinosaurs.
Sorry,
You
it
okay?
was just really too funny.
All right, everyone, shut the hell up. All right, we're gonna go
Me-
one at a time, and we're gonna be
Okay.
calm, and we're actually gonna have a debate here. Okay, no screaming at like the top of your lungs and doing weird shit like that. Okay, so
Yeah.
what if the debate topic is flat Earth? What do you believe? So what do you believe? Anyone want to
Nice.
start?
I'll start.
All right, go for it.
Right, quick question. What's all the evidence that you have that the Earth isn't flat, aside from all the conspiracy theorists written in people's, by uninformed people that believe the Earth is flat, that argues that most of the
little-
entire world, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Right.
There is one small little thing that can prove that the Earth is
Uh-huh.
round.
Yeah, I'm arguing that as well.
Get up, go
Yeah,
on a
doesn't really
high
help.
place. Go on
Yeah.
a high place, a place where you can see the horizon very easily.
Hey, so can somebody
If
pull up a
you
map?
look far
Deal,
into the
deal.
horizon,
Can I ask you a
will
question?
see that it is rounded. You will
So
see.
you're all right.
Can somebody pull up a map of flat Earth?
Deal. Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, bro.
Are you an actual flat Earth believer?
Me?
Yes, sir. But can somebody pull up a flat Earth?
Can I ask
map?
you a question? Right. Do you honestly believe that all the governments in the world that have, like China, the US, everyone that has satellites in orbit that can prove the Earth is round are all working together to make the public believe that the world's flat? Honestly, what would be the benefit of telling the world that the Earth is flat? That the Earth isn't flat?
Because they're trying to control the government, man. They're trying to control the world, man.
Yeah, but what would be the benefit of telling the Earth that?
Hey, sorry
Because
to talk over you.
Look, let me explain.
I
Let me explain,
apologize to
right?
talk over you. I do apologize to talk over you. But as my friend said, yes, to lie to the people, just like religion, and I don't
But
know.
why
with
would they
that
lie?
Pardon me?
Why would they lie? What is there to gain?
They gain money, dude. How much money?
How?
No, look at my friend. My friend, you got to be more curious and dig a little bit deeper.
Right, deal. I'm not being funny, but you're the entire thing about the world being flat. You're basically saying that the entire world's government, including people who work in the government, all are all plotting against you, lying to you that the world is not round. And
Okay,
in
let
fact
me
flat.
condense.
That's just like
Let me condense the conversation. I believe, and it's a fact that NASA is a new religion, just like Christianity, having everybody looking out in the sky.
what?
Okay.
Wait, are
everybody
you
looking in
taking
the
the
sky.
mic right now? Did you really just say NASA's a new religion?
Yeah, it's
All right,
Science is a new religion. They got
You
everybody
mean
looking out in the sky,
Scientology?
just like the church. They got
all right. Can
everybody
you
looking
tell
out
me
in the
where
sky.
you see? All right. Can you tell me where you see Curve? I mean, where do you see Curve?
Okay,
It's
so in
called
Norway,
being in
we have
orbit.
mountains.
The orbit? What do you mean?
Right. In space, if you look through a satellite's camera, you can clearly see that the Earth is round. Because
This
we're like
Because of
small.
gravitational
Space
lensing.
doesn't even exist, dude. Space does not
Frank,
Oh my
exist.
you
God.
can't be serious,
Literally
brother.
climb
Hey,
different
Please.
Frank,
mounds to
I'm
see
scared.
the
Right, so
curvature.
let me explain. Let me get us. So what are all those rockets going? Like when hundreds of people see rockets launching, where are they going?
Wait a minute.
Prima North.
Have you ever personally seen a rocket launch?
Yes.
Oh, so you've seen a rocket go up into
hold on. Can I answer
space,
that question?
all the way into space.
Yes.
Have you seen that?
Can
It's
I
called
answer that question?
SpaceX
You might have seen it
camera.
go up, but it eventually came down, right? So you didn't see it go into space.
It's called a SpaceX camera.
here,
SpaceX
Frank,
puts camera on the rocket, and you can see it going to space.
Dude,
Yeah,
these
you-
guys are
you-
trolls,
Frank.
man. Go for it.
Frank, check me out. Frank, check me out. You see, when it comes to the spaceships and the rockets and all that,
Thank you.
Scully, can you mute, please? Yeah, it's when it comes to them when them rockets and stuff like that, when they go into space, according to space, because like there's no such thing as space,
Yep.
you know.
Yep.
But anyway,
Mhm.
this is just like a fish, able to make a jump out of the water and have that 10 seconds or 5 seconds or 3 seconds leap out of the water to get a glimpse of what's going on in this world. You know what I'm saying? And go back and be like, hey, I see boats up there. I see this, da 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 da. And that's the best swimmer able to do that. You follow what I'm trying to say? So the
Deal.
rocket thing, with the fish just able to poke their nose out of the water for like 3 seconds. When the rocket go out of space, it pokes out its nose for a couple seconds and it falls back, brother. It falls right back. You follow what I'm
No.
saying?
Wait, so where's all the rockets falling from the sky then, and how do we have an internet connection?
Go ahead.
My friend, the first set of internet connection, the wire was running the water. Wire was we had dial-up connection, and that
What?
all the cables was in the water to begin at first.
All right, so then, all right, let me ask you a question. So all the planets that we see in the sky, what are they then? If the Earth is flat, are they also flat?
Painted
They're
in
like,
the
they're
backdrop.
like in the firmament. Oh, come on now. This is
What?
easy. I should know this. It's lights in the firmament. Yeah, I've taken a plane several times.
So you should see the
Even the
curve.
Bible, they mention it. Even in the Bible, if we got Christians in here, in the book of Revelation,
Okay. How do you know the Bible's wrong? Okay, we're not talking about the Bible. Anyway,
It's old.
so yeah, let's not get into the Bible. The fact of the matter is, you can't prove the Earth is a globe. You can't prove it.
Yes, you can. It's called
How can you
right.
prove
Proven a
Frank,
bunch
Frank.
of times.
All right, can I just
without
speak? Just-
wait, let me explain.
just-
Without appealing, just give me a sec. Without appealing to NASA or we've been to the
all right,
moon.
so not appealing to facts and logic. Right, okay, carry on.
I'm not, but you don't know that. Have you been to the moon yourself?
Have you?
Obviously not. I don't believe that the moon. I don't even know
Okay,
what the moon
Frank,
is, honestly.
Frank,
A
can I
rock.
ask you a question? Right, Frank, if what you say is true, that means that all the world's governments, that multiple have like the Russia and the US, or the USSR and the US, both were in deep Cold War where we could nuke each other. Well, they could nuke each other. You're saying that they agreed that the Earth is flat, despite them both being threatening to nuke each other, and all the other countries with satellites or being on like unfriendly terms with each other, they all secretly agree with each other that the Earth is actually flat, but they don't want to tell the public.
Dude, was a thing.
No.
The
Listen,
Cold War
listen.
wasn't
They
a
think
thing,
they
brother.
think it's round.
Oh my
They think it's
God.
round because they haven't figured out gravitational lensing yet.
I hope this is a joke from you, friend.
Right. You realize that we
really
literally
do.
have right. So you're telling me that we
Listen,
cannot
we
leave
are
our
all
planet.
living on a two-dimensional plane, and we don't know it. When we
Right,
go into
okay.
space, we
We're
look
all
down.
2D,
What we're
we
looking at
don't
is
know.
gravitational lensing.
Okay, can I ask you a question? Hey, right. So when we go to other planets like Mars, the Mars rover, the Moon, for instance, or the satellites that are
Yep.
literally out, one of the satellites that are out of our solar system, e.g., the Apollo 1, what are they actually?
It's an optical illusion.
Hmm.
Yeah, see, because
And
we're
how
all
can
on
you
the
prove
same
that?
two-dimensional plane,
How can
and
you
then
prove that?
everything is just. I can't.
Why can't I see Alpha Centauri?
Well, because it's light years away, and light travels. It's
I heard
like
for
4
you.
years.
Because there
It's
are
4
such
light years
people on
away.
Can I
Earth
ask
who
you a
can
question,
see Alpha
Frank?
Frank?
Centauri.
I'm a
I
flat
can't.
earther.
Why?
Wait, let me ask the question real quick.
Okay.
Can you give me a scientific experiment that proves that the Earth is a globe? Can you do that?
There probably is a bunch. I'm not a scientist, but if you look up on Google, you can probably find a lot of scientific calculations that
If you
prove
can't
it.
prove to me scientifically that the Earth is a globe, then how can I ever believe you that the Earth is a globe? I mean,
Right,
just
Can
think
you
about it.
believe your
you know-
own eyes, Frank?
Scientifically,
Frank,
that's
no,
literally what
Silva,
scientists
can you
do.
not interrupt? Can you guys not interrupt? Right,
What?
I'm
Frank,
sorry. I'm very sorry, friend.
right,
Have
Frank,
fun.
you don't need to believe me. You just need to believe every other logical human being on the planet who either works for the government, right? Basically,
Listen,
what
you
by believing in flat
you
Earth-
believe
They
you
have
believe that
you.
gravity has the power of holding water on a sphere, but you don't
Yes.
believe that gravity could possibly make an optical illusion?
Right. So you're telling me, right? There's believing fact, and then there's believing something else. Yes, it could probably make an optical illusion, but there's also the fact that we know it's a globe. Otherwise, why would half the world, right, all of the world governments be telling us that
it's a globe right now. Did we know it was a globe a few hundred years ago?
No, because science hasn't advanced that much, and therefore we all thought it was flat.
Okay, so then when science advances and tells us we're actually on a two-dimensional plane and everything is an optical illusion due to gravitational lensing, then
No, because we can literally
we can look
prove
back
it's
now and
flat,
say
not flat.
That could
you can't
happen
prove
when
that it's
it
not flat.
happened, dude.
Prove that it's not flat.
Well, you proved to me that it is flat.
Prove that it's
Hey,
not
Find me
flat.
a scientific
Hey,
study
but you know what?
that prove it's flat.
What's up?
But I know you just
Yeah, Lacatix is a verified scientist.
Good. What? No, I'm not. If you don't see the little thing
Frank.
of the up right, the three with the symbol on the up right of their
All right, wait,
icon.
guys, give me a sec. Who's talking to me right now? Okay, go for it.
He's actually, yeah, he's a verified scientist.
Interesting.
I think so. Yeah, he's in the audience. Yeah, and also my nan actually knew two people who work for NASA, so I'm pretty sure my nan wouldn't lie to me, or my friends at NASA wouldn't lie.
Your
They're
nan that means your
ordinary
grandmother, right?
civilians. What?
Your nan doesn't mean your grandmother.
Yeah.
why not? Why
Very
NASA
interesting.
would not lie?
I'm not in control of the stage Ethernet is. Just
Ethernet,
saying,
can you
like,
bring up the scientist?
I'm letting him run the stage. So
I heard kid giggles, so I think he's taking care of like his kid if he has
All
one.
right, Frank, can I just
But
say
let's
something?
be patient.
Frank,
now.
let's say that the flat Earth is flat. You still haven't answered my question. That would mean that all the world's governments and
wait,
everyone.
brother, give me a sec. Who's the scientist that you want me to bring up?
Look at
The
it.
cortex.
Why are you making this
cortex.
assumption that all the governments have to be in cahoots and lying? I already told you.
Because they all say the same thing.
Yeah, they all see the same thing with an optical illusion.
Right. So if it's an optical, right. So you're telling me you're right. So you're telling me that you're more educated than hundreds of scientists. No, even thousands of scientists, satellites, rockets, evidence. You're more intelligent than all that. Yeah. You've
Yep.
got more insight into.
I have an IQ of 300.
You have an
Right,
IQ of
okay.
That's not
300.
possible.
It's fucking
That,
Stephen
you must
Hawking.
really,
You know the
really
highest,
I mean,
the IQ scale stops at
The
200. What do you-
IQ the IQ scale used to stop at 180. I think it's a little bit more than that now. It's a dumb it's a dumb argument to ask if I'm more intelligent than all the scientists in the world.
Wait, you
then
think the
how the
Earth is flat, right?
Yeah, he does.
So
Yeah,
how do you
yeah.
how do you explain the International Space Station going around the Earth every day?
It's on a two-dimensional plane. You just don't understand it.
No,
Okay,
it's just
so,
spinning. It's just
quick
spinning.
question. So you say that the world is in a two-dimensional shape, right?
The whole universe is.
The whole
Wait,
universe.
what?
If you look up,
Yeah.
if
It's
When we
Terraria.
travel to the moon, we're
Yeah,
traveling
if
on a
you-
two-dimensional plane.
Why do you think this? What motivates you to think this?
but okay,
Hey,
so
what-
let's just say this:
Sorry,
the
one
whole
second, guys.
uni-
1 second. I'm gonna move some people to the audience so I can bring up some more people so they have a chance to ask questions. So once.
I'm gonna remove myself anyways.
If
So
you don't move me, I'm having a debate here. So
have a
So-
great day. I'm gonna remove myself. Keep talking. Keep being awesome. I'm out.
All right, so if you say that the universe is in a two-dimensional scale, if you look up into the sky, you see the moon, right?
hmm
How would you explain the stars to the left and the right of the moon?
How do you explain when you put a certain type of silicate in a fish tank of water, it disappears?
Quite simple. Either it evaporates or it melts.
No, solid, not soluble, solid,
Solid.
But I have
solid.
a
Yeah.
That is
have an
actually quite
argument.
decent physics because light bends.
There you
You
go.
say the Earth is flat, right? So how do you
Look
explain
up
a solar
gravitational
eclipse?
lensing.
How do you explain a solar eclipse if the Earth is flat?
yeah, how do you explain that? What? Just like does the government turn the sun off for a sec?
What do they do? Do they just like rotate the moon and the sun to align, or is it just flat? Like I don't understand.
I'm gonna
don't
stop you
either.
guys right there.
I'm
Sorry,
gonna be honest. I have no idea. I'm not a flat earther. I've been pulling your chain the whole time.
Oh,
Ah, got your ass.
I'm gonna stop you guys right there. I know this isn't part of the
discussion.
what do you call it? Discussion, but I personally believe the Earth is shaped like a
As a
male
dinosaur?
genitalia penis. Hear me out. It's
You got him. Alright.
Do we
Right,
have any
wait,
flat
right.
earthers?
I think they all died. I think Frank's still one, but you know,
I think I made good arguments.
Frank.
Even though I
I
have
Why
no
can't
idea what the hell I'm
Frank?
talking about.
By that
I'm
logic,
busy.
Frank.
I'm
Frank.
busy
Let's
right
be
now.
honest, who
Okay.
actually legitimately believes the Earth is flat?
Wait,
Like,
by
I've
that
never
logic,
met
couldn't
someone
it-
who's actually.
Wait, guys. I just gotta say,
What?
to be honest, I'm not a flat earther, so I was pulling your chain. I hope you guys.
Look! Everybody,
Forgive
put their
me.
hands down, and if you're a flat earther, raise your hand.
Yeah, but they're all gonna raise their hand.
And if you get in
Now,
here
can
and
I
you're
just-
not a flat earther, then you're just gonna get kicked out. I'm gonna be honest.
Do you know what the funny thing is? I don't understand why everyone believes that the Earth has to be flat. Like, can it be like a rectangle? Can it not be a circle? round?
Frustrated. Do you want to know
I
the
just
funny
want
part,
to
brother?
know. I just
What?
want to know why so
Wait,
many
wait.
flat earthers believe that the Earth is on the back of a giant tortoise.
I don't know, but give me a second. Frustrated. I literally have heard hundreds of flat earth debates, and I was like, let me see if these arguments actually work against someone who knows about science. You know, so I want to see. I'll keep being a flat earther if you guys want. Like, I'll use their arguments.
You know an
Frank,
easy
can I ask you a
way.
question?
Hey,
You know an
Frank.
easy way to prove that the Earth is not flat? All you have to do is say, well, how is it that a ship gets smaller but gets larger as it comes closer to you? Is it just going underwater?
Wait, what?
What?
So the Earth is round, so the farther a thing gets, the smaller it gets to the horizon. It's because the Earth
that's
is
just-
round.
You can't
That's
prove
just
that.
perspective.
You can't prove
Yes, you
that.
can.
Frank,
yeah,
let me
it's
ask you.
proven.
Frank, let me ask you something. Have you ever seen anybody come up with the idea I just came up with gravitational lensing?
No, actually, I have not.
Yeah, I'm original. All right, that's all I have to say.
Yes,
Fair
they have come up with that before. Gravitational lensing. They say gravity doesn't exist, but yes, they say that there are hallucinations and light bends, and that's why it looks like it's going away when it's not.
Well, are you a flat earther or not?
Yeah, T-Jump is.
Yes, I'm a
And
flat earther.
also, if the
T-Jump,
Earth
can I
was
ask you a
flat, then
question?
a shadow
Sure.
would stay the same instead of moving.
What
as
shape is the
opposed to-
Earth if it is flat?
What shape? If it's flat, it's flat.
Yeah,
do you
but
mean?
what
when I
shape? Like,
see-
it has to be a square, a circle, a
No,
rectangle.
when I see
No,
people posting like
you
their
don't
imagery
have to
of it, it's
present the
always
model.
a
It's
disc.
like it doesn't
Yes, you
need
do.
to. You don't need to make
Oh,
a
it's just a
conclusion
flat
about the
circle.
edges.
So then, what is it then?
You don't need to make a conclusion about the
Why
edges.
don't you? Why don't
Because
you?
it doesn't. It's any of those are still flat, so it doesn't matter.
Wait, but is the
What?
moon round for you?
Yes, the moon is round. We can see it's
Oh my
round.
God.
Okay. Is the
But we
sun
can-
round for you?
Yep, the sun is round.
Is Mercury round for you as well?
Yep.
Like, how the fuck can you explain that you have a round, a fucking normal shape cylinder or whatever, fucking flat,
Wait,
Earth,
T-Jump, you're a flat earther?
and then you have a
Of course
circle,
I am,
circle
God.
again? That doesn't make
I feel
any
like
sense,
I'm
does it?
fucking with you guys.
What that some things are round doesn't mean that everything is round. Like clearly that's not an argument. So look, there's some round things, therefore everything must be round. Not
All
how
right,
it
so
works.
T-Jump, let's say
Flat's
I
one
went to
house.
the T-Jump. Let's say I went to the moon, right? Yeah, and I looked at the Earth. I could say the Earth is round, the sun is round, but the moon's flat. Could I not?
Well, you could say anything. Your words don't mean anything.
Yeah, but neither do your words then at that point.
I have no idea what your argument is. That's not an argument.
No, but your argument is the Earth is flat, the moon's round, the sun's round.
That's
So
not an argument.
Yeah, but you're saying that
Wait, T-Jump, how do you explain time zones if the Earth is flat?
yeah.
Because the sun goes in different places above the Earth. Duh. Like,
But that
how is
means
hard?
that means that there would
Wait,
only
what's
be
on the-
that means that the entire Earth would be lit, and then at one point the entire Earth would be dark.
No, have you ever taken a light bulb and held it in one part of a room and then moved it to another part of
Yeah,
a
you
room?
talk about the spotlight effect.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, probably because the room isn't big enough.
Yeah, you globetards are so dumb. Freaking globetards.
Yeah, quick question, Jum. What's under the Earth?
The firmament, water.
Also, what happens if I just dig down? Is it like Minecraft where I hit bedrock and I can't go any further?
No.
How
So
do you
what-
explain the core and the crusts and all the inner Earth?
Does it exist?
Does it exist?
Sure, there's rocks beneath the rocks.
Okay, but how can I? So
How far do the rocks go?
Yeah.
No idea.
But,
Have you been there?
if I would go east from Japan, would I fall off the edge?
No, you'd be going in a circle around the big flat Earth because the latitude and longitude lines aren't
But-
actually straight.
But I'm only going east.
It's
What
because the
did the-
latitude
right,
and
right,
longitude
right,
lines are actually
right.
curved. So if you
So,
plotted them
wait,
on a
right.
flat
Then
Earth
if I
and
just
you
went
went
the
east, you go in a
opposite
circle.
of that, then I
But
would be
longitude
straight.
doesn't
Who
do anything
invented?
like
Who?
that.
Right, all right, Jump. Who invented the lie that what government invented the lie that the Earth is round? What government? When?
What
That was
government?
that-
Wait, so you say it's impossible to walk
cares?
off the Earth?
No, it may or may not be. Depends on if it goes
It
on
wa-
forever or not.
The person
Well,
The
who
Earth
if it
found
goes
out
on
that
forever,
the
then
Earth
how
is-
would the Earth
possible.
know that the Earth is flat?
How would the Earth know? The Earth.
No, I
doesn't
mean,
have a
how
brain.
would the
Stupid
like
question.
government? How would the people know that the Earth is flat?
How we see that it's flat? Like we just look and look. Oh, it's flat everywhere we look.
Yeah, but that's
have you ever
like
heard of like gravity? Yeah.
Gravity's
have you
fake.
ever heard-
Fake news.
gravity's fake.
Well, then why do I
news.
fall back down to the ground when I jump?
Relative density.
You're not a flat earther.
Why?
are you,
Why?
Jump?
If I were to set a stick up against a wall, why does the shadow change shape over time?
Gravity.
The shadow is relative to the light that it's blocking.
All right, so I've got a quick question for you. How much of science do you actually believe? Because if you don't believe the Earth is round,
How much?
you don't believe the
Like
majority of science.
37%. That's a stupid question.
Like, do you honestly believe all of science is correct, or do you just believe that specific bit of science is incorrect?
Look, I think you misunderstood what I meant about the stick. Like, if you place a stick in one area and then place it in another area, why is it that one shadow? Why is it that the shadow length of one is bigger or smaller than the other, even though they're at the same angle, leaning against the same thing?
You can take two sticks, place them in your room, hold a flashlight above them, move the flashlight around, and guess what? The shadows move. They're not the same length for both sticks.
No, but
Okay,
they'll
but
both
what does-
stay. The shadow will stay the same length, but the shadow will be in
No,
a
it
different
won't.
spot.
No, it
Can you
won't.
explain where does the sun disappear then?
So,
Alright,
like, if you
John.
take a flashlight and you put it
So
over one stick, the shadow will be
That's only assuming
smaller.
that the sun
No,
revolves
alright,
around the Earth
John.
and that it moves,
So-
not us moving.
Does that mean that we
either
can't
one,
read?
it would work either way. It doesn't make a difference.
John,
Like if you
does
move
that
the
mean that we
room or
can't
you
reach
move the
the
flashlight,
stars?
either way, the shadows change.
John, does that mean that we can't go to other stars?
We can't go to the stars. Not even scientists think we can go to other stars. Like what?
Well,
But
actually,
it's already been.
There's no stars in our solar system besides the sun.
Let me ask you something too, Joe.
we can go
This
to
is
other
just-
stars.
question.
This is just a personal question I want to ask for my own information. You are a flat earther?
Of course I am. I've always been a flat earther, and I don't in any way.
Do you believe in
reject that on
anthropogenic
my
climate
YouTube channel.
change?
Sure. Why not?
Okay.
Are you an actual flat earther? Because I'm starting to think you're not at this point. Innit?
Oh, I know he's not. but-
Absolutely, no one should go to my YouTube channel and see what I actually believe. No one should do that.
He gets on here all the time and debates flat earthers. Definitely doesn't do that.
It doesn't happen. It's fake news.
Yeah.
I'm an
I just
actual
want to
flat
point
earther.
out that
I've been
the
on.
Flat
I've been
Earth
on.
Society. The Flat
been
Earth
on Fight the
Society
Flat Earth.
officially recognizes anthropogenic climate change.
Can you wait? If you are a true flat earther, can you answer what I asked? How does a lunar or solar eclipse work if the Earth is flat?
If there's like two balls above your head and one goes in front of the other one, then that would create a solar and lunar eclipse. Like you don't
But
need
the thing
you
is
don't
that
need
the sun doesn't move.
in the flat Earth model it does move.
Yeah, I only see like you debating with the Discord.
So
Where's actual
you
videos
believing that the Earth is flat also believes that everything revolves around the Earth.
No, it can. The Earth can move or the stars can move. The fact that it's flat doesn't have anything to do with motion.
Also, quick
Well, then that would
question.
never work. Because the sun would and the moon would never be able to align if the Earth was not to move.
Also, if
No, if they're both moving, they could align above the Earth.
That's the thing. The sun doesn't move.
That's great.
I
Prove it.
can't find the video
'Cause I
where
see
you.
it moving.
I can't find the
Look
video
in the
where you're
sky, it's
discussing
moving.
flat Earth.
What about the curvature of like? Okay, you go ahead.
You shut your fucking cotton picking nigger ass up, boy, before I fucking turn you into a beaner
Yo.
and make you swim.
Yo.
Wow, that's dead
What?
mature.
I
Oh,
don't
it's
know.
so
I don't
funny, man.
keep tabs on governments, so I don't know why you're asking me about governments. Like who cares?
Quick question: where can I find where that video? Wait, because you've got a lot of videos, but none of them mention flat Earth.
Well, you could go to the search bar and type flat Earth. That one would probably do it.
T-jump
Jump
flat
space
Earth.
flat Earth. Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, everyone, go to T-Jump's YouTube channel. So.
Then, okay, if the Earth is flat, how is it that we can see further if we're higher up?
What? Like that isn't a hard thing to explain at all. Like, oh look,
Yeah.
you're higher up. You can
was a
see
really
more.
bad-
Surprise.
I can't find
But
the
you-
feed.
So let's
But
say
if I'm saying if the Earth is flat, then you would have unlimited span. You would be able to look straight and see everything on Earth.
No, you wouldn't. That's dumb. Like, do you
But
think
you're
do you
high
think
up.
an ant can see
What?
equally as far as you can? Like, no. Like,
Do you believe in God? Because you seem to talk a lot about God.
yes, there's the chair god. The chair god is the god I believe in.
You believe? You believe in the chair God?
Chair god, yes,
You've never heard of the chair god? Wow, what a disrespect.
exactly.
You guys are gonna have to pay homage to the chair god if you want
No, if you don't go ahead right now and submit your life to the chair god, we're gonna have to.
Where's the
actually
feed?
ban you
I
from the
can't see
server.
the feed.
Feed? What feed?
Yeah, someone said to check the feed.
I don't know what the hell they're talking about.
I think Gizmo. Oh, well, I don't know what that is.
How is that?
Ethan, can you take care of that? Or? I
love
think
how, like, if
Gizmo
you
is
search up why the
screaming
Earth
this.
is round, you'll just see like people asking, "Is the Earth round?" instead of "Is the Earth flat?" That's funny.
Is
Oh,
the Earth
flat
actually
Earth.
round? Oh my
Yes, it
gosh.
is.
No, it's not.
I think the Earth is a cube. I'm gonna be honest.
Yes, Minecraft.
I think that instead of falling off when we hit the cube, we kind of just like flop over and gravity kind of like switches. It's kind of like,
Gravity's
you know,
fake
those
news.
movies where they're like anti-gravity and they're walking on the side of a wall and then all of a sudden they just fall to the ground. Kind of like that.
I'm
There's no
gonna
such thing
go,
as gravity.
guys,
Gravity is
because you
fake.
know. Cheers. This was fun.
You instead of like a triple point, you'd think of the edge of the cube as like a double point. If you know what a triple point is, it's like a solid, liquid, and gas when they all meet in the middle. It'd be like that. So on the line of the cube, you would either go to one side, go to the other, because the gravity would pull you towards one side or pull you towards the other. So
Gravity
if you
is
were
still
walking
fake.
flat,
Prove gravity. Gravity's fake. No such thing as
prove gravity. If I throw an apple in the air, it'll come back down to me.
It's relative density. It's not gravity.
Gravity is the density of the Earth. That's what I believe.
Gravity is the density of the Earth. Are you sure about that?
No.
Oh, okay then. That's a terrible
I was
answer.
just playing a joke.
If the Earth is flat, why couldn't I see like other countries from here?
Because you can't see infinitely far.
I believe in
Yeah, but
gravity
actually-
because
but
it's been
surely,
proven,
like-
and there's formulas to
surely-
calculate gravity.
Like, if
Hey,
you-
There's also formulas to
like,
calculate
that's
economics, but
actually
that's clearly fake.
Hey, D'Lo, he's a flat earther, so he wanted to talk. So
Okay, D'Lo, let's hear it.
Yeah, the Earth is flat. It's a disc, and however, the Egyptians, we all admire this civilization, and they thought it was flat. They had a flat map. There was flat earthers, the Egyptians. So I
Well,
would,
I mean, how can you make a map round?
You know what? You know what?
what I'm
you
saying
know
is,
what I
like,
just-
is the Egyptians wrong? We take the pyramids, all these great stuff they do. Are they wrong about flat Earth?
Where do
know-
they say that they believe in flat Earth?
Yo. If
You
you're
know,
a
I
flat
just-
earther,
I
you
just-
need
I
to
just
suck
think-
my
I
dick.
just-
And
What?
that guy's lying. I'm from Egypt and nobody says what he says.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think I've ever heard that before. Egyptians believed in flat
Well,
Earth.
since
I
like,
just-
first of all, we live like you say not to bring religion in this. Religion has a lot to do with this. You know what I'm saying? Because
Why
you
would
say,
why would religion have to do with anything about how the Earth works?
because this is the reason that's part of the reason why they don't tell us that the Earth is flat, because they thought religion was what changed it. Because we're in the Matrix. You know what I'm saying? We're in the Matrix, so all this is part of the Matrix.
If we're in the Matrix, and that kind of like shoots us out, and there's no point of even talking about this.
You know,
Why
I
do-
just simply think that Earth is Earth, and if it's flat, it's flat. If it's round, it's round. You know, I kind of don't care.
Yeah, but do your research on the Egyptians. They were flat earthers.
All right, I'm going to Google.com. Did the Egyptians?
Yes,
believe
Egyptians
in
used to
a
be flat earthers. Yes,
flat
that is
Earth?
true. But like thousands of years ago.
I'm saying like they start seeing the world starts seeing the Earth as a globe, like when religion started to become popular and the rise of religion.
I don't think that's true
No,
whatsoever.
that's not true. So religion was
We
popular
discovered that
before
the Earth was
round
flat
Earth.
before like religion was even like known of.
Thank you for admitting the world was flat. That's correct. We discovered the world was flat way before religion. Correct.
Did I say flat?
Yep. I win.
Damn, I kind of just fucked myself.
Yep. But yeah, so actually most of flat earthers were religious for most of the time. In fact, that's the whole Galileo thing where he presented like, oh, we're actually not the center of the universe. And people were angry at him because they were religious and they thought we were. So most religious people were flat earthers.
I think you said that semantically backwards. You just said most.
Yeah. I was trying to
flat
process
earthers.
it. I was trying to process
That's
it.
most religious people were flat earthers. Galileo is also religious. He was a round earther at his
No,
time.
you mean most flat earthers were religious. Most religious people were never flat earthers.
So in the past, most people who existed on the planet thought the world was flat.
Holy
and
shit,
most
the FBI
religions
joined.
on the
When you're
planet
talking
were
about a point in
religious.
time before Enlightenment, before people started thinking about,
That's what we were talking about. So like
aspects
before
of our
Galileo.
reality.
So,
Well, what I'm saying
were,
is,
were you
nobody thought
listening to
about
the
it.
sentence?
Nobody-
Because I said Galileo presented
Yes,
this
and
model.
I'm telling you,
at that
yes,
time.
I'm telling you, before people were saying, "Oh no, the world is round," most religious people didn't believe it was flat. They just didn't care. It wasn't part of
They
their.
still believed it was flat. Like that was actually a thing. So yeah,
All you
they
have
think,
to do is
what
ask
shape is this
FBI.
thing
That
that we're
wasn't a
standing on?
prominent
It's
belief.
flat.
That wasn't a
Yes,
prominent
yes,
belief.
yeah, actually it was.
I mean, I simply don't
FBI,
care or not.
You're the FBI, correct?
Yes, I am the FBI, me personally.
I'm talking about like literally FBI in the call right now. FBI, is the Earth flat?
The Earth is a cube.
Let's go. You guys heard it first from FBI. Pretty
Well,
sure
the
the Earth
FBI
is a
is
cube.
recruiting young these days.
If the Earth is flat, why am I?
FBI,
3D?
I heard you in the animal rights activist chat the other day. I was trying
should
to
animals have
get
rights?
in there.
I don't like animals.
I'm not trying to go off tangent here, but I think it's just funny. Like,
I don't either. My
there's that
cat
kid talking
scratches
in
me way too much. Fucking bitch.
them guys in there were freaking weird, man, and they yeah, they were them people are weird. Go on, sorry, I messed up your conversation with Flat Earth. Sorry, my bad.
It just proves the world is flat.
I think the Earth is a cube.
Yeah, the Earth is a plane. It's a plane.
That's right.
A cube is not.
The Earth is a donut.
I agree with the donut statement because when you look up and the sky is blue, that's actually just the water from the other side.
Halo
Wait,
effect.
what? Oh, the halo effect. All right.
Yeah, like the video game Halo, because it's.
I believe that
Halo.
we are in a halo.
Hey, you know what
Flat.
though? You know what's crazy though? Everybody that's saying it's round. If the government should come out tomorrow morning and say it's round, all y'all gonna run with them. That's the crazy part.
They come out and say that every morning. Like, when do they say it's not round?
Why would I step outside just to say the Earth is
I think
round?
I think that's
If
what he
this-
meant.
if
I think he meant.
If they come out tomorrow morning and say the Earth is flat, y'all will go with it.
I don't think
Why am
anybody
I
would
in
just
here?
go outside and just yell the Earth is flat. It's kind of weird.
President Trump, who is completely going to come back into power like next week, he's going to come and say the world is flat.
Yep. If he doesn't, we're fucking getting bombed.
All right, so I think
If we're just
I
trying
think
to
the
be funny rather
conversation's
than
concluded. I think we all are in agreement.
should
The
change
Earth
the
is
topic.
flat.
Yep.
We should change it to
yeah.
like like
If
I
you
don't
want
fucking know.
a conversation, I don't know. You guys might have a lot of normie opinions around here. I don't know, but
normie opinions.
I don't know.
What do you
Maybe
think this
do.
is?
Yeah, obviously, I mean, the flat Earth is not a normie.
We're
opinion,
on
but
T-Jump server. T-Jump, why are you a mod in your own server?
I own the server. Like, I can't not be a mod.
But you're like your roles. You don't have an owner role. You just have mod.
Yeah, I used to be like at the bottom with no roles. Like, they forced me to be a mod role.
Who did? The gods?
The other mods. Like, they
Oh.
deleted all the
yeah,
other
he's
roles.
not a flat earther, you know.
Well, you know you can
He's
make
not a
it where
flat
like
earther.
they can't delete your roles, right?
No, because they pay me.
Yeah,
So you have
yeah,
to
because he's
respond.
not a flat earther.
this makes no sense. If you own the server, you just log in and take your ownership back.
Nope, nope. You see, I am a sellout. I'm a sellout first.
Yeah, it's
Server
because
owner
he's not a flat earther.
Frank, why is T-Jump a mod instead of the owner?
Because I wanted him
So
to
as I was saying, T-Jump, since you apparently own the server, which I'm not going to share my doubts about that, but Do you want
They
to
could just
change
copy the
maybe?
owner's name, to be honest.
you want to discuss climate change possibly, because I could probably give a bit of controversial arguments on that.
Sure,
I think
you
we're
do
in a
not believe in
boiling pot.
anthropocentric climate change? Do you not
Hey.
believe in anthropocentric climate change?
Yeah, what's up, Kai?
Not as the narrative goes, no.
What do you mean, narrative by news or narrative by scientists?
It's all mostly well, when you say scientists, usually when people say that,
I mean, the
by the way, I
actual
did air
published
quotes.
papers.
I did air quotes. Don't say published papers, because I could bring you published papers that will completely contradict you. When
Yeah,
you say
but
scientists, and I air quote that,
So
when I air quote
the way published
scientists,
papers works is based on the amount of papers and the consensus in the field. Obviously, there are papers that go
No,
against that. Not all evidence is perfectly analogous to the thing. I think it's only 98% of papers show evidence of anthropocentric climate change. Some did not find evidence, but the overwhelming consensus is that it is there. So there is
no, the narrative. Hold on. The narrative is
just tell me what you
as far
disagree
as the
with.
mainstream narrative is that humans' CO2 emissions are the main contributing factor to what they say is an unprecedented amount of warming. Now,
Yeah.
I disagree that there is. I disagree that there is an unprecedented amount of warming.
Stop. So the science is that the human contribution overturned the amount that the Earth can reuptake. So the aggregate amount of CO2 humans contribute to global warming is significantly less than the CO2 that the Earth omits on its own. But the amount humans added became more than what the Earth can take back in, which is leading to the aggregate amount increasing, leading to the climate change.
Right, but here's the issue. I'm not arguing that the amount of CO2 has increased and by what margin. What I'm arguing is that the CO2 itself does not have the effects as is proposed by mainstream narrative.
Okay, which effects does it not have?
The effects are minimal.
Like, which effects does it not have? What effects specifically do we say that it has that you say it does not have?
Well, I mean, the obvious answer, of course, is that CO2, as they colloquially say, traps heat, which is kind of a misnomer in itself.
What do you mean it's a misnomer? Like, literally, the particles of CO2 reflect more light, and so if light comes into a system with CO2, like if you just put CO2 into a can,
doesn't. No, it doesn't.
This is literally something you can prove in 5 minutes.
No, it's not actually. It's not.
So we actually have done this where we take CO2, because we can make CO2, we can have gas, and then we can pour it into a container, and we can put a lamp on the container, and we can measure the temperature in the container, and guess what? It goes up. For some magical reason that we can totally understand.
Right. What you have, right? Your CO2 molecules, what they do is they're reacting with an IR energy, right? They're reacting with a specific
They're not
frequency
reacting,
of IR.
they're reflecting. They're reflecting the light back and trapping it.
No, when you have the photons in an IR frequency that reacts
It has nothing to do with frequency. They literally just get reflected back into the container.
Yes, it is. No, it is within a very specific range of frequency.
Like
IR energy.
Nothing you're saying here is relevant. So try to forget the science you don't understand. Does the container heat up? Yes or no? If we have a container full of oxygen and a container full of carbon dioxide,
you're trying to paint me into a corner, which
this is not a corner. This is just basic science. No, this is
it's
just
disingenuous.
Basic fact. If you can't acknowledge a basic fact, then you're dumb. So if we have two containers, one with oxygen, one with carbon dioxide, and we point the same lamp at both equally, does one heat up more than the other? Answer the question. Answer the question. Answer the question.
Hold on. I want to specify.
No. I'm going to mute you. I'm going to mute you. Answer the question. Does one of the containers, if all else given equal, the same lamp is pointed on both, does one of the containers heat up more than the other? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Which one is it?
Yeah.
If there is a container with pure CO2, if there is a container with pure CO2, it cools.
Sure, mostly is fine. Wait, so you're saying the CO2 cools, so it's the less.
If you have a container with pure CO2, with the same
it doesn't need to be pure
pressurization
CO2.
as the other
pure is
container.
irrelevant. Stop. No one gives a shit about pure CO2. We're talking about the atmosphere.
Detrimental to the argument. It's detrimental to the science.
Mostly CO2. if there's a container with just mostly CO2, we obviously don't have a pure CO2 box. We don't need it. It would just have the same consistency as the atmosphere. Or if we have one with less CO2, which one heats up more? One with more CO2 or less CO2?
All right. So you
Answer the
have
question or you're going to get
mostly
kicked.
CO2. Mostly CO2.
Yes,
At
two
what range?
containers.
At what range?
One, just answer the question. Like, this is not
This
hard.
is important. You have to understand this is important.
Any amount
You're
more.
trying to
If you
you're
put
trying to
more in,
oversimplify this, and it's
you're
not
about to
that
get
simple.
kicked. This is your last chance. Answer the question or you're banned.
All right,
Does a
ban me then.
container with more CO2 get hotter?
You're being disingenuous. Ban me then.
Does a container with more CO2 get hotter under the same lamp as one with less CO2? Yes or no?
You're trying to control.
You're gone.
Fuck.
Oh. Let's not some more.
Hey, what did you have to say? You came in here trying to talk.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. So I kind of had a question about the flat earth thing. And I don't mean to offend you, like your opinion is your opinion. But like what do you think happens to the countries like on the equator? Like what would the equator even be at that point if the earth was flat? Cuz like the equator is right in the middle.
It would still be
There
the
would be
middle.
no such thing as an
It
equator.
would be the middle between the center North Pole and
It would
the
be
South
the
Pole,
middle
which-
of the
stop,
diameter.
Shut up, Steve.
My fault.
Ban you too. So the South Pole goes all the way around the Earth. The North Pole is a single point at the center of the flat Earth. So the equator is the halfway point between the North Pole and the South Pole, which goes all the way around the entire Earth.
Okay. I guess that makes sense. And another thing, like what about the countries on the side? Like I live on the tip of Florida, which is like really close to the equator. I feel like the site would definitely be different if the earth was flat.
How would it be different?
Like do you mean like piece of paper flat or just like
Yes.
like okay.
Well, it's got
so that
bumps.
makes
It's got mountains on it.
Well, yeah. So that makes it a little easier to understand. What about like the countries that are right on the equator, right? Like the islands and everything.
Sure.
If they're like right in the middle, then what would happen to them? Would they just be crushed or moved to the side or what?
No. If you just take a globe and you spread it out on a sheet of paper, that's what you get. So like if you just took a globe, peeled off the paper on the outside and flattened it out, you would then get the flat Earth. Like, it's not going to do anything to the islands. They're still going to be there.
It's like if you looked at like an Earth map, but on a flat sheet of paper.
Yeah, it's
Right.
nothing happens to it.
Okay. I guess that was my question. Thanks for giving me your input on that.
Yep.
Have a nice day.
Give me
You
H
too.
codes. What kind of name is that?
Alright, so the Earth is flat. Wait,
Clearly.
no. The Earth is an iPhone 11 or XR.
Okay.
Okay. So the thing you said about maps, like looking at a flat map of the Earth, the thing about that is that like mapping a sphere. Okay, in theory, the way the Earth is mapped out, it's really hard to put a sphere, or at least the way that the Earth is shaped, onto a flat piece of paper, onto a map. So that's why so many maps
it's actually really
inconsistencies.
It's really, really easy. All you do is you take the map that's like, you can find people who have taken the globe Earth and spread it out to be on a 2D plane, and you'll notice they'll have these big oval shapes. Fill in the blank spots with water. Poof! It's now flat.
Yeah. Well,
have you ever been in a history
okay.
class?
I want to pull up a reference because there's inconsistencies and like, okay, so you know how there's like, I forget what it's called. There's like a map of the Earth that's most commonly used in schools and stuff. That has like some serious inconsistencies. Like Africa is tiny compared to America, even though it's humongous.
It's just a printing issue. That's
Have you actually been
It's not a printing
wait,
issue.
wait,
it's
wait,
the way that
so, wait,
because
who cares?
if
Stop,
you
stop,
want,
stop,
I can
stop,
DM
stop,
you an
see,
image right now.
stop. So the fact that on a map, on different maps, the countries are different sizes. Have you actually been to the countries and have you actually measured them by hand to know that they're actually this size or the other size?
I have not measured them by hand, but I know.
So you
that
don't actually
different geologists
know.
and stuff like that. People have measured them.
Geologists.
Sorry,
You
not
think,
geologists. What the
think
frick is a
other
map
people have
person?
Geography. It's a
Geography. Okay, okay. So geographists or geography people,
you're
whatever
just-
the
you're
heck you
just
call them,
taking them for their
have
words for it,
mapped
that's all.
out these countries, like dimension wise, and have placed them on a map. And I have to
So-
reverse
so again-
engineer this a little bit. But
is really
in
easy.
in theory, if the
No,
Earth
you
is
can
a
stop.
sphere,
You can stop now. This is super easy. So what you do is you go to Microsoft Paint and you say, okay, so this one's a little bit bigger. You highlight it and then scale up 10%. Poof. Now you have a map that's flat and the scales are correct. Surprise.
okay, I'm just
Even
hang on.
regular globes aren't correct. You have to think like it's not like they went and hand measured it all. They made an estimation based on what they could tell. It's not going to be 100%
Like this-
anytime.
it's not hard to make a 3D image of a flat Earth that's
Okay.
pretty close to right. This is not a difficult
just
task.
just for context, like what background are you coming from? Are you coming from the side that the Earth is flat, or do you believe it is round, like a
Clearly
sphere?
a flat Earther. I'm 100%.
Okay,
I'm,
okay.
I'm 99,000% flat Earther, and I have been
All right.
for at least the last past hour.
For the past hour.
Hour
Okay.
in biblical hours. So like because
Frank
God created the
converted.
world in six biblical hours.
This
Like a
is
million
too
years.
Okay, this is that's interesting. I don't really understand what you mean by that, but
Of course you don't, because you're a globetard.
okay. Okay.
I've been a cube earther for the past
Listen.
32 minutes.
I've been a vegan for at least
I
2
want
hours.
another thing. Another thing is, so if the Earth is in fact flat, how does gravity work? Do you understand? Okay,
Gravity
first of
is
all,
fake. There's no gravity. It's relative density. Relative density is what causes things to fall.
the science behind gravity is so unbelievably complicated. You can't just be like, it doesn't exist. You just kind of stand on top of the Earth. Because to stand on top of something, you require
I just
gravity.
explained this. I just explained this. So it's not gravity. It's relative density. Relative density causes things to fall, not gravity.
Then what is space, dude? If you go outside in space, you just fall.
If you have a higher
Yes,
density,
obviously,
and a
if you
lower
were in space,
put it
you
into
would
a-
fall because you have
pour water and oil
Seath,
into
stop
a
interrupting.
cup.
Holy shit, Seath. Holy shit. Stop
Oh
interrupting
my
every
God.
fucking sentence. So relative density works by if you have a higher density, you go down. If you have a lower density, you go up. So space is a lower density. So if you're in space and you have a higher density, you're obviously going to go down.
Okay, that's a bit interesting. So that is semi confusing, but do you know the sciences behind the way the Earth works with gravity and everything?
Gravity's fake.
Okay. Bear with me for a second because I'm gonna have to explain to you how gravity works to
There's
get
no
you to
reason
understand
you
why it
just-
wouldn't make sense for there to be a flat Earth. Because where would the gravity be?
Okay,
do
so
you know that the
if I've
okay.
just said like gravity is fake and it isn't anywhere in the flat Earth, and we can explain all falling by relative density, you trying to say we need gravity isn't a contradiction to my model. It's you trying to add in something we don't need.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think we
Jeez,
should
this is an
research
interesting
where
debate.
gravity and find out where gravity comes
Okay,
from.
so-
Out like the root word and out like what's from that word.
Okay. I want you to understand from my side. I completely understand your side, but from my side, the theory is that the Earth has multiple rotating cores and layers, and these layers moving in opposite directions is causing. Okay, so first of all, the Earth is in
finish
somewhere.
that
Okay,
sentence. Wait, go back. So the
Yeah.
rotating cores. in
the
the Earth is
rotating
causing what?
layers. There are multiple. There's
What
a
are they
layer of
causing?
magma on the
What are they
top of the
causing?
Earth.
Yes, that's great. What are they causing?
Okay. Basically, the Earth is a giant magnet because a bunch of layers are rotating.
Great. The world can be flat and it can still happen.
Now,
That is true.
the layers are spherical, and thus they center around a singular. I
can create
ball of
a
energy
magnet
in the
that's
middle.
Flat. There are magnets that are flat.
You can
They're
create a
shaped like
magnet.
boxes. So this is not hard.
Yes, but that's not the way a magnet works because a magnet is a metal that attracts other metals.
Yeah. So are the cores. Supposedly they're metals.
The cores are not made up of metals. The cores usually
Yes,
are.
They literally,
like, okay,
they're literally
so
made of metals. They're literally
no,
made of iron.
they're not metals. There's water.
They are
Okay,
matter.
oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
The crust of Earth is is basically a bunch of rock
the
and
electromagnetic
magma.
field in the globetard model is created by the iron in the magma-based core that is being fused together. It's the iron, the metals are creating the magnetic field.
Would I fall off the Earth if I went off the edge? Would I just fall into the void?
If
like
there
Minecraft?
was lower density there, but there's not.
So does that mean that Minecraft is like realistic because the entire Earth is one flat plane?
Not true at all.
So like
If
video games can
that would make
represent reality.
Minecraft
This is
a real
not-
life simulator.
No, video games represent reality. Like video games have people in them. Does that mean video games are real? Like this is not an argument. Oh look,
Because Minecraft has trees, does that make it real?
yes.
Okay, so then have you heard of the case thing where a bunch of these, I forget exactly what happened, but a bunch of these flat earthers bought this super expensive like laser geographical compass thing.
Yeah,
and
it's
set it up
informatic
to
gyroscope.
Just
yes.
Yeah. And then they ended up proving that the Earth was in fact a sphere.
No, they just proved that the light measures at a certain number. Didn't prove anything. Doesn't prove a
They
sphere.
proved that the light measures at a certain number, and that certain number. Okay, there was
Yeah,
a
it
whole
proves
bunch of
there's- it
math
proves
and
that- it
stuff
proves
behind
that
the whole
it's,
theory.
Like moving, all that it requires is that there's a motion. So if there's on a flat Earth and it's rotating, you get the same number. So the world could still be flat with the gyroscope.
Key jump. You think that the Earth is like a flat oval, right?
I don't know about the edges. I've made no claims about the edges. I don't present a model.
Okay, but would you say that it's flat or it's
Yes,
okay,
it's flat.
two-dimensional or three-dimensional?
Well, it's obviously three-dimensional. It's not like it's a two-dimensional object that has no like Z. Clearly, there's three dimensions there.
Do you
You're
want to
saying
see a
that
map?
it's
Do you
not-
want to
it's
see a
not-
map?
You're saying that this surface is flat, not that the entire Earth is flat, because then that would mean that we would just poke a hole through the ground and fall through.
Yeah, obviously it's more than two-dimensional, but that's not the
Yeah.
argument. So that's obviously not what flat means. Flat means that there's no curve, not that it's
Mhm.
literally a two-dimensional object. Clearly, there's mountains, so it's not obviously perfectly flat. It's a stupid argument.
Well, what do you think
Oh,
about when you
totally
can, like,
nothing.
if you could send a drone up in the sky and you can see the curvature of the Earth? What does that mean?
That's just the camera.
You can't. It's a curve. What's it? Fisheye lens. Fisheye lens. It's a lie.
No, because
Okay.
then how come at ground level it's not curved?
It's what he's trying to say is that I could take a picture right now with a filter and it would look like I was curved.
Yeah.
No,
you
yeah,
do
I
that
know,
all the
but
time.
like, it doesn't have a filter and it's not fisheye lens.
But there's no
Look at
way to
Ethan's
prove that it
face. It's
doesn't.
clearly curved.
I mean, it does because at ground level everything isn't curved, but then when it goes up into the atmosphere, everything starts to be curved. So it's not like
What do you
it's
do
just
that
turns.
hard? Like, obviously, if you look from an ant's perspective, a street looks flat, but if you stand up, the street's curved.
No,
Yes.
no.
Yes. Like,
This is an
like
easy argument.
people be
The
like,
Earth is not round because if the car is straight, then if the Earth was round, it would be bouncing instead of going straight on.
Wait. Do you
easy
guys
argument.
also think that all like the NASA thing footage is fake and everything like that?
clearly 3G generated. It's
Yeah.
all computer generated. Completely
What,
fake.
even in 1969, when that wasn't possible?
Well, that was just obviously generated. Clearly fake.
Okay.
You know, NASA isn't a space exploring program, or it's not a space exploring company. It's literally just a company trying to get people to think the Earth is round. That's all it is.
What about
Because they're paid
Virgin-
$50 million a day, I think. or
What
$500
about
million
Virgin
a day.
Atlantic that went into space a few weeks ago?
They didn't go into space. They went into the higher atmosphere.
Okay, but you can still see the curvature of the Earth.
But you can't. Fisheye lens.
You know what NASA stands for? The N stands for not. The A stands for around. The S stands for surface. The A stands for at all. Not a round surface at all.
That is a
exactly
terrible
what it is.
analogy. No.
Okay, so I can't tell if you're actually trolling or if you're a real flat earther, but
I think
No way
that
this is real. You sound
I
like a
have-
commentator.
I have two, possibly three. But the first question is, can the flat Earth theory explain lunar eclipses?
I asked that earlier.
Obviously, like if the moon goes in front
Of
of the
course.
sun, that would cause an eclipse. Like if you
No,
have
no,
two
no,
objects,
that's a solar eclipse. That's a solar eclipse. I'm talking about a lunar eclipse.
like what would be the difference here? What would be the problem?
A
When the
lunar
moon covers-
eclipse is when the moon is not present in the night sky because the Earth is blocking
That's-
the sunlight that would go to the moon.
So
That's
like
not-
if the moon goes too far to the right and you can't see it anymore, it would also not be present, wouldn't it?
But according to the flat Earth map, the moon is moving at a trajectory that would make it present at least
No.
some point. So you cannot. So, but there's
No,
there
no
are
one says that
stages of
the flat
there
Earth
is
model
stages-
does not.
hang on,
Wait,
hang
stop,
on,
stop,
hang on.
stop,
You-
stop! You're gonna get muted.
I'm
Stop, or
still
you're gonna get
explaining.
muted. Stop, or you're
I'm
gonna get
still
muted.
explaining though.
Stop, you're gonna get muted. So, if the moon goes farther away from the sun, then the light from the sun won't hit the moon for the same reason the light from the sun doesn't hit Japan.
So then,
It's not
how do you
hard,
explain stages of the moon? That's part of the lunar eclipse.
because it gets closer and farther away at different points in
No,
time.
no, stages where there's
Yeah,
parts
because
of
it
the
gets-
moon that are
yes.
eclipsed by the Earth.
Because parts of the moon can be seen by the light that's close enough to the sun and not by others.
No, you're not understanding me. There's
Really easy
the
to prove. It's just that the
this is
moon
not-
goes
not
around
hard.
the Earth.
stages of the moon are where there is fractions of the moon in crescent form that are being blocked by the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, this is
Okay?
not hard to
What you
explain.
are
There's
ex-
multiple
what you
different
are
explanations for this.
explaining-
One
but,
is
but,
with
but
stop,
if the
stop,
sun and the
stop,
hang on,
stop,
I'm
stop,
still
stop,
explaining my
stop.
point. You
You're gonna
won't
get-
let me
you're
explain.
Muted. You're muted.
What the
So,
fuck?
where's the
Because
server
you
mute
can't
button?
explain something, you're gonna mute me?
I'll just kick you. There we go. Kicked. Now.
So
So
I've
it's
got a
easy to explain
question.
in multiple ways. You can say that there is a light source in the moon. There's some flat Earth models hold that there's a light source in the moon. Others hold that it can be blocked by some other object. It doesn't need to be blocked by the Earth. So you can have some other object in between the sun and the moon. There you go. Explained.
Can I ask you a
Gideon.
question, please?
Wait, can I ask a question?
It's about the sun. So basically, as far as we know, stars actually have a force pulling them apart by themselves. So you say gravity doesn't exist, whereas as far as we know, gravity is the only thing that's holding the sun together. So with that force trying to
relative density
pull it apart, how is it not basically ripping itself apart if there's no such thing as gravity to hold it
Ripping it
together?
itself apart. Relative density. I just answered that.
That confuses me a little bit, because why would it stay together? Because it's dense.
Same reason objects stay together. Like if you have a tool in your hand, it stays together not because of gravity.
No, but the tool itself won't have a force. Like the way a sun works or a star works is through nuclear fusion, right? Which is a force which will generate a lot of heat, causing it to expand. And it's
Yeah.
trying to
So if
rip
there's
itself
another
apart
force
constantly.
that's holding it together, then like electromagnetism, that would hold it together. Like we
That's the
have
thing.
we have fission and fusion generators, and they're held together by not gravity. We don't control gravity. We control some other force that holds them together. So the fact that nuclear fusion is occurring doesn't mean it's going to necessarily be pulled apart unless
But
gravity.
if you look in our fusion reactors, we're having to put external forces onto them to hold them
Yes.
together.
Surprise.
They're not
Now-
holding themselves together, which is what
That's great.
sun
So
would
so
be.
if there's another force there, another object holding it there, like a plasma field or something, then it can be held together just fine
So where's the one holding the sun together?
around the sun.
Why can't you see it?
We can. It's why the outside of the sun is hotter than the inside of the sun, just like a reactor. So not hard to explain.
Sorry, 1 second.
T-Jump, I've got a question.
Sure.
You know, so you believe that like the world map is geographically correct in terms of like where the countries are, right? So like Russia's over to the
No,
right. and-
they're close. They're like generally correct. They're not 100%
Okay.
correct.
Yeah. But what? So like, if the world is like flat and it's not like a sphere, what about the people that go from the very right side of Russia to the very left side of America? Do they like go
They what?
underneath the?
They walk like if the world is flat, you can still walk from
No,
one
but
side
like
to the other. Like what?
No, but they don't go from like left to the right. They go right around the sphere to the other side.
No, they just walk, and then that's the way it would appear on the globe Earth. It's just not a globe Earth. So it's flat. It's flat. So it's a flat
Wait.
curve. You're walking in a circle.
Wait,
You're
just
not walking straight.
let's talk. So from Russia there, if they go from the
Yeah, okay,
very
okay,
right,
stop. I've already addressed this. Like your
Yeah.
model is wrong. That picture is wrong. They're not walking in a straight line. They're walking in a circle.
okay.
Like
Doesn't
this is
make
not
any
hard.
sense.
Like the problem is that you can't understand that they're not. You think they're walking in a straight line. They're not walking in a straight line. They're walking in a circle.
Okay.
Yes, and I strongly believe that our ancestors, the ancients, they were like way more advanced than us because they were more in tune with nature and dealt with the law of nature. That's why they knew the earth was flat. And today we're so disconnect from nature and we do everything like total opposite.
That doesn't make any sense. Like people couldn't cure disease because they didn't understand basic science. They were not more connected to nature in the past. That doesn't make any sense.
Can I ask you a question? It's not quite for or against flat Earth, but how did you get into it?
I took a bet before this stream.
A bet?
Yep.
What was it?
Frank paid me $5 to defend flat Earth before the stream.
So do you actually believe it?
Of course I do.
So when did you first start doing your research into it then? Before?
About an hour ago.
Right. So before then you believed in a round Earth?
Yep.
Okay, so my friend, you're saying you brought medicine. You said medicine. You said our ancestors never had medicines. Is that what you're saying?
They didn't know about biology. They didn't know to wash their hands. They didn't know about penicillin. They didn't know about vaccinations. Yeah, they were pretty dumb.
Okay, so question: where all that stuff come from? Like the ingredients?
Science.
Pardon me?
Science. Science created it. It's artificially created stuff made by science.
Artificial.
Yep.
Like everything that's artificial had to come from a natural source. Nothing comes out of thin air, my friend.
Actually, virtual particles do. That is a thing. But humans are also natural, and we make stuff, but we call the stuff we make not natural because it doesn't occur in nature without humans.
Wait, so how would you explain? So you think everything in the universe is flat in terms of like celestial bodies, right?
No, but obviously not. Like we can literally see the moon is round.
So why is the moon round and the Earth not?
Why is that ball round and this cup not?
But what caused them to form differently? Because obviously
I don't know.
those two things were purposely done by man. So what would cause the two things to form differently?
Well, there's lots of objects that we see, like that there are rocks that are round and other rocks that are flat. I don't need to know why one rock is round and one rock is flat.
But like, I'm not trying to criticize you, but I'm just saying, surely it would be a good idea to know for the sake of it, because it could.
No, just pretending to make up an explanation isn't actually knowing. Like anybody can make up an explanation.
I'm not saying make up an explanation. I'm saying, is there any scientific evidence as to why that could be?
There might be, but it doesn't matter. Like my argument is the world is flat, not that I know what created the moon and the flat Earth. Like that's irrelevant. If we know the world is flat, then why doesn't really make a difference.
I mean, why would the Earth be flat and nothing else then?
It doesn't matter. Like if we can literally demonstrate the world is flat by looking at it and doing measurements and say, oh look, obviously the world is flat, understanding why it is and why other things aren't doesn't make a difference. We can demonstrate it's flat, so why it's flat isn't a relevant question. I've demonstrated the world is flat, then other things don't matter here. Like the why doesn't matter.
Yeah, the question is probably like, why would they want to cover up that it's flat?
Money. I mean, NASA's paid $500 billion a day, clearly.
But why? Why are they covering it up? What's the point?
I would too if I was paid $500 million a day. They're paid $500 million a day.
Why are they being paid to do that?
Because the government likes to manipulate people to keep us to be sheeps. Stupid
Why would the shape of the Earth make a difference?
It's just a new form of Christianity to make money and keep us looking in the sky for some reason, you know?
Well, there's lots of stupid things the government tells us that seem to have absolutely no impact, that just make us do stupid stuff like work and taxes.
So why would it matter if the Earth's flat or not?
Why would any of the other stupid shit the government teaches matter? It doesn't. They just make us learn stupid shit to keep us to be sheep. That's the point.
And also, why would almost every government on this planet agree on that one thing alone?
Every government manipulates their people in the same ways by saying, oh, look, our country is great. You should worship our country and believe these stupid facts that have nothing to do with reality. So it is not a hard stretch to say, oh, they agree on lots of stupid facts that they don't need to be talk.
And there's a reason why you had the League of Nations, and currently why we have the UN, United Nations.
Yep, that stuff. Yep,
I have a question.
sure.
So can you explain the different time zones if the Earth is flat? Like I don't really
If the sun is a little ball above us and it moves from one point to another point above us, then some parts get darker while other parts get lighter, and that's the time zones.
So wait, I've seen this video and it was basically based on the idea of. So I was trying to support Flat Earth, but then it seemed to have a flawed logic within it of the idea of contradicting seasons. To
Well,
then
I
have
didn't
a
make the
90-day
video, so why are you telling me?
cycle works. So what it did was it had the sun, but
I didn't make the video. I don't care.
No, I was just going to ask: would you agree with the same model?
I didn't make the video. I have never even seen this video. I have no idea.
I haven't even told you what the video was yet.
Yeah, but you telling me doesn't tell me anything. Like I haven't seen the video, so I can't know if I agree or not. All I'm doing is hearing your representation, which isn't necessarily an accurate representation. So I can't. I don't.
Do you want me
I
to
didn't
try
make
and
the
find
video.
you an image of it?
No, I don't want to look at the video. This is your video.
Okay.
So let me ask: if the sun's such a small ball of light, how come the other planets get sunlight?
What? It's very bright light. It's brighter than the other planets.
But if it's not bright enough to light up the whole surface at once, how do all the other planets get light?
Because there's nothing in between the sun and the other planets, and there's atmosphere and stuff between us and the sun.
But it wouldn't matter how small or how bright the sun is. It'd matter the size.
We get light from the stars, like apparently millions of miles away, because there's nothing in between them and us. If you put like an atmosphere, like the day, then you can't see them anymore because there's something in between it. So if enough stuff reflects the lights, then you can't see it anymore.
why does the sun just not light up the entire universe if it's really bright? Because it's dark and
Because there's stuff that the light reflects off of in between it and the rest of the universe. Well, technically,
the sun the sun and the moon we share is local. It's local for us. That's our local sun and our local moon. So when we look out there, we see all these other stars. We're looking at other worlds and other suns, moons, and other just like our world.
Okay, I just got another super chat for $10. I'm going back to being a globe earther. I've been paid to become a globe earther again, so I'm a sellout. Globe earth is the great thing. Now I'm going to go back and go take a nap. Peace out.
You're stupid.
Alrighty then. Well,
his explanations didn't really make sense. It seemed like he was really mad for no reason.
I
He seems to be back to a globe earther now.
I just wanted to ask where we go in from history from the Bible saying the four corners of the earth to the earth being a disc, but I didn't get to ask my question, so oh well.
I was scared to ask him about anything else, if he believed in I don't know, I don't know. He's just really off.
So does this server actually believe in flat Earth, or was that just?
Wait, what?
That was just a one-off. I'm not gonna lie.
He just seemed his explanations were really rushed, so I don't know if I should believe them or not. I don't think
They did say they did it on a bet.
Still.
I don't know, man. I had what matters to me is that it was pretty amusing. It was good use of however long I was in here. I'm literally doing nothing all day in lockdown, so it's
All right, guys, we're gonna have Dilo in. He is a flat earther, so I ask your questions to him.
Oh shit!
I did not hear that.
Do you guys believe in flat Earth?
No.
No.
I don't even I don't believe in that, but there's a lot of things that I don't even know what to believe in anymore. So it's I have to question everything.
You don't have to believe. You can do your own math and your own calculation. You don't have to wait on nobody to.
All right, guys, give me a sec. We're changing topics. So, Dila, if you want to have your debate real quick, and then we're going to change topics, and then we'll see what happens. So,
No, go
What's the
ahead.
topic being changed to?
all right. So, this is a topic. Which religion is the right religion? Discuss.
Would I be allowed to
Well,
argue no religion?
but I
Yeah, that's fine.
yeah,
Yeah,
we're
Anything you want. Yeah.
no,
no,
I
okay.
feel like no religion for people that don't really like, feel like believing in things because everyone has their own belief and what they want to follow in life. So I feel like, compressing someone to believe something that they don't is kind of contradicting towards religions.
Actually, this is a really interesting question from my kind of country's cultural heritage. Unlike everywhere else in the world, where it's just been like, "Hey, we're the right religion. Everything else is wrong." The Maori people here kind of just accepted it as a side state to their own existing religion, where the seven sons of what are their names? How do I? It was just like another part of it, of how the world came to be, which was really interesting historically, since Christianity, along with other religions, usually ends up in war.
True. But here's the question then. Within religion, it's caused so many splits and wars and there have been so many deaths due to it. So, why is one religion better than another?
It's not, because the whole thing about religion is about belief. So I feel like one shouldn't be better than the other. You know what I mean?
And then again, is this meant to be objectively the best or subjectively the best?
We're talking about subjectively the right religion instead of the best one.
Well, I feel like there's no good religion because all religions have their own bad side, and nobody's perfect, and religions are made of people, and people aren't perfect. So it kind of just doesn't mean that anyone's better than another.
So wait, if we're arguing what's the right religion, what would we say is the wrong religion?
That is a good question.
Like, not naming a religion, just based on what would your criteria be for something to be a wrong religion?
I feel like atheism, like something that worships something bad, I guess.
Atheism isn't about
Atheism doesn't
worshipping,
worship
though.
anything. Yeah, I would say something that incites harm on other people.
Yup. Hello?
Hi.
Hello.
Alright, man. Can I have my opinion on this?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
In terms of what religion is the right religion, I think that no one really knows where we go after we die, but yet we still know there's kind of an afterlife. We go somewhere, but we don't know where exactly. So
How
I think
do
we should just
go somewhere?
I think we shouldn't really just fight over it because we don't really know where we go.
Can I see this? And how do you know we go somewhere?
Okay, this reason is really confusing to explain, but if there's nowhere to go, if you just cease to exist when you die, you lose everything. You lose your identity, your consciousness, and also your memories. And if you just forget your whole life, how are we remembering stuff now?
How are we remembering it now?
I would really like to discuss this topic,
We're
but
not.
for now I would need
You're
just to
asking
my
how do you
comments
remember
in the
now
chat.
if we don't when we're dead? Because we're not dead yet.
See, I feel like religion should not even be existed since we can't even make up our own gods. It's like we're multiplying the gods that there was only one God that created us. I don't think there should just be religions. We should just all support one God and all.
See, that's
Yeah,
the
but there's
other
always
issue,
going to be
though. You're saying
conflict.
that, whereas someone who is, say, Hindu will have the belief, but they'll say these gods, plural, won't they?
And ideally, that would be the case. But I mean, I hate to make this example, but CRD, what's your favorite kind of cereal?
Frosted Flakes.
Frosted Flakes are bad. How do you feel?
I don't know.
Yeah,
care.
that's. It's just like it's. You just gotta let people believe what they want to believe in.
Yeah,
it's not
because
harming everyone else.
How
at the
is
end
there
of
gonna
the
be a
day,
different? How do they just make up a different god though?
it's because like at
culture.
the end of the day, everyone has like their own opinion, so people just make up stuff. You know what I mean?
The thing about religion is it's quite self-containing. It's almost impossible to prove or disprove because the idea is here's evidence against it. Oh, God wanted it that way. Is basically how it could go.
Yeah.
Like, who here knows what the inconsistent triad is?
No, I don't know what that is.
The what?
What?
It's basically an argument against the idea of benevolent. What's the word for all loving?
All loving.
No, basically whatever
All
the words
loving?
are. Whatever the words are, it's you can't have all loving. And
Wait, is
all
it like
powerful.
what's it called?
It's not omnipresent.
Omnius? No, that's not
No,
it.
not omnipresent. Not omnipresent. Something else.
Well, either way, whatever the words are for it, it's you can't be all loving and all powerful and have evil exist. Because
But
either
honestly, you know, another thing that I don't get
Yeah,
about religion.
it's
Oh, sorry.
omnibenevolence. Sorry. Omnibenevolence is all of it.
that's the
But
word.
one thing I don't get about religion is that if there is a God, why is he letting like so many bad things happen to us if he loves us? You know what I mean? And like you could say that he's testing us, but like that still doesn't make sense.
Sorry to interrupt for a second. I just want to say that I've been donated $5 by Harry to become a Sphere Earther, so now I'm a Sphere Earther. Thank you, Harry. I'll praise the globes. Praise the globe.
Praise.
After all
Like,
that
someone
arguing, you're gonna
please
praise
pay
Rome.
him to be a cube for next. Well,
Nah, Sphere's open. That's the one I
but
chose.
seriously, with the idea of the inconsistent triad, you could argue that it's the lack of God that is evil, but still, then again, why would a God allow that to happen?
But there's still evil on the earth that likes to take over the earth sometimes. But also at the same time, God is letting these things happen so he can lead up to a bigger event.
But like, for what? You could just live in peace.
Yeah, I know
All right, one
that.
sec, everybody. Sorry, I'm gonna move some folks out of the stage and move some fresh faces up here. So one sec here.
Okay.
But here's the thing, right? Why are we all suffering for something that supposedly Adam and Eve did if we're going with
He
Christianity?
wants to test us to see if we stay loyal through hard times.
But why is he testing us? We didn't do anything.
Why do we need testing?
Oh, we
Surely
kind
if
of just
God was all
existed, and
loving.
then us human beings, we
Because
let
let me
the whole
explain why
world
God
go to
does
hell.
it. Let me explain why God does it. God does it because he wants you to choose him. And that's the reason he tests us. Because if we are not tested, then how does God know that we want to be with him? Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you this. Why does God so badly want us to be with him?
Yeah, give me two vibes.
Because he was the creator.
The reason God wants us to be with him is because God wants to be worshipped as the God that he is. You know what I mean? Like, honestly.
Isn't
Yeah, I
God meant to be
understand that.
humble, though?
How do we know?
Excuse me?
that
No,
God
wait.
He wants to
sorry.
lead his followers to the right place.
How do we know
Well,
God
who
is
says
like,
God has to be the
actual
right
person?
place? Surely, so long as you have the right morals, there should be no issue.
If God is this being of perfection, then obviously being with him would be the best place to be.
Despite being an atheist, I've actually read the whole entire Bible back to front, and I kind of like it. I mean, I don't have anything against anyone who believes in him. I just personally don't. But not going to belittle someone just because of something they believe, because that's dumb and hypocritical.
I mean, like, the Bible, I can understand that because you don't know if you can completely trust the Bible or not.
Yeah, because it was literally written by white cis men.
Wait, hold on.
There's
Way
no
back,
proof
way
that
back.
it was created
back it
back
up.
when it was created. There was
Hold
no
on,
proof.
rewind that back. Wait, how do you know it was like written by like like white cis men. I mean, listen, personally, I'm not really like a major, Christian, but how are you so sure it was made by like white people?
Well,
I mean, no one.
I have to Google some shit because I need to know.
Wait, what'd you say? Did you say that the people that wrote the Bible were white people? What'd you say?
Yeah, the girl said that the people that wrote the Bible were white people, and I kind of questioned her on that.
Oh, okay, yeah, you're definitely wrong on that. The people that wrote the Bible were Middle Eastern, so they weren't white.
I don't even think.
Well,
I don't even think colors existed back then.
But it really doesn't. Yeah, they did exist, but it really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter.
Horrible.
The Bible's for everybody. The Bible's for everybody.
The whole point is that, like, people wrote it, and you can't really trust what people write, because
Yeah, but they were inspired by God, though.
But how do we know that, though?
Well,
yeah, and how did the book
because of the miracles of the Bible? That's how we know.
How do we know that's right over the Quran, though?
How does the book even get transferred to generation?
You're asking me how do we know it's better than the Quran, right? There are inconsistencies in the Quran. There are no inconsistencies in the Bible. What inconsistency is there in the Bible?
What do you mean? That's like not factual or something? That's like
Can you point out an inconsistency that there's in the Bible?
Like what? Like the hate, like saying that people shouldn't be gay and people should just be like.
Well, depends on which aspect you look from it.
Not being gay is. I'm sorry. Go for it. Go for it, Shinri. Yeah, what I was gonna say is not being gay is the way our moral system works. So,
what's wrong with it?
It's an abomination against God.
Why?
It just wasn't meant to be that way.
Yeah, exactly.
Why?
It wasn't meant to be that way.
It was made for reproduction, but what?
I mean, I don't want to offend anybody, but it's man for woman, not man for man.
Then why did God create the G-spot? Like, not to.
Okay, well, I personally find that offensive. I'm not gonna remove you.
Sorry,
or anything,
I didn't mean
but
that to be offensive.
I find that very offensive.
Sorry, that was just meant to be a surface level question.
Right? No, I understand. I'm just saying, it offends me personally. Yeah, but basically, God made man for woman.
What are we talking about? Luigi?
Well, I'm expounding that the Christian faith is the correct faith.
So what would happen? Okay, here's another sort of paradox for you. What would happen if you asked God to create a rock that even God couldn't lift?
God cannot do anything that is logically contradictory to his nature.
Why not? God can do anything.
God can do. God is maximally great. He can't do. He can't do everything. Do you understand? He can do what God cannot do something that's logically contradicts his nature. He's maximally great. He's not.
But he resurrected someone from the death, and
okay, that's not a contradiction.
That's not correct in the human life form. You're not supposed to do that.
What do you mean you're not supposed to do that? God can do anything he wants. That's logic. Logically.
But that's not logical though. Someone's not supposed to come back from the dead.
Tell me how that's not logical.
You just
people once they die, they die. That's it.
Anything that doesn't go against his nature. So, for instance,
what
God
is
can do
God's
anything.
nature?
What do you mean? What's God's nature? He's God. He's omniscient, omnipresent, omnipotent.
So, what goes against that nature?
What goes against that nature? Humanity and angels have gone against that nature.
Why would God? Okay, here's a question for you. If God is all-knowing, right, and God created us, surely at the moment of creating us, He would know everything we do throughout our lives, based on the way we were created. So, how does that allow for free will?
Just because God knows what you're going to do doesn't mean that you don't do it yourself. That means you choose. God knows what you're going to do, but you choose it yourself.
But God puts you up to those challenges. God knows how you're going to react. God creates the entire situation for you.
That's right. God can know all that. That doesn't mean you can't choose it yourself.
No, but why does He let it happen? Listen, right? So basically, the idea of this is there's a rat in a maze. someone does something to make someone knows exactly how this rat thinks, they can go in their brain. They set up the maze. They will know exactly what the rat's going to do upon creating it. Therefore, almost showing them in a way that the rat doesn't have. I don't know how to explain this better. Sorry.
Okay, well, try again. Try your best.
What?
That's fine. No problem.
It's not. That's a tough way of explaining it. He's not. It's free will. He knows what you're going to do, but he knows the choices you're going to make. But he gives you the option to also pick the right choice. But he knows whether or not you're going to do what he expects you to do. He just hopes you're going to follow what the guidelines he set. So that's like if you go to school and they set you guidelines, it's not everybody's gonna. Not every their guidelines. Everyone is not gonna follow the guidelines, but they hope and pray that you follow it, and then some follow, some don't. They're not gonna force you. You just get punished if you don't, and if you do, hooray!
I have the answer to the rock one. God the Father can make a rock so heavy that Jesus the Son couldn't lift it.
Huh? But isn't Jesus part of God? Therefore,
But why is there
anything God can do.
why is there
because Jesus was supposedly the human version of God.
And also, I meant as in the Father trying to make a rock for the Father.
But
Yeah,
why
God
is there?
can't do anything that's logically contradictory. Don't you understand?
I have a question though. Why is there God
Why?
the Father, God this? I mean,
Logic.
Jesus
Why
the
would
Son,
you use logic?
Because it's a Trinity. The Trinity makes sense. If you know anything about the Trinity, then you know it has to make sense. Because it's the only system that works. It's the only system that explains how we know anything.
But isn't that basically like three gods, even though like they're all?
No, it's not three gods. It's
No.
one God and three persons.
No,
That's the idea of
a
Hinduism.
tool
It's meant to be
represents
one
one
God that
thing.
represents
No,
himself.
Hinduism is
version of
different.
it.
Hinduism has many different gods.
But they also believe that there's one true God that basically is able to use these other gods.
Hinduism is false. It's a false religion. It has many contradictions as well.
What about people that do witchcraft?
Because witchcraft is against God. And if people do witchcraft, then they'll go to hell.
What about Christian?
I figured out how to explain my
What about
analogy from
I think
earlier.
if people
Right.
do witchcraft,
People
actually,
that
that's just kind of
praise
dumb.
God, but just put it into their
Wait,
rituals.
I think
very
people that do
quickly.
witchcraft are possessed by the devil.
They're gonna statement like
No,
that.
but
It's like
Christian
judgmental.
witches, they
A very quick
do
thing. I
rituals
figured out how
for
to explain my analogy
your
from
God.
earlier. So if you're making a robot, you'll be able to say exactly how that robot thinks. If you know the situation you're putting that robot in, that robot will do exactly what you predict if you've programmed it and everything like that. And then you put it in a specific situation, you can exactly predict how the robot will react. Same idea with humans. God creating a human, he basically programs us and then creates a situation. God knows what we'll do, therefore there is no free will.
What do you mean by God creates the situations? God created the earth and made it perfect. Humans were brought into it and then they fell because they disobeyed God's laws. God made everything perfect for humans. They decided to make it fall. Now, did he know it was going to happen? Absolutely. But God gave them free will to choose. And they chose to do the wrong thing.
How could he give them free will if he knew exactly how it was going to go and he allowed it to happen?
Just
and caused it to happen that way?
Just because you know what someone's going to do doesn't mean that they don't choose that.
But if you create them in a way and you know exactly how it's all going to pan out, you've basically made that decision for them.
No, you haven't made the decision for them. You're conflating two things. There's God. God has God's will be done. Right. He has a plan for humanity. Right. Now, the
where's
way
the free
he
will
does
in
it
that
is,
if we all know how we're going to end up as part of God's plan?
okay, let me try to explain it like this. Okay, so God has a plan, right? And regardless of how humanity turns out, right? Like let's say humanity like didn't do exactly how like God let me explain it like this. God wanted it. Wait, I got this, okay? God wanted it to be a certain way, right? But humanity chose to fall. Now, I understand what you're saying. Well, God knows everything. Yes, it's perfectly but it couldn't be any other way. Do you understand? Because it's the perfect world. The world that God created is perfect because eventually God's plan will be done.
But like, if God knew that like what everything was gonna happen, like the Christchurch shooting where someone went and like shot loads of Christians, why wouldn't he do like everything in his power to stop that?
Wait, what was
And
your
also,
question?
you're saying as a species we fell. Why are so many individuals suffering?
People suffer because they chose to suffer.
Okay, hate to bring this example up. Sorry if this hurts anyone. Child cancer. Too young, too innocent to have done anything wrong. Why?
Yeah. How did they choose to get?
It's all part of God's plan, guys. Don't you understand? It's so simple, guys.
You just
It's
chose.
all
You just
part
said
of
they
God's
chose for
plan.
that.
What's the plan?
cancer.
You're killing a
Those
child.
people-
You understand that
Exactly.
people have to suffer in order for the greater good to be done? If people don't suffer, then they won't be able to be the best they could possibly be.
Two
But it
kids
would be
dying
because
from
God would be
cancer
able to
is a
create a
correct
situation
thing
where
to
that's
do.
possible.
Yeah, nothing
But
good
the
comes out.
because that baby died of cancer, maybe something better will happen because of it.
How?
Like what?
How is that possible?
Like what?
I see where you're coming from, but
you know-
what about other things?
Like I believe in God, but that statement just makes no sense.
What do you mean? How does it make no sense?
You're saying that people like they make themselves suffer, but like for example, if a 2-year-old gets cancer and you're saying like something good is gonna come out of it, what's gonna come out of it? Something good. The child is just gonna feel.
Okay, then I'll ask you the question: why would God cause it to happen?
That's
Exactly.
our
Why would
point.
it?
It's a challenge for the parents.
But I'm asking you. You're saying you
For
believe in
example,
God. Why else would God cause it to happen? If there wouldn't be the greater good from that.
Making it happen so that
medicine too. Like,
could you repeat it? Because you're kind of cutting out. Could you?
Yeah, it was cutting out.
Wait, am I cutting out now?
No, bro.
Okay, so
if God is
basically
if God,
everything God wait, let me finish. Everything that God does, he does for the greatest possible good, right? So like I understand child cancer is a bad thing temporarily because it'll kill the child and it makes people suffer. But because of that child cancer of that, like let's say that particular child, it will cause the greater good to be done at the end of the day. For instance, let's say that child was, I'll give you an example. Let's say that child was going to turn out to be a murderer. Well, because God took the child's life at the time he did, that child never grew up to be a murderer. Do you understand?
Exactly. Why does it have to go to that?
Going back to your free will point, God should give that child the free will to play out their life, see if that happens. Otherwise, God is not allowing them to use their own free will.
God is giving them free will. Just because he gives them cancer doesn't mean he's not giving them free will.
No, he's
taking
no. Yeah, my point is, God has given them free will. He's seen into the future, seen their evil, not giving them the chance to use their own free will. Defeats the point.
Okay, so what you're saying is they didn't have the opportunity to use their free will, and so why is that a bad thing?
Because God is effectively not giving them free will by not letting them use it.
Just because they couldn't use the free will doesn't mean that they didn't have free will.
Let's say you have £1 million, but you're never allowed to spend any money. What's the point?
Well, okay. So I understand where you're coming from. You're saying, well, if God doesn't allow someone to have or to use their free will, why give it to them in the first place?
No, my point is going back to earlier. You was on about free will and like in our argument about how it all plays out. You're saying God is able to predict the future, so he's just stopping it. That is effectively stopping their free will and knowing that doesn't exist because he knows exactly how they're going to play out in life after creating them.
But you don't understand. You're saying he's stopping the free will. He hasn't stopped the free will. He's preventing them from doing. He's accomplishing the greater good at the end of the day. Do you understand?
So you're saying every baby that's ever had cancer is going to be a murderer?
No, he didn't take anyone's free will. The child
them.
died before he was able to use it. He didn't take anything away from it.
a lot of people grow up a good, healthy life and become murderers, and he gives them that free will. He could have killed them on the spot. As they were-
Look at Jeffrey Dahmer.
But don't you understand that everything that God does is for the greater good at the end of the day, guys? You gotta understand the way it works. God,
But so you're basically saying that God made Jeffrey no. So you're basically saying that God gave Jeffrey Dahmer the free will to go kill people. He
It was
killed
in
people.
God's plan. His ultimate plan is to make everyone better. Jeffrey Dahmer's a great example of someone who became a Christian after he killed those people.
That makes people
But he
resent each
killed
other
his
because the family of the people that were killed now resent Jeffrey Dahmer, and most of them want to get revenge. Then that just makes a whole spiral of resentment towards people. That makes it
understand
worse.
that they want revenge. I understand that it causes pain and anger, guys. But understand that it's all part of God's ultimate plan. Do you not understand?
Guys,
God is much greater than us.
If God's
putting
that
God. Let me
powerful,
explain. Let me
he
explain
wouldn't
something.
need
Wait.
the
Jeffrey
suffering.
Dahmer turned into a Christian
Guys,
doesn't mean
give me
that
a
he's
sec. You're
still a
putting
bad
God to the
person.
test. You can't put God to the test.
Everyone's gonna die one day.
Exactly. Everyone's going to die, and you're going to face God. What are you going to say on Judgment Day when God tells you you are not saved? How are you going to feel about that?
I want to say you're a sick
Or
being
not.
for facing stuff like child cancer.
About the day of judgment, you think
But
like
God did
only
it for the greater good, Agent. Don't you understand the greater
So
good?
why does he let
If
people
God was
get
that
raped?
powerful, he wouldn't need to do that for
So
the
you're
greater good.
Why does he let little kids get raped?
Facts.
What good comes out of that?
To the Greg. Oh,
right.
Listen, I
those
can't give
kids
you
ending-
specific examples of, well, this is going to cause this. I'm not God. I'm telling you God's plan is perfect. Do you understand?
Yeah, like I understand that part, but it's just like if a kid's like, for example, gets raped, what good comes out of that? Like, you don't have to give me a specific example, but like, what could you say good can come out of it?
Listen, by answering that question, I'm putting God to the test, honestly, and I'm not going to go there, honestly. I'm not going to put God to the test. Nobody should put God to the test. God is a perfect being. Everything he does is righteous. You understand? You were created in his image.
But how do you know that?
I know that because of the miracles of the Bible. I know that because you wouldn't know
How do you know
anything
they
without
were
God.
real?
You can't believe the
Wait,
Bible.
wait. How do you know the miracles of the Bible were real?
The Bible is
How
not
do I know
like,
the miracles
you
of the
know,
Bible? Because we have great attestation of all the different gospels of the Bible.
Wait, can you repeat that? You cut out.
We have attestation. Do you know what attestation is?
No.
Okay, basically what I'm trying to say is the gospels, they haven't, I'm not saying they've been proven necessarily to be the truth, but we have good evidence that they are in fact true. Do you understand?
For example,
the 500 witnesses.
Where are they now?
I mean, they died, but Paul attested to the fact that there were 500 witnesses. So
one person said there were 500.
Okay, but why would he lie?
Why would he say the truth?
The same reason anyone would lie.
Okay, what would be the purpose of Paul lying? Paul was a Jewish man who had no reason to lie about anything. Why would he lie about Jesus Christ? What would be his motive to lie? He used to kill Christians. He used to hunt them down. Why would he lie about that?
But you don't know if these people were in the right mind because these people didn't have the same research stuff that we had. So they could have literally been on drugs. They literally could have taken herbs.
Even if they were on drugs, that doesn't matter. They could have been on drugs. It really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. The fact
What do
of
you
the matter
mean?
is,
That affects your judgment on everything.
let me explain something, okay? What you're telling me right now is that a Jewish man who used to hunt Christians, right? A Jewish man who used to hunt Christians ended up turning his back on, becoming a completely different person, changing his personality, and becoming a Christian, and writing about Jesus Christ, and writing and making, writing amazing books of the Bible. And the reason he did it was because he had a miracle happen to him. So it's like, how can I not believe it? Like, how can you not believe that that's
That could be a
that's a miracle?
telltale.
Wait, how do we know he
I'm just saying the Bible has been rewritten so many times, so it's like we don't know which is which can be like the truth.
Oh yeah, true.
How do we know Paul existed though?
How do you know? Are you serious? Even the scholars say Paul existed. I mean, you can talk to the scholars, honestly.
These all could have literally been like bedtime stories for people.
The professional scholars that study the Bible, sir. And I'm talking about independent scholars. Scholars that aren't even Christian. They believe Paul existed. So.
Why did God put the tree in the Garden of Eden?
Well, because people needed to like let me explain. Let me try to explain this the best way I can. Guys, there's a plan, okay? A plan. God knew everything that was going to happen, but it would be for the better good, for the ultimate good. Do you understand?
Wait, God knew all this whilst creating everything, right?
Yes, he knew, but guys, it's because this is the best of all possible worlds.
To go back to my earlier point, as he was creating it, he knew exactly as it would turn out, right?
Right, he did.
That means there's no free will because God has made it so that it will end up this way.
No, you don't understand. God gives you free will. He knows what's going to happen. Do you understand? God's plan is in place.
That's completely contradictory.
What do you mean? How is that contradictory? Please explain the contradiction.
God creates you knowing exactly everything you'll do in life. Whilst creating you, he makes you in such a way that you will do these things.
No. He doesn't make you do anything, sir. I'm cutting you off. He doesn't make you do anything. You do what you're going to do. He doesn't make you do anything. God knows what you're going to do, and you do it.
in a way that will make you do that.
God doesn't make you in a way you'll do anything. God makes you perfect the way you're born. Do you understand? When you're in the womb, you are a perfect being. And through life, you change just like anybody else, you know? Because like obviously you grow up, your behavior changes, like obviously. But my point is, like, everyone is made perfect in the womb, right? But you also are born with original sin because of the fall. I mean, I totally understand that as well. So it's kind of a balance between good and evil, but from the time you're born. Now, basically, what I'm trying to get at is God doesn't make you do anything. Do you understand, sir? God does not make you choose to be evil.
That was me misphrasing my point. I meant God makes you in a way that will cause you to.
All right, let me try to explain to you. God makes you in a way to where you can choose to either accept him or reject him, right?
He knows what you will do.
He knows what you'll do, right? But it doesn't make you do it, right? He makes you in a way where you choose to either reject him or accept him. And you can either choose to accept him or reject him. It's that simple. And right now you're rejecting him for absolutely no reason.
I'm rejecting him because I've got no legitimate reason to accept him.
Okay, so how do you know anything, sir? How do you know anything to be real? Explain that to me.
From my own research, my own logic, my own observations within life, I've grown up in a highly Christian area. Trust me, it's not like I don't know anything about Christianity. At one point in my life, I was Christian.
Okay, so I'm going to try to explain this to you the best way I possibly can. Okay, so what is ultimate in your foundation?
By that, do you mean why do I believe what I believe?
No. What is the ultimate in your foundation? In like what do you believe is ultimate in your worldview? And how do you know it?
Basically, living life, honestly.
No. What is ultimate? What do you understand? What the ultimate is? What
I'm
created
a bit confused
everything?
by your wording, to be honest.
Okay, what is ultimate means? What is the foundation of everything? What created everything? What implements the laws of logic?
But honestly, to live, you don't need to think that something created something. We just came. I don't like. You don't really need that.
You don't know anything. You can't know anything. Do you not understand that if you don't know what, if you don't know what's fundamental, then you can't know anything because you don't know that what secures everything.
So, for example, you want how the universe was created? What?
I want to know what's fundamental. Do you understand?
Basic maths and equations within physics.
That's not what.
So basically, how we all got here? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, basically, what secures that things are going to stay the same today, and what secures that tomorrow's going to be the same way that everything is today? What secures that?
But it never is.
Nothing.
It never
There's always
is.
the tiniest chance. Everything we know is wrong. It's just and it could be a massive coincidence. But statistically speaking, by this point,
then you can't know anything. How do you know anything, sir? Sir, how do you know anything?
But how do you know anything? Because everything changes.
Because God revealed it to me. Do you understand? I have God's revelation. You don't have anything that secures anything.
What makes God's revelation so vital? What gives it the ability to say this is true because I've had this?
you're gonna have to repeat your question.
Okay, let me rephrase it. Basically, why is that more valid than me saying I've converted to Pastafarian because in a dream something happened?
Okay, so what you're saying is that there's a different worldview that can explain what's fundamental, that can explain why the
There are
laws of
so many
logic
worldviews
are
that
the
could.
way that they are.
Yeah,
Okay,
there are so many.
so which one? So pick one. Go ahead. Tell me which one it is.
I'm atheist. Simple.
Okay,
Me
so
too.
then you don't have one. Then you don't know what's fundamental.
No, he's talking about science. I'm pretty sure Agent believes in like
science.
the
Yeah,
Big
that's fine.
Bang.
You can believe in science. I believe in science too, but that doesn't
clearly
explain
not.
what's fundamental, sir. And it doesn't explain what secures the laws of logic.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. What makes it fundamental for you in your religion?
What makes it fundamental? It's been revealed to me
How?
through the Bible.
But the Bible, the Bible, you don't know if the Bible's real or not.
No, wait. Let's just keep going down this route of how.
Wait. Let me explain. I know it's real because God made me in a way to where I cannot not know it's real. Do you understand?
That doesn't make any sense. Literally just explaining why you believe it, but it doesn't explain how it's real.
From my point of view here, what you're going is you're saying it's real because God said it's real, and God's real because God said God's real. Do you see what I'm saying?
Okay, and why the problem? Are you against circular arguments?
Circular arguments are very annoying because they can't be proven.
Foundationally, circular arguments prove God. Like there's only one of three ways you can prove what's fundamental. I mean, there's only one of three ways. You can either fall into dogmatism, you can fall into infinite, or you can fall into circular reasoning. And I just choose to use circular reasoning because fundamentally it's the best one.
Do you realize the issue with circular reasoning, though?
Okay, what's the issue with circular reasoning? It's virtual circularity, by the way.
What? Okay, by your logic, what would be the difference between some random guy today saying I'm God because I said I'm God? Why would that be different?
Wait, what?
Theoretically, someone could just say they're God, and by your logic, they would be.
Okay, it doesn't work like that. Somebody can't just say they're God and they automatically get this
No, but by your logic, that could theoretically be how it works to them.
How would someone say that they're God explain how the laws of logic are secured, sir? Can you explain that to me?
Basically, someone will just come along and say, I'm God, I've just come back in human form, something like that.
Okay,
like if Jesus came back today, everyone would say he's mad, right?
Just because someone did that wouldn't contradict the Bible, though, would it?
I'm not saying it would contradict the Bible. I'm saying that's the issue with circular logic.
He's saying it as a reference.
You don't understand, like you
believe in Big Bang.
Wait, I'm not done yet. Like, I understand what you're saying. You're saying there could be a different system, right? But you would have to prove that system to be coherent, but in its own merits. You understand? By its own merits.
Wait, let me ask you this then. How long did God exist before he created everything?
How long God does not exist within time, sir?
God does not exist within time.
No, he does. He's atemporal, aspatial, and he's outside of time, space, and matter. Basically, like he's outside of all that.
What about when he was in human form as Jesus?
Okay, God can become human, but so what? He's still outside of time.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Okay,
so
go
from
for
all
it.
the stories that are in the Bible, why aren't things like that happening today through God's will? Why did he stop?
They are still happening. You don't believe miracles happen?
Miracles do happen, but God is not the one making them happen because there's no one praying to him. Normal people every day, miracles happen to them and they don't pray to God. They don't even know who God is sometimes.
Okay, so what's your point?
My point is that through God's will, you know, he makes miracles happen. But these people don't even know about God. So why would he be doing that?
Okay, well, basically, I mean, yeah, you guys haven't even proven how you know anything to be the way that it is. Honestly, like, I mean,
But
it's
you
like
haven't either.
Frank,
Yeah,
I
you're
did
just saying
prove
because
it.
God. When we say observations and equations, you're just saying, but how? When we give you the same question, you reply to us with circular logic, which is quite flawed.
Okay,
You
how's
just say the Bible and
you still
God,
haven't given
and
me the
then
reason why it's flawed?
I mean, circular logic as a concept is flawed, not.
How is it flawed? How is
I've
virtual
already tried this
circularity
once,
flawed?
and you wouldn't. I don't want to go down this rabbit hole again. We've already tried once, and it wasn't going well. Okay.
Okay, can I ask something?
Okay, go for it.
Okay, I've been in three religions, okay, and everyone says that they believes is on the Bible. But how can you know that what you're learning from the Bible can maybe be incorrect? How can you prove that it's not incorrect what you're learning from the Bible?
How can I prove that it's not incorrect what I'm learning from the Bible? Because God revealed to
Yeah.
me the perfect word.
How did God do that?
No, but wait,
By
here's
making
the
me know
problem.
it
How?
infallibly by
Okay, I've
revealing
been
it
in
to me.
three religions. I've been in the Catholic, I've been in the Christian, and I've been in the Jehovah Witnesses. And
Okay.
what they do in the three religion is that they get them in a group and they study it. And they say, hey, this is what God, Jehovah has revealed to us, okay? But they understand in different ways, okay? They understand it in different ways. So the Jehovah Witnesses say, hey, hell doesn't exist. We're living in the hell. Then the Catholic people say, hey, hell does exist and heaven does exist. So we have to decide what we're going to do, our decision, so we can go to heaven. And then the Christian says that if we pray, we're going to heaven. So how can we know that what we are learning from the Bible is true or incorrect when other religions have different beliefs related to the Bible, the same Bible that every religion reads?
Okay, so what you're telling me is which sect of Christianity is the correct one? That's what you're basically saying, right?
No, I'm just saying, how can you prove that what you believe is truth? Like, it's like better than the other religions say. Like, it's stronger than the other religions say. How can you prove it?
Well, because it's consistent.
I mean, it's not.
Okay, have you
Yeah,
proven?
but
Have you?
everyone says that.
Wait, I'm
Everyone
not
says,
done
hey,
with
it's
Agent.
consistent.
Do you want a
Agent,
contradiction in the Bible?
Agent, you just said that there's a contradiction. Give me a contradiction, please.
Thou shalt give life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for etc. But then again, so that's Exodus 21, 23, 25. But then in Matthew 5:39, ye shall not resist the evil, but whoever shall smite thee on the right cheek, turn to him the other. One saying, get revenge in proportion. The other one saying, don't get revenge.
Okay, so if I am correct, you're talking about You do you not believe in progressive revelation?
So you're saying God was wrong?
No, God as time. See, that's just a weak argument, AJ. You know that just as much as I do, man. So come on, I'm
Is
not
it?
even gonna answer that. You
Can
can
I,
use a
No,
different
no, no,
argument.
no. If it's such a weak
That's just a weak
argument, you should
argument.
be able to very quickly disprove it.
I already told you, it's progressive revelation.
God's outside of time, so progression within time should mean nothing to God.
Okay. I don't know how you're proving your point, brother.
You're saying progressive revelation, which implies the idea that at one point in time, God was wrong.
No, God's never wrong. God gives us the laws in a time when we need the laws. You understand? So right now, the laws are what's perfect for this time period, right? They work the best for this time period. But as time moves along, then God's going to reveal more to us. And basically, that's what happened in the Bible. God gave the laws to the Jewish people for their
Surely God
time.
would be able to create one perfect set of rules.
God did create the perfect set of rules, sir.
Then why they changed over time?
Well, because of progressive revelation, I already explained that to you.
What I mean is God should be able to create one perfect set of rules that don't need to be.
People change, time changes.
Yes, but if God is so great and so powerful and so smart, they should just be able to create one rule, one set of rules.
Okay, what you're telling me right now is that people don't change. God knows people change, so God is going to reveal.
No, I'm saying God should be able to know what will stay and what will work throughout those changes.
Then there's different
Why should
religions.
we believe he doesn't? What sense does it make to think he doesn't?
Agent, I think he asked you a question, sir.
Oh, I didn't. I can't hear you. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead now.
Well, you said God. If God is God, then he understands. He knows all outcomes. Essentially, is what you're saying. What's this? What reason do we have to believe that he wouldn't?
I'm not saying he wouldn't. I'm saying theoretically, if he did, he'd be able to create a perfect set of rules throughout all of the.
He already has created a perfect set of rules. They're based on his
set of rules
character.
that does not change.
That's right. Anything evil will be destroyed. That's the ultimate rule.
But then there are parts that are changed.
I don't know what you're getting at.
Not essentially on the base. You're on about the basic principle of it, not the specific rules themselves.
Well, you're not being specific yourself.
Give us an example of something that's changed.
I did a minute ago. Thou shalt give eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, etc., etc. But then also turn the other cheek.
Okay, no, you misunderstand. Let me explain. You misunderstand. In the Old Testament, we had preachers saying, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. But Jesus Christ said, you have heard that it has been said. God didn't say an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The Old Testament says
God shared
but God
information in a way
didn't say it.
which
So
would be.
Jesus pointed out that this is flawed way of thinking. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. But Jesus said, but I say unto you, if your brother smite you on your left cheek, offer to him your right cheek, offer him your left also. If a man asks you to walk a mile with him, walk two. If a man sues you for your coat, give him your cloak also. In other words, embarrass him with kindness right in front of the judge. So, okay, Your Honor, I'm guilty. I lose. Hey, I want to give him my coat. It's the most expensive thing I own. Here, take my coat, sir. In my gratitude, with my apologies, and they'll think, wow, look at the difference between me, this greedy guy who wants to sue this guy for his lazy coat, and he is so kind that he's not only accepts his fate, but wants to give me his cloak. See, so Jesus taught a higher standard than what was preached by Old Testament preachers.
Then what
So I tried to tell him it's a progressive revelation, but he didn't want to accept it.
No, I get what you mean by progressive revelation. I'm just saying, why wouldn't God, if so powerful, so smart, create a set of rules that just works forever anyway?
He does have a set of rules.
You two are
that
giving
works.
different arguments and trying to say they're the same.
The problem is that
one
man
is saying
doesn't
that God
adhere.
gave two different sets of rules throughout time. The other one is saying God does not need to do that. One of them was wrong.
No, God didn't give two separate rules. Sets of rules. The problem is that man doesn't adhere to and live by perfectly the laws of God. That's the problem. It's not the problem with God. It's the problem with man. God's laws are
all the
perfect.
information in the Bible is exactly as God would want it to be said?
I haven't seen anything otherwise to the contrary.
No, but I'm asking you, would you say that's true?
The Bible is inspired by God. It proves itself to be. There is nothing in the Bible that. Well, I mean, what do you now? There are 80,000 errors in the Bible, in the texts. But you know what? The vast majority of them amount to the spelling of a word, which doesn't change a thing about what the passage means. And the worst case scenario is textual variance, which amounts to a couple of scenarios. One might be the scribe who was making a copy of the Testament was sleepy, tired, left the passage out. Then he writes it in the margin, and for the next guy who tested it to plug it back in. Or Worst case scenario is he writes his idea on the side, and the next copyist thinks that's a passage that he forgot to put in and puts it in, but it wasn't scripture to begin with. And then, but the thing about those is that almost every one of those can be discerned by copying. We have an abundance of riches when it comes to biblical text. There are 5,800 or something like that copies, partial or complete, of the Old New Testament. It's astonishing in comparison to ancient religion. Nothing compares to the Bible. They have a mountain of text, right? And so what scholars can do is they can study a text by the writing style and the ink used by one. Say, we know this text was written about 300 AD, and we can look at this one and say this one was written 400s, 500s AD, because there was a change in the style relating the Aleph in the Hebrew. They changed the way that they penned it. We see that. We know this one was written a century, 2 centuries later. So what they can do is they can take those and look at the textual variant and say, we see what happened. We've got this text from this century, that one from that one, where it is, and it's not in the one before. And then it's not. What's happened is the scribe has added it because it was a margin note. We even have the text that shows it was. See, these can be discerned. Almost every one of them can be discerned this way. So the bottom line is this: do we have an accurate copy of what was actually handed to the copyists by the apostles who penned it? And the answer to that is unequivocally yes. We have a very, very accurate copy of what was penned by John and Paul and Matthew and Mark, or their secretaries. We can be confident that what the copies that we have are extremely accurate, with the exception of minor errors that don't amount to a hill of beans, because scholars have studied the biblical text more than any other literature, and we have such an abundance of physical texts that they can discern all kinds of things by studying one text from one century to another, and you can make deductions about it. They peer review it and all this kind of stuff. So do we have an accurate new translation? Accurate copies of the New Testament? And the answer is yes.
Exactly. And let me explain something to you, Agent. Maybe you don't understand this, but the reason that God made, like, as you say, 2 different laws is because the first law was given to the Jews, right? And that law was given to the Jews in order to bring about the coming of the Messiah, Jesus Christ. The Jews were the light of the nation. Do you understand? It's because of the way it's because of the Jews that Jesus Christ is able to come in, which is the completion of the law, which is the perfect law, which is the one we should follow. Do you understand? It's all part of God's plan, which is what I was trying to explain to you before. So it's not 2 different laws. It's one law. It's the law of Jesus that was completed in Jesus, that was started in the Jewish people.
One's literally saying get revenge, the other one's saying don't get revenge, though. How is that the same thing? They're 2 polar opposites.
Excuse me. Can you are you quoting a new a Matthew passage? Can you explain that a little bit? You talk about one saying revenge and the other saying not saying revenge. Can you say that again?
What?
I mean, it really is. It's progressive revelation. All right, that's how better can I explain that to you?
I know what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying.
Can you
You're
repeat?
not getting what I'm saying here. You're just coming up with the same points back to whatever I say when I'm trying to give points to explain why wouldn't this happen in the same?
All right,
Because
AJ, let me try to explain it to you one more time. What was revealed to the Jewish people was revealed to them in order to bring about the Messiah. Do you understand?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying.
Okay, so what's your issue with God? Go ahead.
I've seen no hard physical evidence of God. If you want to know why I don't believe.
Okay, why don't you believe? And by the way, let me get back to this point that you said. Well, let's not go down the road of the trilemma. Let's not go down the road of how do you know things. Like, I really want to know how you know things, because honestly, I don't think you can prove it to me. I want to know how you know things. And I know you said, well, a man can come down and say he's God. Wait, I'm not done yet. A man can come down and say that he's God, and oh, well, he can say he's God, and why shouldn't you believe him? Well, he would have to prove to me that he's God. Don't you think that would be something that he would have to do?
I've seen no physical evidence in front of my own eyes.
Your
say
own
that God
body is
real.
physical evidence that God is real.
That's
the
right.
evidence that God is real is just everything. Everything you see, hear, and touch, and smell, and taste.
I can
is
find
evidence of
another
God.
explanation for that easily through science.
But
No,
the
you
difference
cannot.
between religion is just like the difference between government. It's all
let me
about
prove to you.
control and design.
For the
It's
record,
all
I have to
about
go to
personal
bed
faith,
soon.
man.
Just
Let me
if I
prove to
leave
you
in a
that you
minute.
can't find an alternate explanation for those things without God. Let me give you one example. Okay, this is one of the strongest arguments that could ever be had that God exists.
Mm-hmm.
The DNA in every one of your cells is a package of information. It's understood today. It has been since the early 20th century. The DNA molecule is an overlapping and nested package of highly compressed information, more complex than Microsoft Windows. It operates with linguistics features of phonetics, semantics, punctuation, syntax, grammar, and epibetics. It operates algorithmically. It has algorithmic programs, many programs in it that do information find, search, replace, and repair. They run algorithmically. They're algorithms. Here's the thing. Information, linguistics, and algorithms only come from minds. They only come from intelligence. There's no potential in matter, in motion, material processes, chemistry, to create information, algorithms, and linguistics. It's impossible. They all come from intelligence. There is no known example of information, linguistics like semiotics or algorithms that it can be produced or ever has been produced by any material process. It can always be traced to an intelligent source. Always.
How do you
There's no
define
exceptions to this. None. So we
Okay,
know
by
for a
your logic,
fact
God
that
is the
information
exception,
comes
though.
from all these things. So this means that the information that finds every organism in the world was fabricated by a mind. Now that mind, because of the outrageous complexity, is so great that the more they study biology, the more layers of complexity and interdependence they find, even just within a cell, which is so small you can't see it with the unaided eye. The more layers of complexity, chemical complexities, and interdependencies they discover. The mind that made it would have had to have been so outside our box in intelligence, we might as well call it God.
It doesn't need. You're saying life can't be found without a creator, right?
It's
because we
impossible
haven't
for
found-
organic life to come into existence without intelligent agency.
Right,
Matter
that is
doesn't
because
organize.
we haven't.
Matter, it's an empirical law of science. Matter does not organize itself into complexity. It moves towards disorder.
You're going to go
You
and
find
right
that
for the
kind
record.
of. So when you find that kind of outrageously high ordering, for
You keep repeating the same point. Can I just say my thing now?
which has function, order which is specified to have function, you know that an intelligence was behind it.
Right,
Nephilim, do you believe in evolution?
Evolution is a 19th century myth, actually, that dates back to the Hindu Brahmin 3,000 years ago.
So you don't believe in evolution?
I don't believe something that's false. It's that I believe it or disbelieve it. It's just not true.
So are you aware of the overwhelming evidence of DNA regarding evolution? They can trace our common ancestors all the way back.
No, that's a myth. No, they can do no such thing.
Have you looked
You're
into
running
this?
into the
Or you're
complexity of
just
DNA,
making
yet
an
when
empty
it's used
assertion
against you,
that
you're
that's a
saying
myth?
no, it's just a myth.
What you're talking about is what's called phylogenetics. There are countless problems with the evolutionist idea of phylogenetics, and they're based on slim pickings from the DNA of various creatures, basically mostly on protein codes. But that doesn't give adequate similarity enough for you to state that this creature is the ancestor of that. That's inadequate.
So how can you
DNA
how can you account for the hyperinflation after Noah's Ark to account for all the species we have right now?
Here's something that's very interesting to observe. I'll be happy to respond to your question, but first consider this. I just gave you a piece of information that empirically proves that all life was created by God, and you summarily dismissed it.
Right, I've actually been.
I just proved it to you because I told you.
Can I go back to that actually?
DNA.
Because I was trying to answer this earlier.
I just proved it because I provided you the knowledge.
No, I will go into that now
is
for you if you want.
Please let me finish my sentence. I don't want a sentence to last 10 minutes. Let me finish my sentence. I'll be as brief as I can, but I can't finish the sentence. I can't stop. Okay.
I was starting speaking earlier, and
the information. I verified this by providing the knowledge that DNA is an information package that is algorithmic and linguistic, proving that the organism, every organism, was designed by an unfathomably great intelligence.
That's an empty assertion. That's
and you
not
dismissed it.
That's an empty assertion.
Well, it's a fact based on science law.
No, it's not.
In what sense is it an algorithm?
Contrary to that.
Here, let me prove to you you're wrong. If I'm wrong, provide me with any example of information, linguistics, or algorithms that's been produced by nature, and somebody has observed it happen and knows a mechanism for it.
You want an example of communication?
Do you know of? Do you say it's wrong? But do you know of the evidence that it is wrong? You can't tell me. You're just
intelligence.
That's an empty assertion. You're making a blank, empty assertion.
You are making an empty assertion. Intelligence is an emergent property formed through evolution, which totally explains it. For you to explain God, like as complex as you think we are, you try to explain a supreme being with a conscious mind and the power to create the universe. That's complex. We are nothing compared to that.
I just explained to you.
Other than to just say he always existed, special pleading, that's it?
Moving the goalpost now. I just provided you some empirical information. It's empirically factual. That information, algorithms, and linguistics are created only by minds. That's
what do you mean by
are you saying DNA is so complex?
So this is an empirical fact that every organism in the world was designed by a mind. There's no argument that can be led against it, except you can say blankly, it's not true. But saying it's not true is not verification that I'm wrong. To verify I'm wrong, you'd have to provide examples where human beings observed that information, linguistics, or algorithms have been produced by material causes, and somebody has put it in a science paper. Got one?
Well, what's an algorithm?
Fractals, crystals, they seem to form some sort of pattern.
There are plenty of organisms.
An algorithm is a procedure for finding the lowest common denominator in mathematics, or for finding a bit of information, making a comparison of that information, and a decision about what to do based on the outcome of the comparison. That's what an algorithm is.
I don't think that's.
If we was to give you an example, you would just simply brush it off and saying, "Oh, but God was the one that did that."
You're dismissing the empirical evidence I've given you that God created everything.
DNA is
literally
not,
every living organism alive today. If we say that, you will then just say, but that was God.
Well, I've got the proof. Information, linguistics, and algorithms can only come from the mind.
But
you're dismissing it. You're dismissing empirical science.
Mind come from something else.
You're dismissing empirical science because you don't want to believe in God.
Yeah, but you're saying that,
Nephew's right. Nephew's right.
I mean,
he's saying that DNA is an algorithm, or it's operating based on the definition of algorithm that he just gave. Like that's not what DNA does.
That is what
DNA is a storage. Okay, you want to go into the computer-based argument and call it an algorithm? DNA is a form of storage.
So let me explain this. Scientists who are geneticists, most of whom are not creationists, but evolutionists, have published papers that describe the algorithmic processes of DNA. As many of them, in fact, they are algorithmic. They say this is not an illusion. We're not just saying we're describing it algorithmic because it's kind of like it is algorithmic. I have sources.
I've got it for you. So you're saying something.
Okay, but it's not doing anything that breaks the laws of physics in any way. Like these sort of systems exist elsewhere.
Why would it need to break the laws of physics? All it's doing is an algorithm is a procedure for finding some information, comparing it, and making a decision about what to do.
I think I've got one for you. I think I've got your example.
It's not seeking information. Like DNA is not performing.
DNA is a form of storage.
It does. Have you not heard of DNA repair mechanisms that fix mutations?
Yeah, but those are going to be like proteins and other features that are doing.
It's algorithmic. It's algorithmic.
You're probably thinking of something like RNA.
How can it be algorithmic if it's not?
I'm just going to tell you this. I'm not going to hold your hand, okay? I'll just tell you this. Evolutionists, geneticists publish that DNA repair mechanisms are algorithmic. They employ algorithms to
That's not
find
the
and
DNA
repair
itself. That's a
DNA
repair
information.
mechanism.
Okay, so that's the fact. I mean, even the evolutionists agree with it. They just don't talk about where the algorithms came from.
Okay, here's one for you. Right. So are you saying that it has to be created by a consciousness?
Algorithms require mental processes because they require the comparison of information in a
Here's
choice.
one for you. A
Let
virus.
me
It has
finish
no
my
form of
sentence,
comprehension.
sir. Let me finish my sentence. I'm responding to your question. You asked me a question, then I get halfway through the sentence that is a response to it, and you want to interrupt me. Just
Let him
allow me
finish.
to let me answer your question. Okay. So the answer is that an algorithm is a procedure for finding information, making a choice about what to do once that information is discovered. Those are mental processes, not chemical ones. Okay.
How is DNA doing that though? How is DNA making a choice?
Quickly.
No,
While
but I
we're
mean
talking
that's
about DNA. Let's talk about something without consciousness that isn't alive, that's able to create more of itself. A virus. A virus will hijack something else that has no form of consciousness. It's just a set of DNA.
Doesn't matter. The DNA of a virus operates algorithmically as well.
They don't make choices though, so they don't fit your definition.
No, they don't. They literally just hope they stick to something.
But wherever DNA is found, there's algorithms in it. This is how viruses. This is how viruses can mutate and modify themselves and evade predation by
Actually, they mutate because they failed to
Can
do
you
their
please
job.
not talk over me endlessly? I mean, I know you're desperate because a strong Christian apologist comes in here and, oh my God, I got to shut him up every second. But let's just talk, shall we, without constantly talking over each other, okay? So the DNA of a virus is algorithmic because they modify their own DNA to evade predation. It uses algorithms to do that. So even viruses have algorithms in their DNA.
That is not how a virus works. A virus
Well,
mutates
you need to
because
look into
there is an imperfection in the way it recreates itself. It's an imperfection, not a purposeful choice.
I'm sorry, you need to investigate more.
Well, like, where's the choice happening when like DNA molecules are doing something? Like, where's the choice of a DNA molecule happening?
DNA doesn't make a choice. The information programmed into the DNA makes choices.
What do you mean by that? Where does it happen?
Just like software programmed into a computer is not a human being making a choice on a keyboard. It's the programs automatically doing it because the algorithm was written into the software.
Right, I just looked up the thing about a virus and it says it's an error.
An algorithm runs in like a deterministic way according to some rules. Like that's what an algorithm does. Yeah,
algorithms are produced only by minds.
Well, okay. Well, let's just say that that's true, right? But like we're still gonna look at what they are, right, or not. Like an algorithm,
look at it.
It just runs in a deterministic fashion. Like it can be. I personally think that you could describe things with algorithms that are happening out in space. Like I don't see why.
No, that's not the same. That's man looking at things and writing an algorithm describing something. Algorithms in genetic algorithms are not descriptive. They're prescriptive. They prescribe what must happen or what should happen.
It seems like it's just chemical processes obeying the physical laws.
But it's not because it's prescriptive. See.
So where does it violate the physical laws then?
I didn't say it violates physical laws. I say the information, the program was written in by a mind. It can be executed and do what it does without the involvement of a mind after that. Just like software. You don't honestly think that Microsoft Windows has a little human being hidden in it, does it? When you install it, you install Fred.
No, but
all right then. It's the same difference. You're being nonsensical.
Could a computer just like have you ever heard of a Boltzmann brain? Like why couldn't a computer just fluctuate into existence?
Do you seriously not get this? Do you seriously?
I don't see why a mind is. Why do you need a mind for a process to run according to an algorithm?
You need a mind to make the process. That's it. An algorithm requires intelligence because they're mental processes, not chemical ones that create them. That's the way it is. Sorry, that's empirical.
Mental processes, not chemical processes?
I'm sorry?
Are mental processes not technically chemical processes?
No, mental processes are non-physical. Chemical processes are material.
Why are
Right, so
brain
how
processes
does
non-physical? They are
how does
caused by differences within chemicals in the brain.
Look, here's the problem. Even if you believe that minds in your error were chemistry, you still have to have an intelligence in order to have the DNA of the first cell that ever existed on the earth. If you believe evolution, that
An
means it
individual
was
cell does not
designed.
need intelligence.
That means it was designed. If it has algorithms in it, it came from an intelligence. So
well,
an
is there like a
intelligence
population
existed.
entailed?
An intelligence existed before the first amoeba did. Yes,
So
sorry.
you're saying that in order for something complex to exist, something that follows a pattern or a rule, there needs to be intelligence.
You're attempting to you're trying to straw man.
No.
Simple
I'm trying
fact
to get.
is
No.
the
Legitimately, I'm
simple
trying to
fact
understand
is
your argument.
I've
because
already
I feel
made
like
it
I am
clear.
misunderstanding it.
I've made it clear. Algorithms require intelligence to be produced. So wherever you
Okay,
find an algorithm in DNA, and a program that's executable, that seeks information to compare it and then make a correction or fix it or copy it, that's from an intelligence. All organisms have algorithmic operating DNA. All organisms are a product of intelligence.
May I
It's
ask a
purely
philosophical question?
scientifically true.
I just want to get one quick one in, and then I'll let other people talk. But okay, so we're talking about the creation of the first cell, let's say, and if that isn't happening simply in accordance with like physical processes, right? And you're saying that an immaterial mind is interacting to produce that, then like there has to be a violation of the laws of physics in there somewhere.
No. God's supernatural power isn't a violation of the laws of physics. It supersedes the laws of physics. You're looking at it from a materialist bottom up way, and that's your error.
Well, okay, but then you're just saying that like God has set the physical processes such that this thing would come about, and then in that case, I don't see why it couldn't have just come about via.
Well, I've already
physical.
explained it. Algorithms, information, and linguistics come only from intelligence, and every DNA cell, molecule in the world operates by all three.
Would you mind
I
if
think
ask
it's begging the question, but I'll pass the mic.
real quick? If you know, it's just this is not even necessarily about religion, really. But if we consider like an algorithm is just a set of instructions that something follows a lot of time within calculations, right? So if you gave a computer the operation to add 1 to a number each time, technically that's kind of an algorithm, right? Does an intelligence come up with that, or does that exist within mathematics already?
Your question is a little bit vague. I'm not sure I understood it. If wherever we find an algorithm, it was produced by a mind. That's empirical.
Wherever we find an algorithm, it has been produced by a mind. Is that like a ethereal mind producing all mathematics, or is that like a human mind creating something that we then find? What's your context for discussing that mind then?
Well, wouldn't it depend on where we find the algorithm? Perhaps we could discern something about who was the mind that created it. Right?
Well, the algorithm I'm proposing is the algorithm of just +1, just adding 1 to 0 over and over again.
Your point is nonsensical. It doesn't make sense. If we find an algorithm written on a piece of paper, we can study that and we can come up with the conclusion about where that algorithm may have come from. And the same is true if we find an algorithm in DNA, we can study that and consider where the algorithm may have come from. But you can't just blanket. There's no potential for chemistry to produce an algorithm because mental processes are necessary.
What I mean is just we as a group, we need to figure out what an algorithm exactly is. If we're going to discuss this,
algorithms have well been defined by people for probably a century and a half.
So how do you explain machine learning?
Yeah, exactly.
Intelligence designs the process by which the machine learns. The machine doesn't learn. There's no ghost in the machine. Your computer doesn't have any intelligence. It doesn't have a mind. It does what a software programmer wrote on a computer and saved to a file.
Right. What I'm on about here is machine learning, which is basically software writing itself.
No, it's not.
An error.
Boy, you have a logical error there. No, that's software designed to to learn and then modify itself. It was programmed to do so by an intelligence. You don't honestly think that a software program like Microsoft Windows is living, do you? Are you out of your mind?
But that's not what I'm on about. No one said that.
Please, great Scots.
Do you have? Do you think there's like a logical problem with something like a pea zombie?
I don't even know what that is.
It's like a person that doesn't have a mind, basically. It's
What
a person
about
without
it?
an experience. Like, well, it's just a thought experiment that's put
Talking
forward.
about somebody who's brain dead, a vegetable or something?
No. Like they would have all the same appearances outwardly of like a normal person, but they just don't have a subjective like qualia experience.
You mean they don't have qualia?
Yeah. It's somebody with no subjective like. It would just be like
I don't know that such a thing could ever exist. What evidence is there that human beings have no qualia?
I don't believe in this. This is just like a thing where it's a thought experiment to say like, do you think there's a contradiction there?
I think it's flawed because I think it's so utter. It's not worth considering to believe that human beings have no personal qualia.
Yeah, I mean, I don't personally think. I think everybody has qualia, but I also don't think that there's necessarily like a contradiction in saying that somebody could outwardly appear like completely the same as a normal person and actually not have.
Let's consider this. Let me just make an outright statement. I believe an atheist is a person who's an atheist by choice. There's no such thing as an atheist who's made an atheist by evidence or science or philosophy or anything else. They're atheists that choose to be atheists. Every atheist chooses to consider themselves an atheist, to bury the knowledge of God and pretend he doesn't exist. And here's the crazy thing. When discussing the evidence for the existence of God, you can provide empirical evidence for the existence of an almighty God or an intelligence that created everything in the world, and they summarily dismiss it one after another. If they were honest with the facts, they'd become a creationist. Then they'd wonder, who is the God that made it? Now, the evidence is that life was created. We were all created. We have the empirical evidence of that today. 20th century provided it. Now, here's the problem. The question is no longer, did we evolve or were we created? Science has demonstrated we were created. The only question now on the table is, who is the creator? Is it God of the Bible? Is it Brahma or Vishnu? Is it Ea or Anu? Is it Thor or Zeus or Chaos? That's the only question that's left here.
Pretty much everything you're saying is wrong.
Right, yeah.
Science has shown we evolved, and you negate evolution. There's something wrong with that. I think you really need to go back to school and learn a few things. You have absolutely no idea what you're talking about.
I've already proven evolution false.
Stop being angry, my friend. Stop being angry.
You heard something about imperial evidence for God, and we keep rejecting it. No imperial evidence for God has ever been presented in thousands of years. Never will.
Also, of course it has.
Character.
You just summarily dismissed it. I explained to you.
Let
me give you one sentence without anybody talking over me. Let me just give you one sentence without anybody talking over me, and then you guys can have your sentences without anybody talking over them. Okay. So I gave you the evidence of that. I explained to you that science has discovered that all organisms are function because there is a package of information that operates linguistically and semiotically. We were designed by somebody. Okay. Now, who is the designer is the only question left. If you could say, here's potential. What are the potential explanations? Well, there's God. Okay, which God? Now we can explore that. Which God? Okay, or maybe some alien life form. But now there can't be an infinite chain of aliens that evolve to intelligent levels, power enough that they could create life on Earth, and then they were the product of some prior intelligence that had to evolve from the rock soup that had the power to created. You can't go infinitely back to that because you never get back to the point that somebody created somebody. Who's the original creator? See, there can't be an infinite chain of aliens. So
when you talk about like
God.
The origin point again, like is going to involve some kind of violation where the immaterial is interacting with the material in some way, right?
The problem is that Information linguistics and algorithms come only from intelligence. So if you play this hopscotch around the universe game where you say there was an alien civilization that evolved, but they were kickstarted by another one who gave the DNA the information that would make them evolve by a prior existing alien intelligence from another world, and it goes on backward, you still haven't answered the question. The information, linguistics, and algorithms only arise from minds. That means you can't have an infinite number chain of organisms that evolved from rock soup that created another kind because somebody had the original information, linguistics, and algorithms that made the first one in that series, and that logically is God. See, so it doesn't matter how you slice it.
But why does it have to be God?
Firstly, DNA isn't an algorithm. An algorithm is a word used to describe computer text. It's as far as I've seen, it hasn't been used to describe DNA before. Or maybe your sources have described it as an algorithm.
I'll say it
again. As far
again.
as I've seen, DNA isn't described as an algorithm in any way, shape, or form.
Well,
I
you're
agree.
so
I
wrong.
looked it up.
I've got.
Look up the definition of it. He's right. There is nothing to do with what you're talking about.
Yeah.
You have
So
no
you're-
idea what you're talking
You're
about.
completely wrong. I'm going to say it one more time, and then I won't bother because I'm not going to debate a cow. Okay, so I'm just going to tell you this, and you can look
Wow.
it up for yourself, or you can pretend it's not true. Okay,
Can you provide sources for this?
Evolutionist
You can pretend
science.
that evolution's
So
not
let me
true. Why don't
just
you just
point this
pretend
out.
that
Okay,
evolution's
I'm not
not
going to
true?
debate it anymore
One at a
because
time.
it's
You
just
haven't
too
started debating.
it's just too
Make
stupid.
empty
I'm just
assertions.
I'm
That's
just
all
going to
you
make
do.
this point, okay? And you can pretend it's not true and look stupid. Evolutionist scientists publish in peer-reviewed journals that that DNA is algorithmic, linguistic, and more complex than any spoken human language. The linguistics
Why don't
of
they
DNA.
believe what you believe? Why don't
So
science?
now
Why don't
they say it's functional, prescriptive information that operates algorithmically and semiotically. Now they don't state, they won't admit that means it was designed, but they do publish that it's not, we can kind of think it like that. No, they say, is no doubt, it is a fact. DNA is information which operates both semiotically and real algorithms. That's a fact. Evolutionist scientists in the peer-reviewed journals publish this regularly. Okay, so if you don't want to believe that, that's your ignorance. That's a
Wait.
fact. Okay.
As complex as you believe
I
that we are.
have it opened on search right now, and I see
That's
nothing
God.
of the sorts on my end.
Well, I'm sorry.
So
You
I'm not
just-
quite sure what you're talking about.
If you know, if I could
if you
screen,
can give me like some keywords that I can look
yeah,
for.
if I could screen share with you in this room, I can't do it. I could provide you screen caps
Can you?
of
Oh, you
science
can link
papers.
it. You can link it.
Send us a
Science
link.
Let's
Papers
Talk.
by
Link it and let's talk.
evolutionist scientists who publish this. You want to do your own homework, go ahead. But if you want to pretend that it's not out
Can you
there,
help me
there's
at
lots
least?
of it. Okay?
Like,
You can
link like
Yeah,
your
but
study
you're
in Let's
claiming.
Talk.
Post the link.
Okay,
Post the
you're
link
claiming.
in the general
Please
chat.
post the link. If you want us to do our own research, you could at least help point us in the right direction.
Yeah, exactly. You're
Well,
claiming this.
my
without
information is
providing
all
evidence
in the
for it.
form of slides, not text. I'm sorry. If you should look it up.
Post the
Though.
slides then.
Well, listen, it's not hard. Don't pretend you can't
Okay,
Google.
what's
This is what you need to
what's the
do.
source that
Just
you
pull
use
up your
to get slides?
browser. Look, just pull up your browser and type algorithms in DNA and start reading articles.
That's what I did,
that easy,
and
okay?
I don't have
All right,
anything of the
guys,
sort that
Oh
you're
my
talking
God.
about.
Okay. Well,
Hold on,
look,
hold
you
on.
can pretend it's not true all you like. Okay.
Okay, I found some. The algorithm proposed by the scientist determines which regions in DNA are genes and which are not. It's just explain
That's
what.
an algorithm to study DNA. That isn't saying
Yeah,
algorithm
it's
DNA
not
operates
DNA, it's used to study
algorithmically. I'm
DNA.
sorry, it operates algorithmically.
How about pulling up
Okay,
your
fine.
browser? Up
There's
proof
plenty
of
of it.
Clearly don't
evolution.
know
That's
what
what you
it
need to do. Look up proof of evolution. That's on there.
That's what kills me about evolutionists, atheists, is that you can tell them about a thing and they'll say it's not on the internet nowhere. But you go to look at it for the next 3 or 4 hours with the computer, you're going to find peer-reviewed papers by evolutionist scientists who write about the algorithmic processes of DNA. You can remain ignorant and look silly, but go
I'm
ahead,
just gonna
please.
accept what you're saying and like
It
run
takes
with what
3
you're
to
saying.
4 hours to find a paper. I doubt that paper is going to be very informative.
Well, you're lucky to look up one by Abel and Travers. Okay.
I'd like to
Oh,
ask a question.
thank you for telling me that.
Nerve, you're
Okay,
super quiet.
since this
All right, hold
argument
on,
is
guys.
going
Or look up,
Nerve, hold on.
let me give you some more sources, okay?
One
Statistical
second.
and linguistic features of non-coding DNA. Okay,
Hey,
that's
Neff,
the
one second,
title of
dude.
the paper.
1 second.
All right,
There's a
hold
guy
on.
who's just wants to talk for a while. Nerve, go ahead.
Yep, thanks.
I've when you talk about it being linguistic in nature, what do you mean by that? What is the aspect of this which is kind of defined by something we consider language in a modern context?
You're a little bit low, Nerve. If you could raise your volume a little, please.
Do you want me to repeat the question, or
No, it's just your volume is very low, Nerve. I'll just
Okay, so let me share a source with you. Okay, let me read from you just a few sentences from a recent publication. It's like last year in the news. It was published in the news. This is from physics.org, phys.org. They're an evolutionist site run by physicists and other evolutionist scientists. And they state in their news article, they state, quote, a new study from Sweden's Karolinska Institute shows that the grammar of the human genetic code is more complex than even the most intricately constructed spoken languages of the world. The findings, published in the journal Nature, that's the most prestigious journal in the world, by the way, explain why the human genome is so difficult to decipher and contribute to the further understanding of how genetic differences affect the risk of developing diseases on an individual level. The sequence of the human genome in the year 2000 revealed the 3 billion letters of A, C, G, and T in the human genome consist of are ordered. However, knowing just how the order of the letters is not sufficient for translating the genetic discoveries into medical benefits. Analysis reveals that the grammar of genetic code is more complex than even the most complex human languages. Instead of simply joining two words together and by deleting a space, the individual words are joined together by compound DNA words and are altered, leading to a large number of completely new words. The title of this article was Complex Grammar of the Genomic Language, published in the journal Nature. Okay, so I could provide numerous sources like this. Okay, evolutionist scientists themselves acknowledge DNA. Here's another title. Look this one up: The Linguistics of DNA: Words, Sentences, Grammar, Phonetics, and Semantics, published by I forgot which institute, university. There are numerous sources. It's not in question. DNA operates linguistically and algorithmically. Everybody is on board except you uninformed atheists.
So Neff, let's just if we were to just run with it, right, and say that it is like a language, or it could be described as a language. So when you say you reject evolution, but you believe in like a special creation, right? But like, what is it that? Why, if it's a special creation, right, then like, why do we need these sort of mechanisms at all, or why would God create them at all? And then if it's not, and it does go back to like a single cell originally, then like, what is it that God would have had to do differently than to just set the universe in motion such that would happen eventually via like physical processes, or like
well, because physical processes can't produce algorithms, linguistics, and information.
Well, like
they're produced directly and only directly by a mind.
Yeah, but I know that that's like the claim that you're trying to defend, right?
No, it's a fact, not a claim. It's an empirical scientific
why
fact.
Couldn't this happen though?
We just don't have any potential for it to be otherwise. All information linguistics and algorithms are direct creations of an intelligence. Chemistry can't put things together in such a way that one arises.
Why
if
not?
You find an information, because mental. I've already explained this. I'm going to go to the kitchen. I come back. Because I've explained it. Mental processes are involved in the creation of an algorithm. Do you get that? Not chemistry, mental processes.
Well, like, what's the chemistry that blocks?
Think about that for a little while. I'm going to take a short break.
All right. Well, yeah. So, I mean, I guess I'll just finish what I say. Like, I don't see how a DNA molecule couldn't come into existence via like chemical interactions. And in that sense, like, if it could, then you're seeing. If it is a language, then there you go. There's a language that happens because of these natural processes. I mean, I don't see why that's impossible, but even if it's, say, the only instance we have of it, I mean.
I'd have to agree with you, yeah. I feel like that guy's really driving this conversation here. It goes completely.
He's very. He's been around for a long time. He's very well known. He's a. Yeah, he's pretty famous actually.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
At least in like YouTube.
Anyone want to talk, Dave? You're new on here, Millennial Matt and AK-47 guy. Before we let anybody else on the stage.
Well, I really just got here to bash the Nephilim
I have
free
some
guy,
things to
but he
say in
just
a minute.
left.
Yeah. Why does it makes no sense because why does everything have to relate to God as if the original creator is what it is? Why does that inherently have to be God? We are the original creators of programming, right? And while you could say, "Oh, but someone created us," it still does not take away the credit that we still created, like computers and software, right? Like, why does it have to be God specifically?
May I talk right now?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yep, nope.
So, yeah, I mean, he's going to say that, well, he's trying to say, like, we don't have any examples of algorithms, I guess, which, I don't know. I felt like he lost.
The only question on the table is who's our designer? That's the only one left.
Why are people...
So, what is, considering that, what are the alternatives? There's God, there's aliens. What else is a potential? What else?
We were
What else
naturally formed.
Well, I've explained to you that that's not possible. So what else is left?
You did not.
I would very much like to discuss the question of if which God is actually the true God. And I do have a question in regard specifically to what we can imagine as the Christian God, or I think it sort of works for the Catholic God as well. If you'd be willing to accept my question on that?
Yeah, I'd love to discuss that subject.
Okay. If we can imagine a God like that as written in the Bible existing, and being all-powerful and omnipotent designer of some kind, why is it that the G-spot is inside the asshole?
Bro, what?
He's just trying to drag me into a
No, he does bring a valid point.
Guttural discussion. I'm not interested in that.
So, yeah, I mean, I don't think that I could get to just saying, like, oh, there's definitely a designer.
Neither can scientists who work on DNA every day of their lives.
Some do who work on DNA.
Some
do who are geneticists.
Well, the majority of scientists do not believe what you're speaking of. There's a few theist scientists that I don't know how they got through school. But it's probably theology school is what they went through.
Numbers don't determine truth.
I'm speaking to someone that doesn't believe in evolution. That's pretty messed up. Even a lot of theists believe in evolution. There's so much overwhelming proof. For you to not accept evolution, that really says something. Do you believe in the Big Bang?
Well, I've already explained to you that evolution is impossible because DNA is
impossible. Then why is there evidence of us dating back to
so evolution is no longer on the table, guys. I'm sorry.
Okay, because
give me a sec.
Then how are we going to contradict all the other evidence?
Hey, dude, I said give me a second, please. Agnostic Theocrat, turn off your mic, please. You're hot micing. Can you hear me?
Claire.
I hear you.
All right, go for it, guys. Sorry.
The question that remains is who's the designer? That's the only question. That's the question that's
the question that gets right in discussion.
The question is becoming more and more public every day. And that's why there is such a preponderance, has been over the last 30 years, of creationists and evolutionists debating the subject. If creation wasn't true, it wouldn't even make sense or be possible for academics who are creationists and evolutionists to debate each other in a college auditorium. It wouldn't even be possible. It would never happen. So, but countless of these debates have taken place where the evolutionists have been completely shamed by the creationists right in front of their own students. Okay, the point is this: if evolution were true, there would be no debate about it. But there's controversy. The truth is this: evolution is a dying myth, and it's dying today. The tables are turned, and the end result of this is going to be that in 50 or 75 years, nobody's going to be teaching evolution theory in university anymore. It's all going to be intelligent design, whether you believe that or not. The only question that's going to be on the table is, who is our designer?
Okay, right. But the problem with that
is biology is like expanding too. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
The problem with that. Bruh. Okay.
So here's the question. Let's turn the tables. What's rational and logical about atheism? See, all you atheists, all you ever want to do is question creationists and get Christians to constantly try to answer all your bajillion questions. The table is turned. Just like creationism has overruled evolution today, it's not a one-sided game. You guys are obligated to explain the world with your worldview. So my question to you is, what is logical and rational about atheism?
Do you just want an argument of some kind, or?
Just want reason to believe atheism is true.
Reason to believe. We're not here to convert people to atheism. What? That's not the goal of atheism. I don't know.
I didn't say anything about a goal. I just asked what is it that makes atheism the rational and logical conclusion for anyone who considers the facts intellectually.
So everything is natural. We've never been presented with anything that's supernatural. We've never been presented with any real evidence of any kind of a God. Everything is based on natural circumstances. Energy.
That's a base assertion of yours. I've already disproved that. But that's not an explanation of anything. You're just giving me a base assertion. I've asked you what makes atheism rational, and you can't say just because nobody's proven otherwise. That's not a statement of evidence. If you asked me what's rational and logical and scientifically correct about Christianity, I would be expected to give an account. I can't just say because atheism is not true.
I didn't say otherwise. I said anything supernatural.
What is logical or rational?
To God. That's not God.
What is logical or rational about atheism?
That could be a ghost. That could be anything supernatural, a miracle. Let's see any proof of anything like that. You've got nothing.
No, you're misunderstanding.
Why is Jesus the only
atheism is a set of views that entails physical materialism, determinism, moral subjectivity, evolutionism, and naturalism. Okay, these are the tenets of the atheist worldview. You guys complain. Please let me talk for a second, please, guys. So you guys say that everything is explainable by those things, right? Because none of them are supernatural. That's the natural world. Okay. So what's logical and rational about atheism? Why is it? What explanatory power does atheism have? How does atheism demonstrate that chemical determinacy is the truth behind everything, or that physical materialism is the truth, that there is no such thing as anything beyond the chemistry of material things, or that physical matter in motion is able to explain everything, or that there are no objective moral values and duties, that everything is, all morality is subjective, or that molecule determinism is true, that the cosmic pool break, the Big Bang, is able to order matter in such a way that you get Beethoven in the end. See what I mean? These are the things you have to give an explanation for when I say, what is logical about atheism?
Well, it's no more illogical to think that something could provide for all that doesn't have intentionality or subjectivity. So you're not really giving mechanisms for how it's done either.
Intentionality. Well, I did. I said mental process, but intentionality. No, you mentioned intentionality. Let's explore that.
Well, I mentioned it in a certain context.
Okay, so how does intentionality arise from physical materialism?
Okay. Well, I mean, it's going to be a very complicated answer.
How can material processes produce intentionality?
Well, I think that what happens I think that the physical process that generates consciousness in the brain is like what it does is it makes models of the world, and those models can fail or succeed in being accurate to the world that they're trying to map, let's say, or model. And that's where like normativity and intentionality are coming from. Is that
that's a blanket assertion. You didn't explain anything. You just said, I could say, crickets, are actually grinding the wheels that turn the robots machines that turn out Nissans.
Yeah,
and
right. But
that's what I believe. But that's all you've
that
done.
Is what you're doing when you say,
haven't
like,
explained
it's not
anything.
that
See,
right.
So I need
Right,
explanations. I don't need blank your belief system. I need explanations. Explain to me, please, how intentionality can arise from physical material processes.
So explain to you how a process could be like a modeling process, like I was describing.
Is there intentionality in chemistry and matter? When molecules interact with each other, they do so only because they're in immediate contact with each other. A molecule on the left can't interact with a molecule that's a foot away. It's impossible.
Sure it can.
They have to.
That's
what? Wait. What?
Yeah.
A molecule.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Flawed.
No, I'm sorry. That's absurdity. Chemistry happens. Chemical interactions only happen as the observable. Wait.
What about a magnetic field?
No, you're outside of chemistry now. Chemical interactions, every chemist in the world knows a molecule here is not going to interact with that one over there unless they're in immediate contact with each other. That's how chemistry works, okay? Because they borrow and steal electrons from each other. All chemistry is electromechanical, okay?
Okay.
So
chemical interactions.
Let me finish my assertion, okay?
And entanglement. What about entanglement?
So you have to explain to us how interactions between molecules brings about the intention, the desire to accomplish something. The desire, not just accomplishing something. Because if you say this encounters that and see that happens, that's not good enough. You have to explain how the two interacting produce the desire, the intent to do something instead
wait.
Instead of doing it based only on the physical properties of the molecule. That's chemistry.
Well, no,
you have to go beyond the chemistry to show intentionality. That's what I can't get you to explain.
What you're ruling out, say, like you're saying, like something like an electrical impulse is not chemical, right?
Did you understand my question?
Yeah, I did, because you're not including anything.
So can you explain why chemistry is able to produce intentions?
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? Simple chemistry is not fully descriptive of like what happens in the brain.
So whatever. What is the evidence that intentions can arise from chemistry?
Right. I'm not saying that like intentions can arise from simple chemistry or like the way that chemical interactions are described by like high school chemistry.
Okay, great.
Right.
So you don't have any evidence that intentionality can arise from the material interactions.
Right. Yeah, so material is going to be a broader term. Right. Material is going to be.
So you can tell me your ideas, but you can't tell me any science. Excellent.
No,
Thank you so much.
Well, you're trying to.
Thanks for playing.
How do you think science forms? Wait, how do you think science forms in the first place? What do you think experiments are?
Thanks for playing. Next.
Well, you're narrowing the options that I have to reference.
Intentionality is what it is. Right? You're pretending that chemistry is intentionality.
Well, I'm thinking of it in terms of
molecules can interact with each other because of their physical properties. That's why they have an interaction.
Yeah, but what's an electrical signal?
Right. So where does
is that a molecule interacting, or what is that?
Where does the volition to do something arise from? Molecules interacting because of their physical properties. How is intentionality arise from physical propriety? Explain.
Emergent property of evolution that you don't believe in.
You're not explaining it.
God of the gaps and incredulity. That's all you have. You don't.
You're getting angry because
therefore God.
You're getting angry because you see the validity of my argument, and you can't provide an explanation.
No, I don't see it as as something that's ruling out the idea that there could be like a more complicated process happening.
Do you know of any reason that we can believe that intentionality can arise from physical material properties?
Well, I don't know of any reason why I shouldn't think that that's what's happening when I look at animals and
I
things
don't
with.
know you think you shouldn't believe it. All I want to know is, do you have evidence that intentionality can arise from physical properties?
I answered
it would seem so. It would seem so. Yeah.
Because of what?
Because of like brains, the existence of brains.
No. Okay. So I say, you say brains. I say purple shenanigans, flipitoids. See, I win. See,
I'm sorry.
You're not providing an argument for anything.
Y'all are just going in circles at this point,
Yeah,
and it's not going anywhere. And I think y'all are really off topic with what this thing is supposed to be about. And I feel like we should be back on topic instead of going in circles with this, with the science behind it.
Well, see what that's a good point. But see what it boils down to is when you ask these kind of questions of atheists, they say, because I believe this is what happens. I don't care about what you believe, sport. I just want the evidence. But atheists can't give us any.
I want the evidence
from you.
I want
You
the
have
evidence that Jesus got resurrected from the grave. Please tell me that.
Well, I mean,
we have a reason to believe that.
We have a reason, but do we have empirical evidence for that?
We don't have empirical evidence of it, but we have some very strong arguments for it.
Like Nephilim, like, have you ever been under like anesthesia?
Yeah.
So like, why should we expect that like, giving you some kind of drug would just like be able to predictably like knock you out for a certain amount of time and then you wake back up again? How? That makes it seem to me like your consciousness is a physical process.
The idea that matter produces mentality is an absurdity.
Yeah, you can go next.
Only atheists believe that or claim to, and atheists account for a tiny minority in the world. You guys are deluded. So I'm not giving you any.
I don't get how
we don't get any arguments. I didn't get anything. You just tell me what you believe.
Someone had a question. What was the question?
Yeah.
First of all, melon fruit. I was listening to
my question was, why is late?
No, not you, man. Not you. They're a little quiet. You gotta hear them all.
And I'm not getting an answer.
Hold on, that's
not.
Because how old are you, sir? That's my main question. How old are you?
He said, "How old are you?"
I turned 60 years old yesterday.
What?
60 years old, man. Damn, happy birthday, bro.
Thank you. At the big 6-0. But
let's get back on topic, though, right? Like the general question: what religion is the right religion?
No,
that's the question.
The question was, what makes atheism logical and rational? And I'm not getting any answer.
What makes Christians logical and rational?
So the question is, why is atheism logical and rational? And we don't get any answers. So you guys are not able to defend your views?
Well, yeah, I mean, I would say that it seems that most gods are human inventions, and that humans have a propensity to invent gods, and therefore, like, when I'm presented with a god claim, it's probably an invention, kind of inductively. That's my argument.
I agree with that.
Mr. Christian, what is your name, sir?
Oh my god, bro.
Nephilim.
Yep. I agree that most gods are invented. I agree with that.
Mr. Nephilim 3, I have a question for you, not about me.
Okay, but before you ask it, I would just point out that I asked a question about what is logical and rational about atheism, and I couldn't get an answer. What's your question, miss?
My question is, why? What's wrong with being an atheist? What's wrong with being a Christian? Well, I'm pretty sure you're a Christian, because if you weren't, you would probably be in here, but I'm sure that as Christians, our job isn't to worry about other people's beliefs and religions. Our job as Christians are to try and help people and spread the word about God. This really isn't spreading the word about God. Our job is to spread the word about God, not force our religion on other people and ask questions on why their religion is how they are and stuff. Like, this isn't our job. This isn't our place. This isn't our place. If they want to be an atheist, they can be an atheist. they want to be a Christian, they can be a Christian. They can worship who they want to worship.
I don't
At the
think
end
he
of the day,
denies
it's not
that.
our place to
Yeah,
tell
I
who
understand.
we can't worship.
I understand, but maybe there's a bigger picture you're not really seeing. Atheists have a prominent place in our world, even though they amount for a small percentage of the world's population. They have positions of high authority in this world, in science and academia. And the problem is this, that they have undue influence on the minds of 10-year-olds, 12-year-olds, 14, 16, 18, 21
Oh,
year olds.
the irony.
And the reason I do what I would, the reason I debate is so that anyone listening can hear a Christian refute atheists and know and take that to the bank. And then they can start saying, well, if I'm going to believe something, it's not going to be atheism, it's going to be a theism. Now, at the very least, I've moved that person towards being a theist and away from atheist if they hear me refute atheists on their on philosophy and science and whatnot. So now they're not going to be an atheist. They'll be a theist. Now the problem is, now which God is true? See? So there is
This is why I'm
value
agnostic. I'm agnostic because I don't believe in anything in specific. It doesn't make sense to me. I wouldn't say I'm an atheist because then I don't believe in anything at all. I acknowledge that there might be something that exists.
That's not
but
what atheism is. Being atheist doesn't mean you don't believe.
I don't
Atheism does
debate
not mean that you don't
atheists.
believe anything.
I don't
It's
debate
not-
atheists because I want to convert them. I'm not trying to convert anybody here. The only reason I debate atheists about these things is for other people who might listen and hear, for them to hear an atheist be crushed by a Christian in debate. That's the only reason I do
Well,
it.
I don't
It's
think
not,
you've
I'm not
crushed
trying to
anyone so
convert
far.
anybody.
I don't think you've crushed anyone so far, sir.
I've crushed
let me ask-
every athist I've ever debated.
Sir,
always
let me
will.
ask you.
I can link you to an
let me
atheist who
ask you
hasn't
a
been crushed
question,
before.
sir.
There is no atheist that can refute
You do
anything I
realize
say.
that some
There's
Yeah,
no
sir,
atheist on it.
Sir, why do I have to?
I've debated laypersons and PhDs, and nobody comes close.
Have you debated Graham
It-
Officer?
it's-
Have you debated Graham Officer? Have you debated him?
That's mean, but anyways, so my main question is, well, it's not basically a question, but you do realize some atheists aren't actually atheists because being an atheist kind of means like basically, what's the word again? What's his name again? I forgot his name. Can you help me? I forgot his name.
Darwin?
Worshipping Lucifer, I think. Satan or
Richard
something.
Dawkins.
Darwin was
Some
not an
atheists
atheist.
that worship
Yeah, I meant
the
Dawkins. I'm
devil, and then there's some atheists that worship themselves.
The atheists don't worship the what?
I thought atheists worship the devil.
That's Satanists.
What?
What?
Yeah, Satanists worship the devil. Wait, what?
Wait.
Okay, can we get the definition of an atheist then? Can we, so we all
Atheism is the
understand what
lack
it
of
is?
belief in a higher being.
Exactly. You don't believe in a God. Okay, so you don't believe in a God. That's what atheism is,
the
right?
lack of belief
Correct?
in a higher being due to lack of evidence of such. That is basically
Okay.
the most basic definition of atheism.
There's either you don't believe or you believe that there's no God.
To be honest,
Right.
atheists have a valid point.
I don't think there's anything wrong with being an atheist at all.
Right, like there's nothing wrong with not believing in God.
If nothing speaks to you and you don't fall in a category, then I mean, yeah. If you want to be an atheist, then be an atheist. There's no problem with that.
Right, like I worship like 3 different people that, well, one person isn't a god because I am starts with
The very issue with Nephilim's apologetic is that he's using a provisional claim in order to prove the metaphysical. Why should I take anything that he says seriously if he can't prove any of that for certain?
Because he's going to. Because
I don't
no, 'cause
care. I don't
Darth-
care. I don't care. Science changes over time. The claims made within science are provisional. How does that get you to the metaphysical?
I mean, I mean that's true because I can say the same thing about. I can say the same thing. Okay, I can say the same thing about people thinking the Earth was the center of the universe or the center of our solar system, right? Until we refuted that evidence, right? But right, if I went back those years ago, right, and I said that the Earth is round, no one would believe me.
The Earth is round.
Not the Earth is round. I'm sorry. That the Earth is in the center of the solar system. It's not. No one would believe me until they were disproven, and right when they were disproven, then people started believing in the solar system, which was then proven true with empirical evidence.
Flat are ignorant people. Ignorant people say the Earth is flat. But yes, I am.
The reason
that reminds me of what he said, what Pig said.
the reason atheists
Hold on,
have.
Aaron. DM, can you get closer to your mic when you speak?
Yeah, you're a bit quiet.
I'm on my computer.
Can you increase your computer?
The volume on Discord or something? Should be in your
better.
settings.
Yeah, go to
I don't even know
settings,
how to
go
do
to video and audio, and increase your input audio.
Yeah, because I got you at 200%. I can barely hear you.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's all good.
It's all good.
Should I increase input volume or output volume?
Input volume.
It's all the way up. Okay, input device, microphone, Realtek high definition audio. Which one should I put it as?
No.
Default microphone, Realtek high definition audio.
No, it's fine the way it is. It's fine the way it is.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, we won't diagnose it here, but okay, just
output device.
check back in a second when you think you have.
You know what? Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
It was what I was saying was directed to you, so just check back in when you think you have it. We won't diagnose it here in the chat. So.
Okay, but so I'm a Catholic. I go to a Catholic middle school. It's called Holy Family Catholic Academy, basically. You can look it up on Google if you want to. It's a middle school. It goes from kindergarten to 8th grade. I'm currently in the 7th grade. Yes, I'm in the 7th grade. I'm 13. But that isn't the point. So I took a test today in religion because we have religion, we have math, which is church. And I took a test in religion class today. And it asked us, it was like a fill in the blank kind of test. I know it was kind of kiddish, but it was a fill in the blank test. And it said a blank of the Bible are more I don't know. I forgot it. I just took the test. Probably failed it, but that's okay because I can retake it again. But yes, it said something about the Bible. You know what we're gonna do? We are going to. Okay, I'm gonna ask you guys a question. Who do you think the Bible was made by?
It's a different interpretation by different people. There's different versions. Henceforth, one of the more popular editions is the King James version. Different versions of the Bible have been spread over different times. That's why. That's a reason why I think it's invalid because there's different interpretations of it. Why would there be different interpretations of a book that's supposed to be empirically evidenced by Christians and theists alike?
Yes, you are completely right. Good for you. Good job. Anyways, so I have a Bible. I wish I could turn on my camera, but I'm on my computer and I don't know how to do that. But my Bible, this Bible, it's a really, really old Bible. It's probably older than my father. He is currently 56 years old. It's probably older than my grandmother. He's 76. He's probably older than all of us. This Bible is probably 90 years old. And the pages are very, really thin, so I'm going to have to be careful. So, what do you do you guys want me to look up a verse or something?
No. It's fine.
For what? The topic is what religion is the right religion? So if we could stick to that.
We can speak to that. I mean, first, I don't believe there's a right religion. I think, right? Yeah, yes. I think, first of all,
there is no correct religion. You can't be correct about your beliefs. There is no correct beliefs. There's no correct religion. There's no correct anything.
If you're an atheist, is that a religion in itself, or is that not a religion?
No, atheism is not a religion. What? No. Religion is in the belief of a superior being and having faith in the superior being. All religious has that type of thing. I mean, if we go back, we could go back to Greek mythology. We could go back to Roman mythology. They used to believe in. The Greeks used to believe in Zeus as the king of the gods, and that they had different sub-gods as different ideals. So, one of the underworld, one of the harvest, one of lightning, one of the ocean. etc.
So why doesn't someone like explain what they believe in and why they believe in it?
Okay, so I looked up on Google, is atheism considered a religion? So here's what it says. A religion not be based on a belief. Google has to fix their grammar. In belief, on a belief in the existence of a supreme being or beings for I don't know how to pronounce that.
So definitions aren't so important in these types of discussions. People can define their beliefs however they want. So, Pig, I like your premise. Go ahead. What did you say earlier?
I just think people should explain what they believe in and then explain why you believe in it. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
So, anyone want to go with that?
Go for it, Pig.
I mean, me personally, again, I've said it a couple times. I'm agnostic, which essentially for me, like I've said it before, nothing in particular like speaks or is connecting with me personally. It doesn't make sense to me. I've done my own kind of searching and digging, and nothing just, feels right. And so I consider myself agnostic and not an atheist because I do actually pray. But when I pray, I don't pray to a specific God. I just pray to a God or all gods. And I like to phrase that in my prayers. And I pray when I'm only in like really tough situations where I feel like I need that extra help. Even though half of me doesn't believe in it, it's almost like a comfort, like a blanket that makes me feel better when I do it. So that's why I feel like I'm agnostic.
Of course, there's nothing wrong about that.
Right.
It's really just, everyone has a coping mechanism of what they use. Me personally, I like to listen to music whenever I get really stressed out, or I usually just like take a quick, like I usually just take if I'm at my house or something, I usually just go outside for a couple minutes and just like walk around.
Right.
Everyone has a coping, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah,
So
I just
Pig,
think.
are you a polytheist or an agnostic?
Hold on.
I would say I'm agnostic.
Mr. Old Person, are you okay? Mr. Old Person.
Mr.
Well, I'm trying to check on him. I don't want him to like have a heart attack or something.
Bro, that's
Come on,
rude.
he's just muted.
He's just
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm very sensitive.
He's fine.
about old people.
He's fine, bro. But the reason, look, if we're gonna go by the faith of a Christian God, in particular, just the contradictions stack up. If God is supposed to be an omnipotent being who has no say or what we do as they created us, why would, in fact, in the Bible have biases towards people? Example, he helped Moses out a lot. Why would why would God help out Moses a lot if he didn't have that specific bias that just really contradicts itself? As if God's an omnipotent being and is non-judgmental and non-biased, why he has a bias and shown in the Bible, which just inherently contradicts each other, which makes no sense whatsoever.
I'm gonna let you guys talk this out. I'm just gonna be on mute. If you want me to talk, then just tell me to unmute, I guess.
I think there's other evidence for evolution that is proven. I mean, we can date back all the way to apes and all that, and there's evidence that our structures are similar in that way, and it's proof because we know if we know, and it's common knowledge if you don't disagree with it, but that wolves, dogs evolved from wolves. I mean, it's really just a specific pairing, and it's really just like the DNA and how it changed, right? But it's still similar, and whenever these similars, that's why we put animals into groups like mammals and all of that.
Wasn't someone trying to refute evolution earlier? Who was that?
Yeah, it was the guy who just left. It was
sense what he was talking about to me personally, but
I think he wants back up or something. I don't know, but he used the assumption that who created our DNA. He used the cause and effect. He used the cause and effect argumentation. Really, like he described it like in a lot of detail, but it was essentially using the cause and effect argumentation. What created DNA and what that has to be God, and that's really just the God the gaps argument. If we don't know something, then it has to logically be God. That makes no sense, right? We didn't know that there was a universe, and then we did. right? But oh wait, before that, if we didn't know what the universe was, well, then it has to be God's mysterious ways. That's the whole argumentation of God is the gaps.
Right. So
I
that's
don't know if
so it's automatically if we don't understand something, it's God. Is that kind of what they were saying?
That's an argumentation they use, but that's not like what everyone uses. No. Another example argumentation. It's I don't know how to explain this, but God of the gaps is essentially just if we don't know what it is, or if it doesn't function in the way we want to, or not even to function the way we want to. If we don't know where are aliens, or if we do know what aliens are, who created them, then that has to be God. It's the assumption that it all has to root back to an original creator, which is God.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any other people here who would like to speak, like Strong Atheist or Guy or like Millennial Matt.
Yeah, he was just getting God of the gaps.
I like to continue on what.
Yeah, continue.
You cut out.
Oh yeah, you cut out, Matt.
Oh, can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, I can hear you good. Yes.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna say that I don't know how many atheists are on this panel, and of those that are, how experienced they are with like online debating with theists or especially creationists. But a tactic they do typically employ is shifting the burden of proof. They always ask us to prove the validity of atheism, which is it's not a claim to say that I don't believe in gods in the same sense that, oh, you don't believe in a ghost, then you must have proof that ghosts don't exist. No, the null hypothesis is, and Occam's razor is the logical position to take when evidence is not strong enough to agree with the positive.
That's what I think.
That's a perfect example, actually.
His
I was going
evidence
to kind of make the same point about, I think what largely got lost in the conversation and the back and forth of Nephilim 3 was that atheism isn't necessarily a worldview or a set of commonly held beliefs among all of its members. It's a position on a particular question. Does the Christian will say God exists? The atheist position is, I don't accept your position, for I don't find evidence.
It's uncertainty,
exactly the reason. That's the simple logistics of the situation.
So why would we need to prove our uncertainty? Isn't it the opposite?
That's exactly. Why would if we have to prove an uncertainty, then at that point you're just not even compromising dialectics. You're not even having a justification, because if I say, for example, right, like, oh, this ice cream is so good, right, and then someone asks, oh, it's not good, right, and then they explain why it's not good, but I can also explain why it is good in my opinion, right? So there's just no reason for presupposing. Why do we have to use the argumentation of someone asks us, oh, well, can you prove that God's not real? Well, the whole ideal of atheism is for us to explain to the person why God's not real.
Okay, 1 second, guys. I want to avoid an atheist circle jerk here. So if you're a theist in the crowd, just click your little hand off and on. And
I'm not. If you want,
if you're not an atheist, hold on 1 second. If you're not a theist, but you want a steelman one too, feel free to flick the hand button too, and we'll get you up here. But if you're an atheist, we'll just kick you.
I'd like to make one other point real quick. When you start going down rabbit holes of DNA, evolution, and all these things, it's irrelevant. It has, you can believe anything you want to believe, isn't it? Those things, why there could be commonly held beliefs of many atheists, you don't have to believe in those things to be an atheist. An atheist is a position to a particular question, and that's it.
Well, some things are easy to prove and some things aren't, but some things are conclusive, relatively speaking, like evolution and things like that. The Big Bang, these were proven to be true. A lot of atheists don't accept a burden of proof. I would accept a burden of proof because God is so unlikely he can be ruled out. To assert that a mind with intelligence and the power to create the universe, having done so before the universe, that's a pretty big empty assertion that nobody has any evidence whatsoever for. All they have is fictional stories in a book. If people want to believe that, they're entitled to believe that, but there's no real evidence for that.
Okay, like either like
I also like to
I'll
say,
bring this
I also like to point out the fact that they always said that God is the ultimate creator, but then they will also use the argument that who created us, and if who created us was aliens, then who created the aliens? But when the question is then posed to them, then who created God? They don't give an answer to that. They give the answer that God God exists outside of creation, which is
like
another
okay, so
illogical
like
fallacy.
Ethernet said again, if
He's on
any theist
cause.
wants to come up, Ethernet is right. Like we shouldn't be like, because this isn't the subject on hand. Where it's really what religion is the right religion. That's not really this isn't really an atheism discussion. Right
Someone
now.
is spamming the command. Jen. Here's Jen.
I don't know if Gem's a troll. We have a lot of trolls up here.
Oh, okay.
No.
Oh, she is. She is a troll.
Okay.
No. She can come up here.
No. Oh no.
On the topic of which religion is the best religion,
get ready to sock on your skull.
I think
topic of which
agnostic
religion
is the
is
most
best religion?
logical, but I don't think that's a religion. So you know.
On top of which religion is
Yeah,
the best religion, I think whichever religion makes you feel the best about yourself is the best religion. Whichever one mirrors your values, mirrors your standing on life. Whichever one gives you the lens that you think is the right lens to look at the world is the one that is best for you. There's no one truly best religion. There's only a religion that is best for yourself. And
What's up,
whether
Matt?
it be the lack of
uh,
having one or choosing one of the already existing ones or creating one for yourself, those are all options that you can take towards the topic of religion. So there's no truly any good one.
Is your name Guy or Guy?
Guy.
I'm gonna head out for the day.
so much
It was nice talking to you guys though.
All right, see you.
Hey, by the way, before you guys keep going, how do you mute people on stage?
I don't know. Right
I'm
click,
asking
maybe?
the mods. I'm not asking you guys. I'm asking Ethernet and Quantum.
Send them to the audience.
Yeah, I mean, I may not have that feature, but I don't know if it's server mute or not.
Well, no,
That's
I'm
all
just
I have.
asking because Jen, the meme generator is muted, and I was just wondering how you did that.
Oh, I didn't. I just.
I wonder how she's muted.
Hold on, let me see something real quick. Somebody did, so now all set. Should be now all set now.
Jeez.
There we go.
The amount of opposition I have to face ought to convince you. That alone ought to convince you I've got the right religion. But let's not go there. And oh wait, you changed the title. I thought, what is the right religion? The title of the
God
thing was, what is
exists.
the right
Oh wow. Okay, so we're switching it up.
I had the answer ready for the other question, Frank. Want me to answer this one? Hello?
It's
Literally
easy.
can't
God
hear
doesn't.
anything here.
God
You can
doesn't.
do whichever one.
No God. That's the answer.
You can do the other one.
Yo, Matt. Matt, are you there?
Yes,
You were
I'm
gonna
here.
say something earlier. What were you gonna say before we move on?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to say one last thing about the previous topic.
Yeah.
The guy brought it up about the best religion. That's what I thought, or partially thought, the topic was going to be about, where people would spew out all the religions that they've explored and grade them on which one is generating the most happiness or possibly the most plausible. And I was just going to throw in that of the religions that I've experimented with, I'd say Unitarian Universalism is probably the one that I think most people who are of a progressive, scientific, and empathetic mind would probably find the greatest support and community. They are very open in all topics. I mean, I don't partake in it myself, but I'd say out of all the religions that I've seen, that one is probably the one that would not only be the best for theists, but for atheists, which you don't have to consider as a religion. I just want to throw it out that if anybody's curious about, finding a religious-like group, Unitarian Universalists are a pretty good thing to check out.
Could you give
I
the
would think
rundown?
that would be true because I don't think you can account for man's wrongdoings with that kind of religion. There doesn't seem to be. It doesn't seem to have
And
explanatory
actually, get my
power.
chance to say my answer
So
to the
we're
question, though,
like,
Nephilim, because you've been talking for
if,
like hours and nobody really wants to
excuse
hear
me,
your drunken ramblings anymore. Do you mind if I just quickly say what
do
I
you
wanted
really
to say?
have
Because I
to
was
just
just asking in
blather
here
over
as a
somebody?
theist.
Do you
Do you
really
mind if I just give my answer,
maybe you
Mr.
need a
Drunken Rambling
beer?
Worthless Say Nothing
Maybe you
Guy?
need
Would that be all right?
Would that be okay if you just shut the hell up and let somebody talk
Well,
without
actually, would
being
it be okay
rude?
if you
Yeah,
took your own
I
advice for a
muted
change?
her because Jen, you gotta wait. I'll give you the
Well, I was
opportunity in a second.
You said I could give my
So
answer, and then I didn't give my answer. Now this guy's talking.
so
Can I
she's
give my
just
answer or
really
not?
frustrated by a strong Christian apologist coming into the room. She's got, it blew her top. She's got to ramble. I would say that's not true. I would think that if God does exist, then we should be able to have strong reasons and a toolbox for determining, who He is. And if He created this world, we should have a toolbox for finding out who He is. And I think that if we compare the religions of the world, we find that this idea that one God has expressed Himself to mankind's various cultures differently, so that the Hindus got a little understanding of Him, the Jews got a different one, the Buddha, the Chinese or the Asians got another one. I think that idea is preposterous. Here's why: because if that were true, then God is a liar, and He can't be a maximal being. He can't be God, because basically He's put on one mask when talking to the Hindus, one mask when talking to the Jews, and one to the Arabs, and one to the Asians, etc. So He's basically given different precepts to follow, a different conclusion to the world and reason for its being, and ways that it can be resolved to different people. So He's a liar. See, so that can't be true. This idea that all the cultures of the world have an inkling of the one true God cannot be true. That's not true.
Nephilim, have you considered the possibility that people of the world make up their own myths to explain reality, and maybe with different cultures they'll come up with different things that are slightly similar, but people having different perspectives will interpret reality in different ways? Not that one God is speaking to all of them and is lying to all of them. Maybe the people are lying. Have you thought of that?
Well, that's exactly the truth. I don't think you believe it in the same way that you said it. It's that man interprets the existence of God differently, and the truth is that man has forgotten about the one true God, so he invents his own. We even have evidence of this historically, where the grandchildren of Noah were deified. They were made into gods, like Ham, for example. The Bible tells us that Noah had 3 sons after the flood. His 3 sons were Shem, Japhet, and Ham. Ham is, according to ancient historical sources like Josephus and Plutarch and others who wrote of the writings of other historians who existed prior to them, whose papers we don't have anymore, but they quote them. See, they quote a prior historian, like Plutarch might say, so-and-so said, and he's talking about a prior historian. But we don't have any of those documents because they're worn out, they're rotted, they're gone. But we only have the quotes of that guy, but from people like Plutarch. See what I mean? And Plutarch lived before Christ. So this is how historians investigate history. But this is one of the ways. Okay, so and so we have statements like that from people like Plutarch that say that Ham was that the earliest name of the Egyptian culture was, they called themselves the Hamites, and that their culture, the land they lived in, they called it Hamia, and their god that they had was, they called it Hamet. Now, if we study ancient Egyptology, we find that Kemet, or KMT, is the oldest god archaeologists can find for the people of Egypt. KMT. Now, if you add the vowels, most ancient languages didn't have vowels, they just had consonants. So if you add the vowels, you get KMT can easily be pronounced Chamet or Chamet. See what I mean? So it looks as though the Bible is right here. I could provide a lot more stuff about this in the early history of the world. I mean, just so much, but just centering on Ham. So the Bible says Ham migrated south. Now, if he moved into Egypt, then they deified him. They named the land after him because he was the father of a great people that left the Babel affair, Tower of Babel affair. When family groups migrated away from Babel, right? They left. When God destroyed the tower, everybody migrated. They took off, right? Ham migrated with his family, which was probably anywhere from 100 to 500 or 1,000, 1,500 people, all the descendants of Ham, right? His children, his grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and all their babies, right? And they migrate to Egypt, and they name the land after him. Ham is he's our father, so we'll name the land after him. We'll call it Hamia, Hamet, and then a century later they turn him into a god because they've already forgotten about what Ham taught them about the one true God. They called him Hamet, and they called him a god. Now, the Bible also says that Mizraim was a prominent figure in Egypt. To this very day, the Egyptian people consider themselves the Mizraim people. The Bible says that Mizraim is the son of Ham. To this day, the Egyptian people consider themselves the Mizraimi people. So Mizraim was the son of Ham migrated to Egypt, had a son named Mizraim. Mizraim became Pharaoh of Egypt. See what I mean? There's so much historical evidence like this that proves the Tower of Babel affair is true, and that all the nations of the world are the offspring of people groups that left the Tower of Babel affair. It's not even speakable. I could talk for 2 hours and I wouldn't be able to touch the amount of information that proves that the children, the grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and great-great-grandchildren of Noah are the names and origins for all the major tribes of the earliest peoples on this earth. And they name them, and the evidence for that is absolutely astonishing and profound. It's jaw-dropping. Truly is.
Well, Nephilim, I don't think we have 2 hours, but I just want you to take 2 seconds to consider something that I said on a previous Discord post, and then I'll yield my time, let other people talk. And that's just the problem of other religions existing when supposedly one omnipotent God who wants people to worship them also exists. Why did your God allow the Greek religion to take hold before him? Why did he allow the denominations of Christianity to form after the one true Christian religion? Why is it that God never corrects his mistakes, except in the Bible when it can't be confirmed? But in reality, it's always people of different religions who have to enact God's will and make people submit to the one true faith. And when a God's all powerful and could easily snap the neck or, stop the heart of a heretic who's saying something blasphemous about a God, we don't see that happening nowadays. There's all these religions and God is doing nothing to stop them, either because he doesn't want to do anything or he doesn't exist, and we just have people arguing about what they think God is. I yield my time.
Well, the answer is pretty obvious. It's because God created man to have free will, and he honors that. I mean, why you didn't come to why you're not getting that is pretty strange to me. I mean, God, do you want free will? Would God be oppressive if he didn't give you free will and all you could possibly do is think about him and worship him 24 hours a day? You think of him as a evil dictator of your mind.
That is actually the way it is.
God created man to have free will and to be a sovereign entity. And so for this reason, to think about, do, and choose as you like. He gave us evidence of the creation. This is evidence that he exists. And when we seek him, we will find him. This was a promise of Jesus Christ. Christ didn't say, if you seek God, you might find him. He said, knock and it shall be opened. He said, seek and you will find. He didn't say, if you seek this God, you'll find him. He said, if you seek God. And this is one of the reasons why some Arab peoples who've converted to Christianity say that they have been disillusioned with the religion they were following, and they said, I don't know who's the true God. But in private, in quiet time, in their home, they say, God, if you exist, whatever God you are, I want to know who you are. Would you please reveal yourself to me? And they were absolutely sincere in their heart. They wanted to know who he is. And they said that it was Jesus Christ who came to them in their room, and they experienced the presence of Jesus Christ, and they became a Christian because they were seeking whoever God is. They said, I don't want to believe in the Allah. I don't want to believe in Jesus. I just want to know whoever you really are, God, whatever God from whatever religion, whoever you really are, the one true God. I want to know who you are. And they say, many of them say, testify. You can see their testimonies on YouTube. They say that they felt the presence of not just some God, but it was Jesus Christ who revealed himself to them. And they became a Christian because they felt and knew that the one present in the room with them, though they couldn't see him, was Jesus Christ.
This is why I can't get behind anything you say, man. It's always they said, and this is so long ago. This stuff can be just changed and altered down the line, and you'll never know. You'll just believe what you want to hear.
No, I don't.
Just gotta be honest, man.
No, I know for sure. I've experienced Jesus Christ too, and he's performed miracles in my life. But really, what you're telling me is, I don't want to believe what your testimony, because I believe a cosmic dot exploded and produced Beethoven, and that's more rational.
Rationally, I'm saying, like, logically, none of this shit makes sense, and that's why I am agnostic. That's what makes sense to me.
No, it makes perfect sense. It's atheists who claim a cosmic dot exploding and producing Beethoven's
So this
novel.
God made the whole world, and yet he doesn't want to take credit for it. He's going to allow people to think
you're
otherwise.
Angry. I know you're angry.
I'm not angry. I'm chilling, bro.
Yeah, no, you're angry. So I know. But this coming from a guy who believes a cosmic dot exploded and produced Beethoven, novels, symphonies, and people, human beings that believe in God and create space probes. And you're telling me that my religion is irrational. Thank you.
Yes.
Hey, guys, give me a sec. Strong, give me a sec. I just wanted to make sure, because I know this is interesting, but let's let Jen say what she's got to say, because she did come in and they were fighting. So let Jen say what she's got to say, and then we can get back to the argument. So
I want to say something.
That's fine. You'll get your chance
right now, please. Right now. Thank you very much for muting yourself, not making any noise while I'm talking. So, what is the correct religion? I'm hearing hot miking again. Okay. I know there's a lot of people against me here, but this blatant. DN, can you mute yourself,
mute
please?
your mic?
Please,
It's like
please,
bugging.
Please.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, so back on track. I love how Nephilim is strawmanning the non-Christian position with the Big Bang. You do realize Christians invented the Big Bang, right? And
no, they did not.
So no, shut the fuck up right the fuck now and let me fucking finish.
To tell the
Now.
truth.
Thank you very much, old drunken sack of. I'm not going to say it, but please fucking mute yourself. Thanks. You're not muted.
No, it's atheists who
You're not
invented the
muted.
Big Bang.
Yeah,
As a
say what you got to
Jesuit
say.
scholar. Can you mute him? Because he keeps interrupting me. I need to be able to focus. I don't think you guys realize how hard this stuff is. Actual philosophy and actual religion is really hard. You can't do it playing video games.
Well,
You're gonna
just tell
come
the
across as
truth and
ass,
don't pretend
like a
to-
complete failure. So maybe the question's ill-framed, and that given the plurality of people, there really is no one size fits all. But we can construct an argument where we could generally say that suffering comes from unrealistic expectations being disappointed. So we would be going to be arguing that a religion was the right one. It would have a solution to that compared to other rival solutions would be best, demonstrably the best. So not about consistent beliefs, as the Socratics would like to have you believe, an extremely lazy, disgusting way of debating. If that's your means of acquiring knowledge, you know nothing. So at no point was it ever demonstrated that beliefs had to be consistent to be embraced. That's misunderstanding the nature of beliefs just as a categorical thing. Right? I think I said earlier in the chat, like, you don't really choose beliefs per se. They're more just ingrained. They're sort of arising naturally. There's a signal inversion. Many signal inversions that occur between taking in information from the environment and then rendering it into something that you might call subjective consciousness. So anyone who knows anything about signal processing knows that the discrete cosine transform, the Fourier transform more generally, looks nothing like what was originally there. So then say that, well, my little hallucination of logic, my subset of universal logic, my beliefs must accord with it, is pretty damn arrogant, and I think ultimately is sourced in the Cogito Ergo Sum. The root of these beliefs really does go back to pre-Christianity, what Christianity sort of exacerbated. So that's why these conversations frustrate me a lot, because it's like Christians are creating a problem and then laughing at other people for not solving it. It's like, well, shouldn't you solve a problem you created, kind of thing? It's like nobody understands metaphysics because of your ex nihilo creation LARP story. Okay, that is astrotheology, blatantly, transparently. Anyone who knows literally, scrap more than nothing.
Are you going to make
So
a point
definitely
or
you want to be
pretend?
able to. Could you please see? Look, exactly. No self-control, right?
Are you going to go on for 7 minutes? Could you
How
you make
long
an
did you
argument?
You went
talk
on for like
for
45
Junkie
minutes earlier.
McJunkerson?
Did you make an
So,
argument or pretend you have knowledge?
I know it sucks to get spanked and lose this badly, but try to have some dignity, mister. You just turned 60.
All I'm hearing is I believe this.
All I'm hearing
but
is
you're
your
not
lip
providing the
slapping, old
reason.
man. Why don't you stop and let me actually make my point so that I can finish faster, because you're just so excited to go back to your little drunken ramble of bullshit and reincarnation denial and bad karma that you love so much and have to cover up the pain of by constantly drinking. And it's obviously you're drunk. Honestly, consider your life choices.
But just make some points instead of
I am making
telling
very
me
good
what you
points here, and I
believe.
think that's why you're interrupting me, because you're just like, oh my god, I'm getting beat up out here. Better say something to screw up Jen. Anyway, the point is that you want the belief system that minimizes cognitive dissonance, because that gives you the best state of mind at the very least. Plus, it's got to be something with a bunch of other criteria, or it won't have longevity. That's why you have to understand what is the point of religion, what makes a religion good, and then eventually discover that you just want to revert to the eternal religion because it's eternal because it works, right? So that's sort of its definition. Able to adapt and so forth, but it requires the greatest period of uncertainty, aka agnosticism. So I heard some people talk about before, like, what's rational belief? Well, when you don't know any better, agnosticism is rational, but it's actually really hard to be agnostic for a super long period of time. Like, it's you can be agnostic when you're picking your clothes for like a couple minutes, but then you commit to an outfit. Otherwise, you know, if you're spending hours picking, there's something wrong there, right? But if you could be agnostic for like years and years because you really just don't know, that is better in theory, but most people can't do that any meaningful degree, right? So we need sort of something that's already pre-done, pre-discovered, pre-revealed, divine origin knowledge that can just be used without having to be like, well, prove this from first principles that it's right, which is not even clear that we'd have access to that kind of proof.
So
right?
are you
Because
going to go
I
on
do
for
my
another
logic,
10
shut
minutes
the
without
fuck up.
providing a
I
single
do my
shred of
amazing divine
argument?
logic, and I'm thinking like, oh wow, people are going to have their lives changed by how cool this stuff is. Please shut up.
Are you
Please
going
shut
to
up.
go on for another
And
10
actually, what happens
minutes
is they're like, they don't
without
see it or they don't
providing a
understand it, and
shred
it
of
doesn't change their life.
argument that your views are correct?
You guys, please stop arguing. So I'm just gonna say the answer to this whole entire conversation. No, there is no right religion. There is no correct religion.
Of course there is.
There's no entire right religion. You can believe whatever you want to believe. You can be whatever you want to be. You can pray to whoever you want to pray to. I'm done. I'm learning stuff from atheists and Christians at the same time, but at the same time, I'm losing brain cells. I have a headache.
It's a debate. This is what you're supposed to do.
There is a true religion, and we can know that it's true by discerning the evidence. The idea that there is no true religion is ridiculous. If there was no true religion, then there wouldn't be any true God. So the statement is self-refuting. It's like saying there's no such thing as a true car, but cars exist, but there's no true car. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Nephilim, how old is the Earth?
The Earth is the age that it is.
How old is that?
You're going to believe it's billions of years? Okay, so I believe the Earth is around 6,000 to 700 years old.
Okay. Have you been educated at all whatsoever?
I've studied all kinds of things relating to that subject, and I could debate you for a couple of hours about it.
I think you need a refund if you paid for any of this education.
Well, can you explain to me how the Earth's magnetic field is decaying at an exponential rate so that it has a half-life of 1,400 years if the Earth is billions of years old? Because if that were the case, it would have no magnetic field hundreds of millions of years ago. Why does it still have a magnetic field?
Oh, I can give you an answer. It's the God of the gaps. And your argument from
So you have none.
And
Great,
your argument from incredulity.
Back in a minute.
That's the reason. Nephilim, how old is the universe? Nephilim, how old is the universe?
He's probably just gonna say 6,000 years. But...
Oh, okay. I just wanted to hear it.
Nephilim, are you there?
I guess you've been beaten by an atheist finally, huh?
Yeah, he got beat. Oh man.
Man, Jen was making some cool points. I kind of wanted to hear her out.
Yeah, Jen. Did you have a conclusion to your thought before Nephilim interrupted?
Well, I guess like what's religion is right. You know, I obviously feel strongly that it's the eternal tradition that can give religions, what people call religions, that are right. But also, there may not be a one size fits all on the level people are sort of implying. But it's certainly not going to come of the form of atheism, which I keep saying is asserting a negative as your metaphysical position, which is untenable because you can't make proofs. You need positive assertions to make proofs, right? And then with the Christians, where it's just an entirely ex nihilo false metaphysics, where they're always trying to shoehorn in dog shit lies to try to justify their whole, sky daddy's gonna spank me, go to hell, have an infinite orgasm, fucking
so if the Earth,
goddamn, fucking worshiping a cave demon, So it's pretty sick in the head to me, and I'm sad that people are promoting this kind of stuff, especially with that level of arrogance.
So if the Earth were hundreds of millions of years old, scientists have discerned that the Earth has its magnetic field is decaying at a rate that gives it a half-life of approximately 1,400 years. Now, if we do the math, that means the Earth can only be thousands of years old. If otherwise, if we say that the Earth had a magnetic field that was so strong in the past that it could have a rate of the measurement of its magnetic field that it does today, and decaying at the rate that it's decaying today, that means a couple of tens of millions of years ago, it would have had the magnetic field equal to what's called a magnetic star or quasar. The problem with that is such a magnetic field as that would be so powerful that the molecules necessary for life couldn't even form.
Nephilim, how come you ever hear scientists say any of these things? Only you and not scientists?
Partly because, well, there are scientists who said it.
I've never heard any scientists.
I know you don't know any of this stuff.
How old is the universe?
Well,
how old is the universe?
The problem is this. If the Earth ever had a magnetic field that even begins to approach that of a magnetic star, and you instantly teleported a human being to its surface, every atom of every every heavy metal in their body, such as potassium, iron, manganese, magnesium, and everything, would be instantaneously snapped out of their body.
Well,
gone. Because that would be how powerful the magnetic field is. In fact, their body would melt. They would melt faster than wax.
How old is the universe, Nephilim? How old is the universe?
So the Earth can't have ever had a magnetic field that great. It's decaying at a rate of 1,400, half-life of 1,400 years. I don't know if you know what that means.
Where's that come from?
And that means it's only thousands of years old.
Where are you getting that number?
Do your own homework. I don't hold the hands of atheists.
Well, no, because that's just I could just make up a fucking number too and say, hey, go look it up.
Yeah, but I don't trust you when I do it. People trust me when I do it because I have sources and I provide them when I debate people.
Okay, well then provide the sources, dude. That's what we're asking you right now.
This is probably Thomas Barnes. He's a creationist. There's very little evidence for any of this other than
Look,
through Thomas.
the fact that the Earth has a magnetic field that is reducing at that rate is acknowledged by evolutionist scientists.
Well, then it means something different, obviously. Like, are you talking about the pole reversal?
No, I said the magnetic field of the Earth is decaying. It's been measured for 100 years. Every decade or 2 decades, some scientist measures the Earth's magnetic field and reports it in a science journal. Okay, the numbers keep going down, down, down. Okay, at a rate that, if you do it mathematically, gives it a half-life of 1,400 years. That means 1,400 years ago, the Earth should have had half the twice the magnetic field that it has today. 1,400 years before that, twice that. 1,400
we know
years
there's a
before that.
long-term
So the point is, you get to 10, 20,000 years ago, the Earth should have had a magnetic field so great that life couldn't even exist.
Well, if you're talking about like
the way evolutionist scientists answer this, the way evolutionist scientists,
it means nothing, man. It's an argument from incredulity.
The way evolutionist scientists respond
I
to
believe
this,
what you're arguing from is Thomas Barnes. Am I correct?
the way evolutionist scientists respond to this data is to say that the Earth's magnetic field goes through fluctuation.
Of the question.
That it grows and then it slopes,
I'll
and then
just
it
take
grows.
that if you don't
and
have a
it
source.
slopes.
Is that correct?
I'm trying to teach you something. If you would listen,
You ain't going to
you would
teach
learn.
me anything.
So
You have no
what they
facts.
say is
You
that
have
the
no
Earth's
source.
magnetic
You're just
field
arguing from incredulity,
goes through
and you're just spitting out facts with no
process of
source and no
what's
evidence.
called,
So
you know,
please
it
provide a
grows
source or
and
shut
then
up.
it decays, and then it grows and decays. It cycles is what way they respond to it. Well, it has this magnetic field. It's decayed that fast now, but over the period of the next 3,000 or 4,000 years, it'll grow way back up, and then it goes down, and then it goes up, and it goes down, it goes up. This is how they answer for it. Instead of just accepting that the Earth's magnetic field has been going down without going up and up and down, up and down. See, that's how they answer it.
Data about this,
but we don't have any reason to believe that the Earth's magnetic field goes through these crazy, wild fluctuations that they do.
Yeah, we do.
They do. They invent that for the purpose of trying to argue against the simple data, which only shows that the Earth's magnetic field is decaying at this, astonishing rate.
Hey, Nephilim. Oh, go ahead, Quantum. You there, Quantum?
Yeah, sorry. I mean, it's pole reversal, so it's like there is evidence from ice cores. I think there's even if I'm not mistaken, there's tree ring data. I think that even indicates this.
So if a pole reversal was to explain a massive fluctuation in the Earth's magnetic field, the only way that could happen is if the core of the Earth stopped moving in one direction and started moving in another to reverse magnetic field. Can you tell me why it's plausible that the Earth's magnetic field, the core of the Earth, can stop moving in one direction and spin the other direction without the geological effects on the Earth be so great that it would literally rip the Earth apart? What that would do,
I don't think it's
is to cause the lithosphere of the Earth to receive such cataclysmic geological activity that there couldn't be any life on this planet. There'd be an earthquake every 50 yards. Are you kidding me? The core of the Earth is going to stop spinning one direction and go the other. What's going to do that? Who's putting the brakes on that? Right?
It's a dynamo, though. It's not just spinning.
Yeah, explain it. No, there's no dynamo. What dynamo?
That's you can look it up. That's what causes the magnetic field of the Earth.
I know that's what some say, but where's the dynamo? You know what the dynamo? If the dynamo, the Earth's magnetic field is linked to the rate at which the core of the Earth spins because it's largely molten iron. That's what the belief is, right? So if the change of the Earth's magnetic field decreases dramatically, it can only mean that the core of the Earth reduces its speed dramatically. Now explain to me how, because the core of the Earth reduced its speed dramatically without causing cataclysmic geologic events that ripple right through the mantle, lower mantle, the upper mantle, right through the lithos crust and the lithosphere of the Earth. Why are we still living on this Earth if the Earth's core has slowed down so fast that the Earth's magnetic field appears to have a half-life of 1,400 years? In 1,400 years, you want me to believe the Earth's magnetic field, the core, slowed down so great, and it didn't disrupt the geology of this planet so that we're all not standing on a volcano? What? Please. You don't even know what you're talking about. You're ignorant.
Not an immediate stop
Boy,
and a reversal.
you're
as you're trying
ignorant.
to elaborate
You haven't
on.
even
It
thought
happens
about
over
this.
hundreds of thousands of years.
You
It's a
haven't
slow
even thought
process.
about what you're talking
Not
about.
an immediate process.
You're
If you
spewing
want to
out
just
garbage.
keep talking, Nephilim, I'll just keep talking with you.
You don't have
Hey,
a clue what you're talking
hey,
about.
I just told you. What's your sources for your
ICC,
facts?
You're
give me a
so
sec.
ignorant of the subject. It's not
I
even
have
fun.
some scientific questions I would like to ask Nephilim. I have like a line of questioning that I would like to ask you, Nephilim. Are you okay with answering some questions?
I'm always open to answering questions.
I appreciate that, brother. Okay. So how would you define a kind?
I think I would do it better than atheists can define species, because atheist biologists acknowledge that defining a species is nearly impossible. They can't possibly agree on what actually constitutes a species. It's called the species problem. And the reason anything in science which is called a problem or has problem at the end of its title, like the horizon problem with the universe or the species problem, it's because secular scientists are acknowledging they don't have a solution. We don't know. Okay, so they call it the quote problem. There's only a dozen or so of these problems in the world when it comes to science, 24 maybe. The species problem is one. Evolutionist biologists acknowledge they can't properly define what constitutes a species. They don't know how to adequately do it. It's highly subjective.
He didn't ask you that.
I know, I'm getting that. So kind is kind of the same thing. However, it seems apparent that God designed creatures in such a way that their genomes are able to adapt in such a way that they are able to survive within changing environments. So what a kind is I would say a kind is something that I think people are easily able to detect visually by looking. We can all detect that an Asiatic horse and an Arabian stallion are the same kind of animal. That's pretty obvious to the eye, at least, right? It's pretty obvious also that a Chihuahua and a Great Dane are also the same kind. However, they're considerably different in morphology, which is the form and structure, the shape and size of the animal. Even the color and pattern might be different, but they have all the same anatomical features in exactly the same kind of location in the same body plan, right? So they are the same kind of animal.
Okay, Nephilim.
So I'm going to say it's difficult to define kind, but it's even more difficult to define the evolutionist use of the term species. One last thing, the term
It's pronounced
species,
evolution.
the term species was actually invented by a young Earth creationist in the early 19th century, and evolutionists have since usurped the term species to mean whatever the heck they want.
Do you happen to have a source on that?
Wait, just give me a second.
Where you got that information
You should look into it.
If you could just
Guys,
tell me where you got your information.
Question for Neff.
All right, guys, I understand you want to ask your questions, but I really let me just get my line of questioning out, and then you guys can ask whatever you want.
You're fine. You're fine. Go
The
ahead.
word species was originally used to describe the biblically created kinds of life by young
Bro,
Earth
shut
creationists.
up. He just told you to be
I
quiet.
think we've got to address the gish gallop that's going on here.
It's fine. Let him say what he has to say. So Nephilim Free. So basically, if I understand you right, and I just want a short response. a kind is something that looks similar, correct?
Well, that's as I said. You can't nail it down scientifically like that. Neither can evolutionists nail down species. So, it's difficult. I think the kind creationists often say that a kind is a creature where two examples of that family, if you want to say family, are able to reproduce or have identical anatomies, would be a kind.
Okay, so Nephilim. So
but
a kind
that's
is
really tricky science, right?
Let me try to I'm just trying to understand you. So a kind is two speed is I'm sorry, I apologize for using that word.
Two organisms.
Okay. Two organisms that are morphologically similar and can reproduce, correct?
That have identical anatomy.
Okay, identical in anatomy. Not morphologically, but anatomy.
So let me explain the difference between anatomy and morphology. Morphology is form and structure. Anatomy is what type of features it has, how they're designed, and in what location of the organism's body plan they're found. So that's exact. So a human being has an anatomy, right? Whales don't have the same anatomy that a human being does, right? We don't have all the same organs, and they're not of the same design type, and they're not in the same location in the overall body plan of the organism. So we are not the same kind of animal, right?
Okay.
Although an Asian horse and an Arabian stallion have exactly, or a donkey and a stallion, they may look different. They may have different shape, different color, different patterns, different hair lengths and whatnot. They have all exactly the same anatomical features of the same design in the same location in their body plan that would dictate that they are the same kind.
Yeah.
Okay, so no, guys, like I said, just let me get this line of questioning out, and then you can ask whatever you want. So kind is any organism that has similar anatomy and can reproduce, correct?
That's kind of in a nutshell, but yes. But you also have to take into account phenotypic plasticity. It's another subject, but
okay, let's just work with what we have. All right, so you believe in species? I did. The only word I can think of is speciation. So do you believe in speciation?
Yes.
Okay.
Creatures are designed with the ability to adapt, but the adaptations are limited. Adaptations do not generate new anatomical features. Evolution, if it were true, would require the arrival of new anatomical features. We don't know of a genetic mechanism for it. We have no visible examples of it happening in any of the living things on the planet. There are no examples of it happening in the fossil record, and we don't even know a genetic process by which it could happen.
Okay, but you believe in speciation, the process of speciation, like that process exists.
I disagree that the term speciation is an argument for evolution, but I agree.
I'm not arguing for evolution.
I agree.
No.
I know. Chill out. I know. Right. I'm just clarifying. Okay. So, but I do agree that what people generally call speciation is a real process and does occur. Creatures do produce varieties of themselves. Okay, so there can be considerable variety of an organism. The thing that is a problem for the evolutionists is that organisms, when they create variety, they don't create anatomical progression. And that's what evolution would require.
Okay, I totally understand. So, all right. So, would you consider a bear and a dog the same species or the same kind?
I wouldn't, because firstly, you can't breed a dog with a bear.
Okay, so a bear and a dog are not the same kind. Okay, now let's say, for instance, I'm just going to give you a hypothetical, but let's say we found a creature in the fossil record that was similar to a dog and a bear. So let's say it's half dog, half bear. Okay, let's say for instance we found this creature in the fossil record. We were able to recreate its morphology, its anatomy, everything, right? Now, would this creature be a dog, or would this creature be considered a bear kind or a dog kind?
Okay, firstly, we wouldn't be able to discern its complete anatomy from a fossil. What we would be able to do is
we got close.
What we'd be able to do is discern its skeletal design, and that'd be it. We may be able to make inferences about its organ placement in its body based on the weight distribution and stuff like that, based on the skeleton, right? But you can't really tell 100%.
But let's say we found
the
a
organism
skeletal
just because
system.
you find a skeleton.
Let's say we find a skeletal system that is halfway between dog and halfway between bear.
I would say that the evolutionists are going to look at an organism that and they're going to make assumptions that this creature is halfway between the two, even though we don't really know what it is. It may have been a separately created kind of organism and not related to either one. This is something else I want to point out. The world's most prominent evolutionist scientists, including the world's most famous paleontologist, Stephen Jay Gould, who died 2008 or 9, I think it was. He was the world's foremost paleontologist. Him, Niles Eldredge, David Kitts, Oklahoma University, lots of other evolutionist scientists. I mean to tell you, not just a dozen. I'm telling you. Hold on a minute, please. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute.
To a place where he said he's misrepresented by creationists, and that they take what he says out of context.
Why did you see left? You see, guys, don't do that. I'm trying to nail him down on a point here. Because I was going to ask him, wait. I was going to, wait. You shouldn't have done that because, dude, seriously.
Look, he brings up Stephen Jay Gould. There's an article of Stephen
I understand that you didn't like the fact that he brought Stephen Jay Gould, but I wanted to nail him down on the point that, and basically I want to nail him down on the point that he agrees with speciation. And if we were to find a animal in the fossil record that was half bear and half dog, then this half bear, half dog could potentially speciate to being a dog or being a bear, right? That's all I was going to nail him down on that point.
He would never agree to that. I don't know why and I don't even know how this relates to the topic that you're on. You're on which religion is right, and you seem to be stuck on evolution with Nephilim.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask him a question.
Constantly talking and not letting anybody else get a word.
To be fair, no one else is talking but that old guy. Like, it's been that way for an hour now.
Yeah, but
anyway, keep going, guys. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. No, I get it. It's just he will go on and on and on and filibuster the entire room, and I bet he has been for the last hour or so at least, because that's what he does.
He is pretty entertaining.
He's interesting for sure. Hey, I gotta go. Can you guys get Aries on the stage? He wanted to talk for a while. I gotta go. So see you guys. Good talks.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just can't hear him use that Stephen Jay Gould, which he's brought up time and time again. And there's a quote from Stephen Jay Gould about how these creationists take him out of context and how angry he was about it. Like, I just can't let him.
I understand, but you shouldn't have interrupted, because in my line of questioning, I understand that we're not talking about evolution. But if you know anything about Nephilim Free, that's all he ever talks about. If you can prove evolution to him, then Christianity doesn't even matter at that point.
You're never going to prove evolution to Nephilim Free.
But do you understand? Okay, if I can prove, right, that there is a bear dog, because it actually exists in the fossil record, right?
And use hypotheticals in this situation, since you're asking about evolution.
Yeah, but there's there's actually a bear dog that they found in the fossil record. So I wanted to bring that up, and I wanted to ask him if this bear dog could speciate to become a bear or a dog. Do you understand?
Yeah, but I wanted to call back to something he said earlier about the stallions and donkeys. As someone who does live and work with horses, they are essentially two breeds of the same creature. They're both equine. So I don't really know the point he was trying to make there. Like, you can breed them. You get mules that way. They are the same creature. So I don't really know what he was saying. Also, I thought this was a religious debate.
I thought the same thing.
It is, but
I kind
again,
of feel like it was a bit of a bait and switch. It's like nobody signed up to listen to this guy rant for an hour. Like, why was
again,
I don't know what he's going on about.
you guys
I think
don't
he
get
has
it. Nephilim free,
schizophrenia, but
his
I'm not
religion
sure.
is. You don't understand. With Nephilim free, in order to prove his Christianity, he has to disprove evolution. That's just how it works. So I wanted to pin him down on that.
Yeah, but we've been sitting here listening to his drivel for ages, and I don't know
What's going on about?
because he just
Anyway,
fills the
move on,
entire
guys.
room
Let's talk about something else. Move on.
All right. I mean, it'd be great if we could discuss which is the best religion. That would be awesome.
So honestly, I just think this Doggo Tofu Chan is the best, and he's the Lord and Savior. Honestly, because you know why? He's a good boy. He gives motivation when you're down and sad, and he can sing and likes bread.
Doggo Tofu. Could I get a pamphlet on that one?
All right, we'll put that one on
The
the
real
list.
religion.
Thank you. Anyone else got a perfect religion they want to say?
I'm sure you do, Jen.
I'm heavily
Link to that guy's Reddit account.
Anyone want to talk about their religion?
Yeah. I'll defend Christianity is not the best religion. It's the only coherent worldview to hold to.
You guys go for it.
What's that?
How so?
Why? Because in order to have a coherent worldview, the ground of all existence is going to have a specific property set, and without which you couldn't instantiate how you can have coherency. So in the Christian worldview, the triune God has the specific property set, such as being omniscient, omnipotent, always truth revealing, having a salvific plan. That is going to be needed in order for there to be human intelligibility and coherency. If that is not accepted, then one by implication is claiming another worldview that does have the attribute sets at the ground of all being that will provide for intelligibility. However, you're not going to be able to defend that.
Yeah, well, I think I can. I mean, I've got a worldview.
Okay, can you get closer to your microphone?
I can maybe raise
Mark,
the gain.
you should know by now, Mark, that you can't defend that. You can't win against Darth Dawkins. I can, but an atheist can't. You can't
Now,
defend
I was
religion or
invited.
metaphysics.
I didn't raise my hand. I was invited to speak. And if there's going to be trolling on the stage, then I'll just leave.
Yeah,
That's
one at a time.
completely
Join the
irrelevant.
call.
That's
Hold up.
completely irrelevant. Whether
In chat wants in.
I don't mind having intelligent conversations with other intelligent adults, but if we're going to have adolescent trolling, then I won't waste my time here.
All I did was tell Mark
who's
that I don't
trolling?
think he can win against you, so didn't mean to seem like a troll.
well,
I was just
mean,
trying to
she's
get
kind of
through the.
backing you up.
tough
Anyway,
part.
let's focus on what was being.
There's someone that wants to join the call in the server.
Okay, one at a time.
I don't understand the triune God. It doesn't make any logical sense to me. So maybe you can explain that to me. Is God one entity?
Yeah, the triune God is one being.
So it's not three beings. It's just one.
No. Have you ever studied any biblical theology?
What does that matter?
Have you ever studied biblical theology?
What does that matter?
Okay. I'll ask you a third time. If you don't answer, I won't converse with you anymore. Have you studied biblical theology?
No, but what does it matter?
Okay, well then, because you haven't studied it, you're not going to be familiar with how it's unpacked and explained. So,
Yeah, so it
in
doesn't make
Christianity,
any sense.
okay, please don't overtalk me. Okay, I don't take kindly to people being obnoxious. Okay, so the doctrine of the Trinity is that there's one God, one being, one essence, but within that God's being. Yeah, remove Jason Lee Scott. He's a troll and a stalker. If you don't remove him, I will leave. Okay, he's only here to stalk. Okay, you invited me here. I didn't ask to come up, so please remove him. Thank you. So within that God's unity, there is diversity. And one theologian described it as God's unity and diversity ultimate, and that's reflected in creation, where we have unity and diversity. So there's nothing illogical about how the Trinity is expressed. Now, if you'd like to make an argument that it is illogical, go for it.
Yeah, so I think it's illogical because either something is 1 or it's 3. If something is 1, then it's not 1. It's not 1. And if it's 3, then it's not 3. So
Okay.
it's against the law.
That's
of
not what I
non-contradiction.
said.
Yeah, could you not overtalk me, please? It's against the law of non-contradiction that something can be 1 and 3, because if something is 1, it just cannot be 3. But you're claiming for some reason
I didn't claim
something
that.
is 1 and 3. Well, that's your claim. That you
I didn't
want
know.
to say.
You're misrepresenting what I just said.
Oh,
I did
no,
not
you
say
made a claim.
God. Okay, listen. You misrepresented what I said. Now, if you actually, that's the reason why I asked you if you had studied any biblical theology, because you've made a basic error here. Nobody teaches in the annals of Christian theology, and presently professional theologians do not teach or explain that God is 1 and 3 in the same way and in the same sense. So God is one being of one essence from eternity, but within his being, his unity, there is diversity. Now, I'm going to ask you a very simple question, and you need to think carefully before you answer it. Is something possessing unity and diversity in equal ultimacy not coherent?
If something possesses unity and diversity, and what was the rest of it, sir?
In equal ultimacy.
Equal ultimacy.
Yeah,
Okay, before I answer that, I'm going to go back
that in
and-
one sense something is 1, and in another sense it is diverse. Okay.
So I'm going to go back and address what you've said. You've basically tossed out a big red herring about what theology.
No, I asked you a question.
Excuse me. Could you not overtalk me, please?
You're not addressing my
Finish?
question.
No, I want
Yeah,
to address.
I'm not going to listen to me. You are one obnoxious punk, and I'm not. If you're going to continue, you're not addressing my question. Okay. Now, can you address my question? Oh, good. I'm glad you got rid of them. Okay, that's the little game that they want to play. Now, if you object that something can, within itself, possess unity and diversity, then
why
you're
was that
destroying it.
speaking? Why was that
Because you're going
Are you? Who did
loony.
that? Who did that? Who did
Okay,
that?
now, Vector,
Who
I
did
asked
that?
you a
Who
question.
wants
Can
to be
you
brave
please?
enough to put their hand up and say that they
Okay,
did that?
listen. If he doesn't
Someone's
stop
not
acting
brave?
like an adult, you should get rid of him. Okay.
Vector,
the
relax.
point- Yeah. So the point is this: is if one says that God's being possesses in a certain sense unity, and then in another sense he possesses diversity, and they say that that's illogical, meaning it's not coherent, then that means that the reality as people conceive of it, okay, or let's say the cosmos, the universe, or the totality of everything collectively, then that too could not possess unity. It couldn't be one thing and diverse, right? Which then that would destroy intelligibility. Because if we just had unity without diversity, all you could just simply was verbalize the one. You couldn't go into any further distinctions because that would involve diversity. If there's just diversity without unity, then everything would have to have a distinct name and nothing could be referenced in terms of common properties. Okay, so he doesn't know what he's talking about in terms of logic, philosophy, and theology, right? He has an adolescent understanding of the Trinity. Nobody teaches that God is 1 and 3 in the exact same sense. So we have one being. For example, if we take an analogy of a cube is one thing. It possesses unity. But within its unity, it has a threefold distinction or 3 dimensions. So a cube possesses unity and diversity. Okay? And nobody would object to that. So in a similar way, or in an analogous way, God is a completely singular and unified being. But within the being, he has a plurality of distinctions of persons within that one being. So there's nothing illogical about that. Okay. Now, let me just say one more thing. If I or other theologians were claiming that God was 1 and 3 in the same sense, then somebody might have an axe to grind as to that it was not coherent. But theologians do not teach that God is 1 and 3 in the same sense.
Yeah, just a quick
Wait a
moderation
second.
point. We
But
just want
what
to keep
about
it
when
like.
I was raised as a Christian, so I kind of have some idea.
Present.
But what about when
Present.
Jesus was drowned on earth?
Yeah, when there's two people speaking, I can't understand.
Yeah. Sorry,
That's
I'm just as a moderation point. We just want to keep it to like one person talking at a time and just
Yeah.
keep it chill and like.
Okay, so
respectful.
just to let you know, just a point of moderation here, okay? There are a number of stalking atheists who like to come on when I don't am on a friendly server here. So if any of those stalkers come on here and I recognize them, if they have the same username or voice, I will identify them as stalkers and they need to be removed, okay?
That's fine, Darth. No problem. Hey, Darth. Like I said, if you ever want to do a stage, that's fine too, man. Like we got you, bro. All right. So anyone want to discuss with Darth?
I got a question for him.
Okay, go ahead, Eddie.
Hey, Mr. Darth, it's good to talk to you. I'm a Christian. How does explaining the Trinity in that way, I understand it's not a contradiction, it's more paradoxical, but how does it not violate a law of identity if we have Christ identified as, we have three personas in this substance? It would seem that there would be some kind of issue with the law of identity there.
Okay, because when we say that Jesus is God, the Father is God, the Spirit is God, we say the Trinity is God, what we're talking about is qualitativeness, not quantitativeness. So we are not saying that Jesus is quantitatively God, okay? So for example, any manifestation that would be communicated to us of God, where that manifestation possessed one or more attributes that only God could possess, then that manifestation we can say is God, okay? So Jesus, as a distinct person or persona, possesses the attribute of eternality. So that would make him qualitatively God. When we say Jesus is God, we are not saying that Jesus is the sum total that God is in the totality of what God has revealed. Okay, Jesus is revealed as one of three persons within the unified Godhead. So there's a difference between quantitative and qualitative. Okay, now if we're talking about God, not just qualitatively, but quantitatively, we would say that God in his unified being subsists of three persons, okay? So there's a difference between quantitative versus qualitative.
Okay, are you familiar with the argument for eternal expression of love between three persons of the Trinity, and what do you think about it?
I'm familiar with what argument are you referring to?
I believe it's Swinburne's argument that a Trinity is required to have an eternal expression of love. Otherwise, creation would be necessitated.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, well, based upon that, I would tend to agree. In order for there to be love, there has to be relationality. There has to be a plurality of persons within God's unified being in order for there to be love, in order to there be relationality, without which you would just have a Unitarian monad, a single person. There would be no one for God to commune with, to relate to. There would be no one for God to love. Okay, so that's why the Unitarian conception of God is not coherent. Because basically what you have is, in eternity past, you have an autistic God.
What?
That's all I had.
Yeah, autism is an impairment of relationality to one degree or another.
Can I ask you a question?
Just did.
What kind of Christian are you?
You could classify my perspective as fundamentalist and evangelical.
Okay. You do like you go by the Bible, right? Or is it like a different Christian book?
No, I go by the Bible. Yes.
Which version?
I mean, which translation?
Yes.
The New American Standard.
Okay.
I mean, I use multiple translations when I'm looking up passages, but my main go-to study Bibles are the New American Standard.
Interesting.
Garth?
How do you know the things that you know? Like, I understand you mentioned theology a little bit earlier, but it's kind of like an awkward study, I suppose, because there is no real substantial evidence of anything. But
Then why should I believe that statement? Is
Well,
there evidence for that? Is there evidence for that statement?
yes, but that's
Well,
not what I'm saying.
you made a universal
Could you please
statement.
not cut me off, please? Because I'm
Okay,
trying
I'm
to
just
talk,
making-
and
I'm
I
just
just get
making
a bit
a comment.
hypocritical because you get like super mad whenever anyone cuts you off.
No,
But like you're
I'm not
cutting me
using
off.
it. I'm not using it as a tactic. I'm just simply making a comment that you're being.
No, I'm just trying to bring it back to like the original Discord thing where it's like what religion is right, and
Well, what are you?
I'm not religious, but I do like seeing different perspectives. But it
No,
seems like
are
the only
you an
perspective
atheist or a theist?
I'm neither. I don't believe in anything, nor do I doubt anything. I don't
Okay.
really. I'm kind of
Well,
neutral, I suppose. But what I'm
No,
saying,
that's not a coherent position. Okay.
how are you going to tell me my position on religion?
Why? Because I'm more well studied in the issue of theology and philosophy.
How does you being well studied affect my beliefs?
Well, you made a universal statement that you didn't believe in
I'm not
anything.
speaking for anyone. I'm speaking for
Okay,
myself.
listen. Okay.
If anyone knows
you
what I
will
know,
either-
it's me.
Listen, do you want to have an adult interaction or do you want to act like a teenager?
Oh my god.
Well, I'm as serious as a heart attack. Okay. Now, either you will positively believe that what is the ground of all existence, what is ultimate in reality, that is the source and basis of everything that is, can be, or cannot be, is a mind, or you will not positively believe that. It's a true dichotomy. This is not something that you can stake out neutrality on. There are many things in life that you and I can be neutral about, but there are some things that you cannot be neutral about. When it comes to the issue of God, you cannot be neutral about God. It's popular that people believe that you can be neutral toward God. There are even philosophers who advocate this, but I beg to differ, okay? So you will either positively believe that there is a creator-creature distinction, that what is the ground of all being is an eternal mind, what we call the creator, or you will not positively believe that. That's a true dichotomy. There's not a third alternative. Okay? If you positively believe in a creator, the creator-creature distinction, then we call that theism. If you don't believe in that, we call that atheism. So do you positively believe in a creator or not?
Well, I think it's kind of redundant to ask that because you're asking if I do believe in something or if I don't. And I'm trying to explain to you I don't believe in anything. However, I'm not ruling out the possibility.
It doesn't matter.
Please not interrupt me when I'm talking. Could you please
Yeah.
not interrupt me while I'm talking?
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to say is I don't believe in anything, so to speak. However, I don't rule
That's
out the
false.
possibility. How are you going to tell me what I do and don't believe in is false? What I'm trying to explain to you.
You believe.
saying
I'm going
I
to tell you
don't-
why it's false.
That's like saying I don't like bread, but I haven't ruled out the possibility of there's not a bread that I don't like.
Okay. When you say you don't believe in anything, that's categorically and patently false. You believe that this world operates in some regular ways, okay? Otherwise, you couldn't reason about anything. If you didn't believe that, you couldn't learn anything, because in order to learn some things in the world have to remain the same while other things change. Now, do you believe that you can learn some things?
Yes, I do. I'm never like close
Okay,
to knowledge.
then you're going to have to believe that the world that we are in some ways is regular, and in some ways it's irregular. So you do believe that, right?
Well, I understand it, but I can't really tell that I believe or don't believe.
Okay, so when you
in
said
anything.
you didn't believe in anything, well, you do believe. You believe in matter, energy,
believe in the possibility.
causality. Okay, didn't you ask me not to overtalk? Now,
I did ask you not to
told
overtalk,
me
but you continue to do
you
it.
told me that you don't believe in anything. Okay. Now, do you believe in some things, or do you not believe in anything at all?
Well, that you've got to be a little more specific because I believe in like the computer
Well,
that
that's
I'm on.
what-
I believe that
that's what-
exists, but I
well,
don't.
then you shouldn't make you shouldn't make universal statements like I don't believe in anything. Okay. Because
I
you do
think that's a
believe
little-
you do believe in the regularity of the world. Okay. So you need to be careful about if you make global or universal statements. You made a universal statement, but that universal statement is incorrect.
I think
So
you're just
you-
taking what I said out of context.
No, there is nothing out of context. You state, I don't believe in anything.
But in the context of the conversation, it takes two brain cells to realize when I say I don't believe in anything, I'm talking about religiously or like any sort of deity is what I'm
Well, that
talking about in this
too is
context.
incorrect. That too is incorrect.
But it's
And
how are you going to sit there and tell me what I do and don't think?
I didn't tell you what you're thinking. I said what you asserted is incorrect. Now, you do have a belief about God, and the belief that you do have is that the facts that you're acquainted with do not necessitate referencing God as the necessary precondition. Okay? You do not positively believe that it is necessary to reference God as the ultimate precondition. Now, you're maintaining that you're not explicitly denying God, and I can agree with you that you're not explicitly denying God, but you are not, you refuse to acknowledge or believe in the necessity of referencing God. And I can demonstrate that right now by simply asking you the question, do you believe it is necessary to reference God as the necessary precondition of facts?
Like in a Christianity sense or what?
No, I didn't ask that. I said, do you believe, as a human being on this planet, that it is necessary to invoke and reference God as the ultimate precondition of all facts that are not God?
No, because I don't know whether or not it is fact.
So then, okay, so that constitutes what is called a de facto denial. You're not explicitly denying God, but you are implicitly denying God. Okay. Now, do you know what modus ponens is?
No.
Okay, modus ponens is a philosophical term. If P, therefore Q. If Q necessarily follows from P and somebody asserts P, then they are affirming Q as well. Okay, so you will either positively affirm the dependence of facts upon God. In other words, all facts depend and derive upon God, or you will not positively believe that. If you do not positively believe that, then what you do believe is in the independence of facts from God until demonstrated otherwise. So you do have a belief about God, and that is that God is not necessary to be invoked when speaking about facts. Okay?
I suppose.
You were maintaining earlier that you had a kind of neutrality, but I've now corrected that. You're not neutral. You positively believe that facts are independent, that they can be invoked as actual and intelligible without the necessity of referencing God
But that's
until
not what
shown
I'm saying.
otherwise. Well, I've given you, do you know what a dichotomy is?
You're trying to speak for me, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm
Do
trying
you
to
know
say,
what a dichotomy is?
can you not speak for me is what I'm trying to say. I don't care what a dichotomy is. That's nothing to
Well, are we going to have an adult interaction, or do you want to argue here like we're at the 7th grade cafeteria table?
This is literally a voice call about arguing what religion is better. It's
Okay,
made
well, I'm gonna move on. You don't want to have an adult interaction, okay?
Yeah, can I try
Have a
to
nice night.
but
Well,
listen. I'm old enough. Listen, I've been
Myself.
doing this. I've been doing this for 10 years, debating atheists, and I'm well accustomed with all of the kinds of tactics that people pull when they get into a conversation and they realize they no longer have the intellectual high ground, and then they become argumentative and evasive. Okay, and that's exactly what you're doing.
Can I try real quick?
It's not about having the intellectual high ground. It's about having my own opinion.
Yeah, listen. You are expressing the mentality of somebody who's at the 7th grade cafeteria table.
Yeah, I moved it back to the audience. Go ahead, Eddie.
Yeah. No, I was just going to try to explain a little different what Darth was getting at with her. But I do have a question on that. How do you, Darth, if you think that God is, which I agree, God is necessary to have any objective facts in the world, but if you posit that God is necessary in a syllogism, how do you defend that without begging the question?
Well, begging the question is deemed to be a fallacy because it's deemed to be neutral. There's nothing technically fallacious about that, okay? But it's generally considered to be fallacious if it's arbitrary. Now, when we invoke God's existence, okay, we can only do so if and only if God takes the initiative to sovereignly reveal himself, okay? Would you agree with that statement?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so whatever worldview that we're operating from, we're going to have at least some belief or conception that there is some metaphysical foundation or grounding to it from which all other truths and beliefs derived, okay? Because if you don't believe that, then what you're going to have is a complete chance system resulting in metaphysical incoherence and chaos, okay? So when we invoke God, people say, well, why do you believe in God? They say, oh, because God has revealed himself. Well, how do you know that? Because it's a part of God's plan. They'll say, well, oh, that's begging the question. Well, they can label it that way all the time, right? But the point is simply this, is how is it that God, who would he have to appeal to other than himself and his own revelation to reveal that he exists, okay? So it's not actually begging the question, right?
So
because God is the ultimate authority and the ultimate truth. So therefore, there couldn't be any recourse to any other source or authority in order to vindicate or verify or authenticate God himself. It would have to come from God himself. Now, if somebody wants to reject that by saying that that's begging the question, they're committing philosophical suicide. Because then what they're saying is, then there would be no ultimate court of appeal or ultimate truth that they could appeal to. How could they? And therefore, if there is no ultimate truth to appeal to, then all of their beliefs are grounded on make-believe, nothing identifiable or defensible. So the people who raise the issue of begging the question are committing philosophical suicide.
Hey, Darth.
So
if
if
just real
you
quick, Eddie, one sec. I was
go
just
ahead.
Darth. This is just I don't know if I don't know what I expect from asking this question, but would you have any interest in sort of like a brief interaction with Jack, or like I know that
No,
if we were to-
Jack burned his bridges 10 years ago. Okay, he's engaged in grotesquely unethical behavior on the internet and outside the internet. Okay, it's that simple.
I understand.
When people engage in stalking behavior, especially on a year after year, then I'm not going to give anyone time of day who's acting, how shall I say, in that manner. Okay, and by the way, he's not a serious player because he doesn't defend any worldview. He has no worldview to defend, nor could he, nor could any atheist. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, if you ever, that's totally fine. If you ever feel like it, like we'd be willing to like heavily moderate.
No,
or
that
whatever.
won't happen. Once various individuals on the interweb have repeatedly engaged in stalking behavior, then I don't talk with them again. It would be a rarity if I lifted the sanction.
Okay. All right, Darth. Well,
As you well know, I have a good number of people that are obsessed with me and stalk me.
All right, Darth.
Follow up to the.
Give me a sec, Eddie. Is it okay, Darth, if I bring in? I'm gonna give you the name because I'd rather do it that way. Is it okay if I bring Dog in?
I don't know who Doug is.
Okay, I'll bring him in. All right, and I'm gonna bring in.
Oh, Dog? No. Dog, you can remove him. He's somebody who has impersonated me a number of times. He's violated the TOS of the Discord server. No, I thought you said Doug.
Oh no, I said Dog. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
All right, and all right, give me 1 sec. I'm gonna bring in Gaspar, and
I don't mind talking with anyone as long as they don't have a chronic history of stalking behavior.
Okay.
People need to get this through their heads. You know, you stalk me, you behave badly toward me repeatedly, then I won't be talking with them again. Right? They need to get over it.
Hey, Darth, how's it going?
Hold on a second. Can I finish it? Just one.
Yeah,
last
go ahead,
point?
Eddie. Go ahead, Eddie.
Yeah. So, would you say, Darth, that when you say that, or you posit, just coming straight out and saying that God is required for, objective facts, or how you word it, would you say that's probably just cutting out all of the going from natural theology to special revelation and all of that?
No, I wouldn't call it natural theology. I would call it natural revelation. Excuse me. Okay, so God, we have to understand when we talk about God, what I'm positing here. Okay, God is referring to that which is the ground of all existence, the metaphysical starting point for everything. Okay. When Christians talk about God, sometimes unbelievers have a misconception of God and the God of the Bible. They'll think of God as kind of an unembodied superpower that's like the final boss of the universe. Okay, and that's not how the Bible presents it. God is presented as the ultimacy of reality, the Creator, the sovereign Lord. Right? He is the source of all possibility, everything that can be and cannot be. So either someone is going to believe that something is ultimate or not. And being ultimate, it would have to be singular. And it would therefore then dictate what everything else is, can be, or cannot be. Now, if that is rejected, then what you have is you have what is called an open system, where it's just simply chance. And by chance, I don't mean one of probabilistic occurrences. In other words, there is no fundamental or ultimate rhyme or reason why anything is happening. And therefore, it destroys all intelligibility. So once you understand why, because there's nothing dictating why anything is what it is or its relationship to anything else. So you have no connectivity or correlatedness between one particular versus another.
Okay, so
Would
why
you
is that
say it's like
unintelligible?
Aquinas is?
Hold on a second. The guy with the Chinese character, remove him. Okay, he's on my block list. Thank you.
So would you say it's
he too was a stalker. He's been banned a number of times from the Politics and Religion server for stalking and violating the TOS.
Would you say it's like Aquinas is God is not a being among beings, he is being itself. Reality emanates from God.
I need to do more studying in Aquinas, but from my understanding is Aquinas doesn't really or Thomistic reasoning doesn't reason in the same transcendental way as in presuppositional apologetics, right? Aquinas reasons toward God probably exists, and the God that probably exists is probably the God of the Bible. Okay, I don't reason that way.
Yeah, it would be more of that God.
What I'm saying is is if there are going to be facts, right, then we have to be able to learn about facts. If we have to learn about facts, then some things must be regular while other things change. If some things are regular, they must be regular in actuality and not illusory. So if they are regular in actuality, then there must be something in and of itself that is ultimately regular, eternal, that institutes and secures the regularity that is within the system. But that ultimate regularity will also have to be personal, meaning a mind, so that it can take the initiative to reveal itself to us, without which we wouldn't be able to identify and defend and know that anything is singular ultimate, and we would just simply be left in a chance world where there is nothing controlling or determining what anything is, can be, or cannot be.
Okay, it's the last thing, and I'll let somebody else talk. For some reason, I was randomly server muted on politics and religion. Could you get me unmuted?
Yeah, just next time I'm. Well, wait a minute. Well, was a mod server muted, or were you server muted by the bot on my bot list?
I don't know what happened. I just went over there and was wanted to talk in one of the general chats, and it said your server muted. I was like, why?
Okay, okay? What VC was it?
General.
Okay, was I in the room at the time?
No.
Okay, then it has nothing to do with me.
Oh, okay. I've requested to be unmuted several times. I don't know how to get unmuted, but okay,
Yeah.
I'll let somebody else talk.
Yeah.
What's up, Darth Dawkins? How are you?
Oh, B3. Let's see. I haven't talked with you in a while.
It's been a while, yeah. I just wanted to ask you, do you think God is logically necessary?
I'm not sure what you mean by that question.
Would the statement "God does not exist" entail a logical contradiction?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. God does not exist. In order to make propositions that are actual intelligible, God would have to exist. So that proposition would be unintelligible unless God existed.
That doesn't strike me as a logical contradiction. That would be like God's metaphysically necessary to make statements, so he might be metaphysically necessary.
No. Do you believe that propositions are truth bearers?
Yeah.
Okay. Do propositions or facts, are they context specific in terms of their actuality and intelligibility?
Sure.
Okay. Now, so then, what would be the final metaphysical context that would provide for the proposition God does not exist?
If he didn't exist.
What would be the final metaphysical context for that proposition being a truth bearer in order for it to be actual and intelligible?
Well, if God didn't exist, it would be a true statement. We wouldn't be around.
No, you're not answering the question. You've completely
That's
dodged
the
the
only
question.
metaphysical case.
We're
I can
gonna
imagine.
listen. You need to focus on my question and not prevaricate. Now, I asked you, do you believe that propositions are truth bearers? You said yes. Do propositions that are truth bearers, are they context specific? You said yes. Okay. So if they don't have a metaphysical context from which they are in or derived from, then we can neither say that they're actual or intelligible. Do you agree with that last statement?
Yeah.
Okay. So the proposition in question, whatever it is, okay, and in this case you say God does not exist, what will be the ultimate metaphysical context that proposition derives from?
Right. So if God did not exist, the proposition would bear a true value that God does not exist.
Okay,
That
you
would
are
be
not you are prevaricating again. Okay, if you prevaricate a third time, I will stop.
Can you rephrase?
Speaking
Can you
with
rephrase so I understand it?
Okay. Are propositions with their truth bearers? Excuse me, I'm very tired. Context specific. You said yes. Okay. Right.
Yes.
So you can't. So what in the Christian worldview, all propositions, okay, other than God himself, derive and depend upon the context of God as creator. So there couldn't be a proposition, okay, other than God himself, a proposition that could be stated as actual intelligible if it didn't derive from the ultimate context of God himself. Now,
that's just to presuppose your own case.
You told me you need to focus on what I say, not what you would like me to say, and respond to something that I didn't say. Now, you said that propositions, in order to be viable, they're context specific. What is the ultimate metaphysical context of the proposition that God does not exist?
I wish you'd rephrase that so I don't answer again in the same way.
What is the ultimate metaphysical context that the proposition in question derives from?
Well, I feel that propositions can be true independent of any particular metaphysical context.
Okay, that's fallacious. You've now contradicted yourself. Propositions, you've contradicted yourself. You just told me that propositions are context specific. So a proposition being a truth bearer, okay, that it is true, okay, then it's going to that truth statement is going to have to require a context, okay.
Yeah, it would correspond to reality then. That's the context of a proposition.
Okay. Well, that's another mistake. That's a classic maneuver that unbelievers make. Okay, reality is an abstraction. Okay, so reality is an abstraction of a set of a plurality of particulars. Okay, so you couldn't appeal.
I think that's false.
Listen, reality is the set of all real things.
Is God real even if he hadn't created?
Is reality the set of all real things?
Yes.
Okay. So a set is an abstraction where the mind collectivizes a plurality of things. Okay. Is the term reality is that a concrete unity or an abstract unity?
I think if the only thing that exists is a single concrete like God, then there wouldn't be a plurality or a set.
You're not addressing the question. You're doing what you have always done, and I'm very disappointed. You haven't grown up since the last time I've talked with you. Every time I ask you clear, circumspect questions, you give me evasive responses. You're doing it now, and you've done it every single time I've talked with you in the past. I'm not trying to belittle you, but I'm going to call you out for your bad conduct. Now, when you use the word reality, that's referring to one thing?
If the only thing that exists is real, for example, if God
is the word reality referring to something that is one?
If that is the case, then yes.
No, don't give me, okay, listen to me. This is your last chance, okay? See, this is the problem. When you get into the habit of being deceptive and evasive, it's hard to shake that off when you're so accustomed to doing it. Now, you're appealing. Yours okay. Have a nice night. Okay, you're intellectually ill-equipped to carry on the conversation.
All right.
And the reason why is you resort to these deceptive responses. Okay, my questions are very clear. They're circumspect and they're to the point. And my questions are designed in such a way as to not to allow my opponents to prevaricate unless they make it obvious. Okay. So when you make the proposition God does not exist, what is the ultimate metaphysical context that exists in and ultimately derives from? When you say reality, that is not a coherent answer at all, because reality is an abstraction of a plurality of concrete particulars. So of all of the groupings or the set of particulars, what's ultimate? If you say the set is an abstraction, well, I could go on and explain how it's incoherent, but if anyone else wants to ask any questions, we'll move on.
Hey Darth, I have a quick question. You could just answer and then move on, and we'll move on to someone else. So, what if there isn't necessarily an ultimate, right? But instead like an infinite chain of causes, like a infinite.
No, if
And
nothing's ultimate, then there's no rhyme or reason why anything is.
well, what if like there's an infinite regress and what like makes
No, you're not
infinite-
understanding. Okay, a regress would involve causal connections, causal relations. So what would impose the unity among diversity? Okay, imagine we have a plethora of a plurality of events. Okay, are each discrete events, are they related to anything else? Because if so, what imposes the unity between events? Okay, so if nothing's ultimate, then nothing is instituting the unity among diversity.
So if you were like a mereological nihilist, could you say that like it's more smoothly transitioned and it's not like chunky in that way, or?
It's been a while since I looked up a mereological nihilist. The point is this: is if you deny that it is the case that something is singularly ultimate, it's game over, lights out. You've just bit down on a philosophical cyanide capsule, because now there's nothing dictating what is, can be, and cannot be. And so therefore you lose the ability to speak intelligibly. And the reason why is this: in order to speak intelligibly, you're going to have to implicitly include unity among diversity, regularity amongst irregularity. Without there being an ultimate that instantiates that, then the unity among diversity and the regularity amongst the irregularity will just simply be illusory. It'll be fiction. And if it's fiction, there's no intelligibility.
Hey, Darth, real quick. I just wanted to follow up, and then we'll get to someone else.
Yeah, I can last for about another 10 minutes. It's just that I'm really tired, so.
That's fine. I just wanted to ask you, how does this not cause a bootstrapping problem?
How's that a problem?
Well, I was just asking, because isn't imposition just a cause?
I'm not understanding your question.
Okay, that's fine. We'll move on to someone else. That's fine.
Well, why don't you explain your question? Did somebody just send you a DM for me to ask that, for you to ask that question to me?
Yeah, pretty much. So.
And who did that?
Dog.
Okay, yeah. Dog is a troll and a stalker. He's somebody who has violated the TOS a number of times on different servers, and he's also impersonated me on a number of different servers. He's a disreputable person, and he's also a troll, and he's a fake as a debater. Okay.
He's been banned from my server also.
Had a question.
Yeah. So yeah, Dog he's not only a stalker, he's a troll. And he's not somebody that I would take intellectually seriously. Okay. You see, if you're serious intellectually, there's no need to violate the TOS. There's no need to stalk and to troll, which he has done repeatedly on different servers. He's widely known on different servers for doing that. Okay.
Yeah, and he likes to laugh at people too.
What sophists do, listen to me. What sophists do is they will ask questions, okay, that they use various nomenclature from philosophy, okay, in order to cloud the issue, okay.
Yeah, that's fine. We can just move on.
Yeah, he's a fraud.
All right, that's fine. Yeah, don't worry about it. I thought you would understand what he was asking. Honestly, like he made it seem like you would know what, and I honestly did not know what he was asking. So I was like, maybe Darth will understand, but I guess you didn't even understand, so whatever.
No, these are just questions that they're just throwing out. I'm familiar with a lot of philosophical terms. I'm not familiar with all of them. The ones that I'm not, I can always look up in a heartbeat and quickly get myself up to speed. But a lot of times they will throw out philosophical nomenclature. It's not a sincere question.
Okay. One more person, and then Darth has to go. So.
I think it was Gaspar, right? He wanted to go.
Oh, Gaspar wanted to go. Go ahead, Gaspar.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hey, Darth. So, okay, first of all, I'm a big fan of your work. Okay. But I happen to disagree on some
things. Are you a member of the Darth Dawkins fan club?
Didn't know there was one.
Yes, $2.25 a month.
Oh, I see.
True fans are members.
Okay.
No, that's just a joke.
Yeah. All right. So I don't know if you remember, I was in politics and religion the other day, and I was having a discussion, and then you kind of popped in, and we had a certain disagreement about where the laws of logic were derived from. Now, I know you say that they're derived from God, and that's fine. I guess what I would say, like, okay, so at least in many cases, we'd say that, like, maybe like the rules of arithmetic, we could say are a necessity for the rules of algebra, and by that, like, and so when you say that the laws of logic are grounded in God, are you saying that we couldn't perform the laws of logic without God, the same way that it would be hard for us to perform algebra without arithmetic?
Well, the laws of logic are considered to be universal, absolute, and invariant. Okay, so when you invoke them, what would impose and sustain any universal?
Okay.
If it's not God, what would that be?
Okay. Now, I really want to try to answer your questions the best I can. Okay, and I promise you, if I ask you for clarification, it's not because I'm dodging you. All right.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Which is where we're at. I need some clarification for what you mean.
Yeah, the law of identity is a universal. Okay, it refers to all discrete entities. It is what it is in a given time index. Well,
Okay.
What imposes and sustains that universal state?
I'm afraid I'm at a loss. I don't know.
Okay, well, that's the problem when you reject God's self-disclosure of himself through natural revelation and through human history, through the Christian scriptures, and finally through Jesus Christ. Because therefore, the things that you do believe in, when we examine it, they have no foundation to them, right? There's no intelligible basis for the concepts that people invoke. Unbelievers just simply take matter, energy, causality, and the regularity of the world and unity among diversity as a given. But it's not a given. The question is how and why do they exist? Either they're creaturely or not. And if they're not creaturely, meaning they're created and instituted or reflective of God, then how and why do they exist? Well, for the unbeliever, they cannot answer this question. Okay, they will be adopting these foundational parameters in violation of the criterion of belief that they use to dismiss God. So their position is foolishness.
Really just a quick question in the middle of this, Gas. I'm sorry, but like, so to say that it sort of like requires an explanation or a ground for why that universally applies everywhere, doesn't that kind of suggest that it could not be the case, and that's why it needs an explanation?
You're going to have to reformulate the question.
So, I mean, it seems like, because if they're contingent, right, you would need an explanation for them.
What is contingent?
Like, could be otherwise kind of thing, or?
What are you referring to as being contingent?
Oh, no. What I'm saying is, when you ask what the explanation or the ground is for why the law of identity applies universally, doesn't that imply that it's contingent?
I'll just give a tentative yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So, okay. So, so there's something
either a state of affairs or an entity is absolute in and of itself, unconditionally non-dependent and eternal, or not.
Okay.
Okay.
Now,
all
right.
So either one is going to have to explain that the laws of logic themselves are absolute, invariant, and eternal, which would be very problematic, or they're going to have to say that the laws of logic owe their existence to something.
Okay.
And in the Christian worldview, that is God, because the laws of logic are reflective of the person and the mind of God.
Okay. So then I want to ask you a quick question about your opinions regarding these three laws of logic: identity, non-contradiction, and excluded middle. Do you know how they relate to symbolic logic at all?
You're going to have to be more specific.
You're talking
about modal logic.
Oh, that's like sort of an offshoot of symbolic logic, but like the rules of modus ponens and all that, like propositional logic. Do you know how the three laws of logic relate to it?
You're not being very clear.
Okay. So I'll just that's fine.
Is there a point here?
There is. I promise you. Okay. So all of those rules of symbolic logic, they actually don't rely on those three laws that you pointed to. We can generate the whole system of symbolic logic without those three rules, which would kind of make it hard to make the case that those three laws of logic are absolute.
So a proposition doesn't require the principle of identity?
I understand it looks like it assumes it, but that is not how we build the system of propositional logic.
How do you have a proposition that is not what it is? Does a proposition have identity over time?
Over time, I don't.
Yeah, there's the principle of identity, and then there's the concept of identity over time. Do propositions have identity over time?
No, not that I know of. They're just statements that are asserted as true.
Therefore, if they don't have identity within a time index or identity over time, then there's no coherence or intelligibility to it.
Okay. All right. So I understand that that's your view, that they don't have that in this case. They don't have the prerequisites.
If a proposition isn't what it is in a given time index, then what would it be? If something is not what it is, what would it be?
Okay. Dude,
listen, you're a sophist. Okay.
Hey, look, I understand that that's where you're going, but I'm not making this stuff up. I'm telling you that.
It's sophistry. Okay, listen very carefully. Are propositions truth bearers? Truth bearers.
They are statements that are asserted true. Okay, but then whether or not they are actually true is a different issue. I can make up propositions all day.
We don't. Then the point is, if the propositions are not fact true, then we're just talking about fiction, just stuff that doesn't exist. The bottom line is, we both understand and concede that propositions are putatively true. Okay. Now, if they're putatively true, the question is, are they reflective of identity? In other words, they are what they are in a time index. Now, you say it doesn't have to be. Well, then the proposition ceases to be meaningful. It's unintelligible.
Okay.
It's game over.
All right. So I see. Okay. So I see what you're saying.
Without identity and identity over time, propositions will be unintelligible.
Okay. Can I please address what you're saying? Okay.
That's why God Himself is meaningful and intelligible, because He possesses His own self-contained identity, and with creation, He possesses that with identity over time. Okay.
Okay.
And that's reflective of the world. Now, are you an atheist?
No, I'm an agnostic. I know you don't like that word, but I'm an agnostic.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's a distinction without a difference. Do you positively believe that it is necessary to reference God as the necessary precondition of all facts that are not God?
No, I don't.
Okay, so then you believe in the independence of facts from God.
Sure, yeah, I think that's right.
Okay, well, then that constitutes an indirect denial of God. So on the one hand, you're claiming to be an agnostic, that you're not denying God, but in fact you are denying God because you believe that facts are independent of God until shown otherwise.
Okay, all right. Look, I'll answer all your questions.
So you are in fact an atheist.
Okay, look, I know there's a lot of variety about how people deny it, but I'll answer all your questions.
Are you denying that you are indirectly denying God?
I don't think that. Okay, I'm not actually making any negative propositions against God.
Are you denying that you are not indirectly denying God?
Let's see.
Either you believe in the dependence of facts upon God or not. It's a true dichotomy. Do you believe?
I don't
believe
it.
The dependence of facts upon God.
No, I don't.
There you go. You're an atheist.
But I don't assert that God doesn't exist.
It doesn't matter. That's like the man who raped a woman and is caught by the police, and he said, "Officer, I didn't rape her. I just made love to her without her consent."
Okay, I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what you do. What you don't. You know, it's like the Indians say, he speaks with forked tongue. You claim you're not denying God, but what you do affirm does deny God. You affirm the independence of facts from God. Now, in a world, okay, a fact in question will either derive and depend upon God as the metaphysical first principle or not. Now, do you agree with that last statement?
Hypothetically, in a world where God exists,
No. Listen, I gave you a true dichotomy. The dichotomy is as follows: either a fact in question will depend and derive upon God or not.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'll say. Yeah. All right.
All right. Now, in that dichotomy, do you accept and do you positively believe that all facts that are not God depend and necessarily derive upon God? Do you positively believe that?
No.
Good. You've now denied God.
I don't see how I've denied
it's
God
modus ponens. Okay. If P, therefore Q. Okay. If a fact is deemed to be independent, listen carefully. If a fact is deemed to be independent of God, then God cannot logically coexist. God cannot only logically coexist in a world where all facts depend and derive upon him. That is, all facts that are not God. Okay?
All right.
So on the one hand, you are affirming the independence of God, the independence of facts from God, but then you're also claiming you're not denying God. You're in a contradictory state. You believe in the non-dependence, the non-necessity of facts upon God. That, via modus ponens, if P, therefore Q, you are denying God indirectly. So you're denying God by what you positively affirm, but at the same time you're saying, but I'm not denying God. Well, yes, you are.
Okay. All right. I want to answer all your questions on this. Okay. And but there are a couple.
So just so we're clear, you're an atheist.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. But there are a couple topics that we've gotten past that I didn't get a chance to talk on, and I feel like they're very important. Okay. Now going back to the issue of whether propositional logic assumes the law of identity. Okay. You said, well, how can you make a proposition without the law of identity? I'll point to another issue.
Why would there be any reason or logic? Why would there be any reason or logic whatsoever about anything How could there be any connectiveness or correlativeness between any two state of affairs or entities? What would impose the relationship?
I don't know, but I want to try to complete this
So you
thought.
don't, okay, good. Then good. Then if you don't know, then you don't have a coherent basis for logic or reason. Thank you for your time.
Okay, look, I want to be able to complete a thought, and I'm also going to try to answer all your questions.
You don't have a basis for reason, do you?
I'm actually just trying to complete a thought.
Does reason require that there is some correlativeness between one particular and another?
Within a given system of reason.
Okay, good. Is there anything that imposes connectiveness or correlativeness?
The axioms?
No. Axiom would just simply be a fundamental starting point that you adopt in order to make sense of your world. I'm not talking about your mental states. I'm talking ontologically in the world. Outside of your mind, if you didn't exist, what ontologically would impose any unity among the diversity of particulars?
I don't know.
Thank you. Then it's game over. You're done.
Okay. All right. Hey, look,
You're done. That you no longer have any basis to make any assertions because there's no rhyme or reason, not only why anything is, nor is there any rhyme or reason that there's a relationship or connectedness between one thing or another. So you're done.
Okay.
Right,
Wait. I'm sorry, Quantum Foam. I want to finish.
Do you understand how I just dropped an atomic bomb on your position?
I don't know. I didn't really get a chance. I didn't get a chance to finish an idea.
Either you understand what just happened, or you don't understand what happened. Hold on, I got to switch my headset. Give me a second.
I always wanted to know why he had to switch his headset. Like, I was just curious.
I'm just glad I get to talk to him even this long.
I wonder.
No, you just admitted that there is nothing identifiable or defensible that institutes and secures any unity among particularity. Okay, did you just admit that?
I don't know. I don't think so, man.
Is there something identifiable and defensible that institutes and secures any unity among the diversity of particulars in existence?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Game over. You're done.
Okay. Well, look, you're not
in a position to make any assertions now. Your worldview doesn't provide for it.
Okay, that's fine. Hey, that's fine. But you said some things about logic that I need to point out. You said that the three laws of logic are absolute, and you said that we can't do symbolic logic without the law of identity. And now I'm wanting to finish the thought I made regarding declarative sentences in natural language. If we say that all declarative sentences in natural language are propositions, then we might ask, what model of truth value do those propositions follow? Because there are many alternative models of truth value to the binary one that we use in propositional logic. So it's kind of hard to establish a default model of truth value. So it's kind of hard to say that if declarative sentences are not by default following any model of truth value, it's hard to say that that by default.
Do you think I'm
the
stupid?
law of identity
do you think I'm stupid?
applies to all declarative sentences?
So well, let me ask you this question. Is what you say, in order for it to be actual and intelligible, does it require identity and identity over time?
Again, I need clarification.
Yeah,
I don't know what any of that means.
We're done. I don't know what source you're reading from, but you are a bullshitter. Okay, I have just totally dropped a nuclear bomb on your position. You know that you just got nuked, and you're just simply ignoring it, and you're just simply monologuing. Is everything you just said, in order for it to be intelligible, must those things, those discrete things that you mentioned, possess identity and identity over time in order for what you just said to be intelligible and actual?
Yeah. I
Good.
don't even know how you're using these terms, man.
Listen, you've now contradicted yourself. Listen, Gasper, Listen, I'm old enough to be your daddy. Do you think by bullshitting me and giving me your script, you're going to bamboozle me? I just dropped a nuke on you, and it's over.
What you just did is you just proved that you don't understand the difference between informal logic and propositional logic, which you can learn if you open a logic textbook.
This is why you continue to get server muted on the politics and religion server, because you're just monologuing. You're verbally, mentally masturbating. Okay. Now, I'm not saying that to be crude or obscene. It's a good metaphor for what you're doing. I asked you a direct question. I will ask you again to demonstrate to the audience that you're just BSing. Is the content of what you said, of each particular that you brought up, does it possess, when you have invoked it in a time index, does it possess identity at all? And does it possess identity over time in order to be intelligible?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Okay, listen. You're a sophist. Go away.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Gareth, do you have time for any more? Okay.
I'll be on tomorrow. I'll be on tomorrow. No, Gasper is one of these atheists who, he has this script with a whole lot of philosophical nomenclature and pre-formatted phraseologies and things like that. But I just dropped a nuke on him. That's why he was stuttering and speechless. I asked him a direct question. Is all of the particulars and the relationship between the particulars that you just invoke, do they require for their actuality, intelligibility, the principle of identity for whatever time index they're invoked in? And do they require identity over time when it spans a time index? And he's like, I don't know. You just got nuked. Okay, you're a sophist. Go away.
All right. Well, here's the deal, man.
Anyway, I'm going. Listen, here's the deal, man. You're a sophist. Go away. I'm done with you. Okay, and
you're very entertaining. You're very entertaining, but you're wrong. I encourage anyone.
You are a sophist. See, this is what they do. They just go wah 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 wah. He thinks that because he has a pre-memorized line of pattern, okay, and he throws in vocabulary, right? He just said that the law of identity is not necessary for symbolic what was the term he used? Symbolic
logic.
Yeah. Okay. So what he's doing is he's invoking certain particulars. Okay. He's introducing certain propositions that are putatively have truth values. Well, if the proposition that is deemed to have a truth value, right, doesn't possess identity within a time index, then it doesn't mean anything. He's totally he's like the Joker in The Dark Knight when he opens up his jacket and he's got all of these hand grenades and he's about ready to pull the pin, which means he's a suicide bomber. Okay, he's a philosophical suicide bomber. Okay,
I have actually criticized him for that.
He wants to say that the principle or the law of identity isn't need for symbolic logic. But then the invocation of each instance of symbolic logic wouldn't mean anything because it doesn't have identity. It doesn't equal itself in a given time index. So if it doesn't equal itself in a time index, or it doesn't have identity over time from T1 to T10, if you will, then what would it mean? It wouldn't mean anything. So he's a sophist.
All right. Darth, we appreciate you coming in, man.
No, well, thank you for having me on, and thank you for having me on, and thank you for removing several of the stalkers that I requested. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Darth. And Darth, by the way, if you ever want to do a stage, let me know, man. We will do it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah, I would stay on longer, but I'm just dead tired. So
that's fine. That's fine. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. And come back soon.
Okie dokie.
Take care.
Darth, I just wanted to say thanks for that discussion with Claire the other day. It gave me a lot of, it made me feel really good.
With who?
Oh, I was just saying thanks for that discussion the other day with Claire. I think you did a really good job in it.
Are you talking about Claire, the secular Islamist? Or Quranist? Yeah.
Yeah, I've been debating her all night, so.
Yeah, she's an interesting person. I mean, I don't think she's stupid, but she is kind of obtuse. She just doesn't know how to focus on what her opponents are saying. Her mind wanders off, and so. But
yeah, I literally have been trying to get to you on that. I really wanted to tell you that I appreciated that because that made me relish
Oh,
them back.
okay. Oh, thank you. All right, I got to get to bed. I'm beat.
Take care, my friend.
All right.
Omatic being late. Omatic being late to the game.
Hi, I'm drunk as shit.
Oh, great. You're coming in here drunk too? That's
It's
great.
just gonna
Omatic.
be the case,
I'm
right?
drunk as shit. So it's just gonna be the case that I had too much alcohol, right?
Where did Gaspar go? Did Gaspar leave?
Yeah,
Nah, that was Frank. Gaspar can come back.
Where's Gaspar at? Damn it.
Well, he was going to drive him. I don't know.
Was he? It was Gaspar talking about symbolic logic, right?
Yeah.
I want to talk more about that. I want to know where he was going with that. Illmatic is drunk. So does that make him like?
Omatic is drunk as hell, like usual. He gets drunk and then comes on here.
Drunken Jay Dyer would be perfect.
Drunk-o-matic.
I saw Ask Yourself in the audience earlier.
Yeah, I was like saying, where's Jay Dyer?
Is Ask Yourself on Darth list too, or?
Yeah, probably. I don't like. Honestly, I don't like Ask Yourself. So fuck him anyway. So when I went on his server, right, he was such a dick to me just because I was asking him to debate T-Jump, and he started saying, "Yeah, T-Jump is a fucking sophist and all this bullshit."
I'm glad you didn't let Dog on. I had to ban. I liked Dog, but I had to ban him from my server because he's extremely uncharitable. He likes to. If you don't understand him, now never mind that everybody in there can't understand him. It's you who doesn't understand, and then he likes to laugh. You just don't get it. And I warned him like 10 times. I said, man, that's the most uncharitable thing you can do. If you keep laughing and telling me I don't understand, when I converse with academic philosophers on a regular basis and have never been told you just don't understand, the problem's probably you. And if you keep doing it,
No, you're right. He tells me like, "Oh, can you please just start this question?" And I'm like, "Yeah, that's fine. Just ask me whatever you want. I'll ask him." And he asked me this like weird question. And I'm like, "All right, I'll ask him." And I'm like, "Does he know what you're gonna say, right?" And he's like, "Yeah, sure." And Dart had no fucking idea. And I was like, "Dude, like."
That's what. See, he'll go read a book or an article or something, and then he'll come back and like. He read Gregory Dahl's book, and I had to hear arguments from Gregory Dahl's book for like a month. And anytime I combated it, no, you just don't understand. And I'm like, bro, I'm so done with the you don't understand shit.
Hey, guys, I got a question.
Oh, yeah.
Who kicked me?
Your mama.
It was me, dude. It was me.
All right.
Gaspar.
What?
We got to talk, brother.
Okay. Yeah.
What?
Why did you kick me, Frank?
Don't talk over Gaspar. Don't talk over me. I'm talking now. No, where were you going with the symbolic logic and laws of logic?
It doesn't matter. Just stuff you can get out of any book.
No, I mean, what were you saying? What was your point behind it?
So he always says that you can't have logic without metaphysics, and of course his metaphysics is going to be God, and I'm saying that logic is neutral to metaphysics. You can build it without any metaphysical statements, and he always points to the 3 laws of logic, and those are what people who typically don't do their logic homework point to. But the system of propositional logic and the more mathematical systems of logic, they don't even use those 3 laws. Those are just philosophical entities. So when I asked him how the 3 laws of logic relate to symbolic logic, he didn't understand the question. And I didn't grill him for it either, because it's an understandable thing for people who don't know logic to not know. But I know that's Darth Dawkins. It's
yes, I can understand symbolic logic being axiomatic, and we can Just like mathematical systems, we can put together sentences that are substituted with letters, but it uses